Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over 1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there, really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, during?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. The skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but it's you can't really win money, and the games are very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year, to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were. I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think, and that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and yeah, definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there that these days. But yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's.
So Gala
second for 1200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Tour. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far
third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step, and this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think yeah, I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then yeah, I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get yeah, the €5,300 buy-in,
Yeah.
and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Now, was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with Poker Stars actually at the start of day two. And then I've got on this table, and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it, and I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row and said I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite. Because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Annoyed?
Yeah.
Happy?
So yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And yeah, then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just. No. It was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of, it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000
Yeah.
and a jersey.
Wow, yeah, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy who my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and yeah, that one went on till about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros, if you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro," and with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and yeah, the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably the garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very, I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000, but that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one, actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bambos heads up. If you know Bambos, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips, please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about. I think I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bambos was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day. He said, like, "What have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game." And I was just like, "Yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2."
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my
left.
What's
that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. Yeah, I think I ended up playing one pot with him, blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember I hadn't played out and I lost that to him. And I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
It just wanders around, doesn't it, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London.
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. I won that event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one was I had Mustafa Kanat to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result.
Manchester, what a turnout we have had. It's been great, hasn't it, Tower?
Oh, we're ready for day 2, and the numbers, oh my days, the numbers have been absolutely incredible. Just superb. The numbers, 17.
Yep, day 2 entries.
We said between 15 and 20. We got it bang on. So that weren't bad.
So you know what that means, 17 runners.
That means PK makes the team. Is that what it is?
It could be, But we have surpassed the $500,000 prize pool, which is crazy. We had a crazy day yesterday here in the card room. Day 1A, we had 283 entries. Sorry, day 1B. Terry Jordan bagged up the chip lead for that one. He entertained us the last session of the day, bagging up just under 175k. 54 runners in the turbo as well. Great numbers for that one. Andrew Baker was the chip leader in that one with 143k.
Yep.
And 147 players are coming back to play for day 2 today.
It has been absolutely incredible. It really has. And just to have a $500,000 prize pool
in Manchester
for the second successive GUKPT is just out of the water, because we had the pandemic and because we had the break, the stop, the 16 months of doing nothing, and we knew it was going to be a little bit busy when people coming back. It was a bit like the first time a coffee shop opens, that was it. We were straight into the queue and waiting 3 hours for a latte and all that. But the players have turned out from start to finish. The satellites before the tournament started, the 30-30, the mini, the Omaha, the seniors. Oh my God, the numbers have been incredible. Hats off to the staff, by the way, because the floor staff, 16-hour days, 17-hour days to make sure it runs absolutely perfect. Hats off to all the dealers and everybody involved in that room, because it has been amazing. It really has, and we're ready for day 2. We can't wait.
Yeah, good morning, Loz. Just tuned in. Michael Staffy as well, tuned in for today. We are set and ready to go.
He was watching the Rich Kelly interview, and he said it's a great interview. I'll tell you what,
they all are.
If I'd have just put the question in and let him ramble for 20 minutes, just Rich Kelly was brilliant. Yeah. How do you remember every hand you've played ever?
It's just some.
And how do you remember how you were in a spot? Oh yeah, I remember being sat next to him and talking about it, and then brilliant.
There's just some hands you always remember to have certain tournaments.
As you can see in the top right-hand corner, we are just about to start the game. But who we got?
In one is going to be Gurinder Perau, in 2 Chris Johnson, in 3 Yanis Liparis, in 4 Julian Martini, in 6 Lewis Spencer, in 7 Danny Pike, and in 8 Matt Syke. In 9 is MN. And as the players take their seats, what we're going to do, guys, we'll run you through some of the chip counts that are coming back for day 2.
Pick out who you might. Don't forget, tomorrow on Grosvenor Sport, there will be a book for day 3. The remaining players. I think we got down to about 20 in London, which was incredible. How we got down to 20 from 210, I'll never know. Yeah. But we did. Yeah. There will be a book on Grosvenor Sport in the morning from 8 a.m. in the morning. It shuts at 12. As soon as the first card is dealt, it shuts. But you can have a little bit of a flutter. I picked 2 of the 3 that finished on the final table that got there but didn't win. 14 to 1 shot won it. At the beginning of the day, it was 14, Joe Nicholas.
Yeah,
so if you do fancy a punt, it's a great idea from the team. So well done to Grosvenor Sport for getting it on. But we are getting close to the off. Hope you have a great day with us. We're looking forward to it. We can't wait for day 2 to evolve and see exactly how it goes. You can see the players are just about getting ready. Did Maria make it through last night, as we saw on the final table?
Maria
did she bag up last night?
Yeah, I remember her folding the last hand and getting a bag. I think she'd taken around 50k through, if I recall correctly, from yesterday. but her and Terry both in the field. Terry, one of the chip leaders, the main chip leader with all the chips, top of the shop at the moment. The man you just saw in the interview, Rich Kellett, he has the outright chip lead, 196k. He bagged that up on day 1A back on Thursday. So
I've seen him on one of the outer tables. It's not an easy table.
Well, to be honest, looking around the room and some of the names already tell there's no easy table out there. You're going to struggle to find yourself.
As you know, a couple of guys have asked about the blog. More social media orientated. PK's on the Facebook, he's on Twitter and Instagram. We're mainly concentrating on the live Cardroom Direct live feed, which is that's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the year. Chip counts will come up during the day. The guys input them onto the screen so you can see your favourite players, and every break what we will do is get the chip counts updated and stick them on. So we are just about ready. Do we get the chip counts?
We're going to go through them just before we start.
Excellent. Well, the dealer looks set. The dealer looks set. We are just about ready to start the game. I can hear them in my ear. Come on, son. Let's have a great day. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, I can't wait, Tal.
It's going to be
amazing. It's going to be a great day too.
A couple of minutes to go before we do actually get off. But good afternoon, everybody in every chat box. Don't forget you can watch us on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, on the GUKPT website as well. How many buy-ins directly for day 2? 17. 1 and 7. 1 and 7. 17. 17 there were, which we said last night between 15 and 20. So we got it absolutely bob on, which was really good. But yeah, 17 direct buy-ins, 16 big blinds. A tournament has been won from that.
Yeah, of course it has. 16 bigs on an hour clock tower. You've got plenty of time, so much time to find your hand to get it all in with, and then obviously you will have to hold a lot of the time.
Yeah. And who did we see last night waiting for the taxi to get back to the hotel? Who did we see walking out the door? Roberto Romanello.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he
played.
playing? I didn't know he played.
And he's back today. Roberto, he turned up last night. He saw that Manchester was on. He saw the look of the prize pool. He thought, I'll have some of that.
Yeah.
Turned up and played. Roberto Romanello came over and shook his hand as we were waiting for the cab back last night. So that was brilliant. Michael Crass is dealing, he's shuffling, he's riffling the cards. It looks like we are ready to go. Blinds are going to be 6-12. We're in for a fantastic day. Cannot wait. We cannot wait at all. We're looking forward to this. Macapac's on a bit of a heater. Final table in London. Chris Johnson in seat number 2. Good stack as well. Can he do it?
Yeah, Yanis Liparis.
Well, here we go.
GUKPT champion back in Blackpool in 2019.
Yeah.
And then Julian Martini, second in the PSPC a year and a half ago for $3.1 million. So this is some table we've got here, Tower. This is going to be a good watch the first couple of hours.
Yep.
And we are off. And Danny would have had Kings first hand of the day, but he's late. He's not at the table.
Unbelievable.
Into the muck they go. I remember the first tuning in, the first hand of the final table in London. Danny had Kings as well on the featured table, but not here. So Majid's
absolutely unbelievable.
Majid's got licence to open with a 9-8 suited first hand of the day, makes it 2.5, and Chris, big stack here in the big blind, going to defend the 10-4 of diamonds. Heads up. Okay. To the flop.
8-3 deuce.
That's top
Not
pair.
many red cards there.
Not many. Top pair for Majid is going to have a pretty easy continue here. And Chris can't really do anything but fold. And Majid takes the first pot of the day. And there's the chip counts. Players in the danger zone, Twan and Matt, 16 bigs and 13 bigs. They're going to be looking for a spot this session to try and get them in good and potentially double up. At the big stack, Chris Johnson, 166k, 130 bigs, and he is in a great spot to start the day. So, good afternoon, Fishmonger. Just tuned in. Afternoon, Jim Marlowe, watching all the way from the Caribbean.
No way. What time is it in the Caribbean? Chico time. Remember that 6-month wonder. It's Chico time. Ah, brilliant. Watching in the Caribbean. Plus 5 hours. Why, are you there as well, Asifo? He was the first to answer.
He's probably been there enough times to see. He's probably 58 seats that he's won over.
So that's 5:30 in the afternoon. Minus 5 hours. Make up your mind. Come on, son, give us a chance. It's 7:36 a.m. That's early. That's dedication to watching the live stream.
It is.
Nice one, Jim.
So Lewis opening under the gun +2. The King Queen suited. Banjid has the same hand on, or in the cut off. He's going to make the call. And heads up.
Queen, deuce, 10. Rainbow.
Yeah, both players flopping top pair. Decent kick up. Obviously, it's going to end in a chop almost always, unless it does run out backdoor hearts. Ace of spades on the turn.
Make a difference to the way they bet.
Well, I'd like to see it go check now, tower, from both players. I know we can see it's going to end up in a chop, but this ace on the button, some ace jack that Majid can potentially have. He's going to fire now, and Lewis not going to go anywhere. He's going to make the call, especially getting this price, 3.5k to win 18.5k. So he's getting 5 to 1 on his money. And does make the call with second pair and a Broadway draw. And assuming the river's not a queen or a jack, it's just should always go check here on this 8 river, and they should chop it up. And there is the check, and they're going to chop this one up. Both with the King Queen.
So a guy's just said good morning to the team. Hi Tower, how are you keeping? His son doesn't have a GUKPT title, and is the most decorated poker player in the entire world, from the United Kingdom. Would you like to have a guess who the son is?
Yeah, I know the son is.
I know you know exactly who the son is. Simon Morman. How are you, young man? You've still got more GUKP titles than your son.
I saw his trophy cabinet.
Chris was showing off his trophy cabinet and there was one missing. Oh, great to have you watching, Simon. Played 1-1-1. It's not bad, is it?
That's all right.
And it was, if I remember rightly, it was a birthday present from Chris, because he didn't actually know what to buy him for his birthday. I think it might have been his 60th birthday present. Didn't know what to buy him. Ended up buying him to GKPT and won it. Happy birthday, Dad.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? A story like that. The fact that Chris hasn't won one either makes it even more great.
And the fact that he really wants to.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Carl Bellis sat watching. He'll have the football bets on. He'll have the Peroni in the hand. Might be tea at this time, but he might have the tea going on at the moment. Not too much of the Peroni at the minute, Carl Bellis. But he had the live stream on watching yesterday.
So 10-9-5 board goes check on the flop, 4 on the turn. Julian with the best hand here. After Chris has checked the flop, he's going to come in for a bet here with his third pair. Will be the best hand some of the time. Expect Chris to bet all his 10x, may check back some 9x in there that he opens on the button, as well as 6s through 8s. So Julian coming in with his bet here, just to deny equity to sort of the overcards that Chris can have here, opening on the button, and gets the job done. And Julian are going to take that one.
Simon says it's all good. He still winds him up about it, and it was his 52nd birthday. Apologies about that, but yeah, it was a fantastic story. It always has made us chuckle, and Chris talked about it as well when we interviewed him. How's Trig doing? We'll get the chip counts up on a regular basis. We'll have the input at every 2 levels, as many as we can, of the players. But don't get there's Facebook will be updated with chip counts, and PK will be doing the social media regarding all that. So we will let you know as much as we can about the movers and groovers around the room. Obviously with the obviously yesterday and Thursday and Friday, a lot more gassing going on at the beginning of the day, but this is day 2. So literally we're straight into the action because everybody's got a stack.
Yep.
And this is the elimination chamber.
Yeah, exactly.
This is it.
It's going to be a great watch from the start.
There are no re-entries. This is it. Once you're out,
Yep, you're
it's
out. Elimination
sayonara.
chamber. I like it.
Get to the bar to watch the match. That's what it is.
So you see, folded around to Yanis on the button. Opens 10-3 suited. Can open very wide once folded to you, especially if you're confident in your post-flop abilities. And a 10-8-3 flop. Flopping top and bottom for Yanis. Not going to get too much action though, if any, from Tuan here. Just if Yanis does c-bet, which will be a lot of the time here with top and bottom. And Tuan can just make a quick fold. No action for Yanis there. It's going to be a good day, guys. I can assure you of that. The prize pool is huge. There's so many names in the field as well.
They're
Big
still,
names.
regarding prize pool and payouts, they're still working on it at the moment. As soon as we get it, you'll know it.
Where's 2,500?
So Yanis opening again in the cutoff. King 7 suited. And ace 2 suited here for Lewis in the big blind. Potentially we could have 3-bet this hand. Yanis going to be opening fairly wide in the cutoff. Good hand coming for a 3-bet bluff with. But calling fine too in the big, just taking the flop. And action flop, top pair for Lewis and second up flush draw for Yanis. Yanis got an easy continue here. It's ace high. We have a flush draw. We're the pre-flop aggressor, so we want to be coming in for a bet. Bet 2.3, and Lewis not going to be going anywhere after flopping top pair here. And we're going to take a turn. I think on brick turns we can double barrel this a lot of the time as Yanis. Even this turn, the 9 of hearts, 7-8, we have an immediate blocker to that, and we've actually picked up more equity here with our gut shot. As well as that, the big blind, as I always say, defends very, very wide. We can start applying pressure to one pair hands like 10x and 6x. Ace-X we know we're probably not going to get a fold from on a double barrel with a turn, but a large part of Lewis's range is going to be 10x, 6x, as well as the draws. So like this double barrel here from Yanis, makes a lot of sense. But Lewis in the big blind here, going to have to call again with his top pair. And does make the call. So it's going to be interesting on Brick Rivers whether Yanis is going to pull the trigger, really put some pressure on. Backdoor hearts does get there. That may be a scary card for Yanis because 10x of hearts and 6x of hearts are a thing, which would both call flop and turn after picking up more equity. So it just comes down to whether he thinks he can get Lewis to fold enough hands here on the river, but it's a good check from Yanis because he would have got snapped off after Lewis rivering aces up. So good time check there on the river, didn't go for it. I think maybe it was an offsuit deuce, we may have seen the bet, but like I said, 6 and 10x of hearts were both in there then, so Yanis choosing to give up, which is fine.
What did we have the under or overs on the first prize?
I had 106k, but I know it's well off because I've seen the prize.
How much was the bet for $1 million? Was it? Was it $1 million? Was it 1.2 million?
$1 million yen, maybe.
Yeah. First prize has just been announced. The top 10 prizes I have at this moment in time. The full payout structure will be up in the chat box very soon. First prize in Manchester for the biggest GUKPT ever in this town is £134,000.
That is just ridiculous, Tower.
£91,600 if you play the very last hand and you lose it. And when Andy Hills chopped it, I think he got 45, didn't he?
He did.
Well, now it's 54,000 for third. If we hit the final table and we make the money, if we hit the final table and get on the final table, ninth locks up £7,600. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Well done, one and all. Well done, one and all. Just amazing.
Danny's just taken his seat, arriving just over 15 minutes late. And defends the 9-5 off in the big blind after Julian opened the ace-king. Queen, queen, deuce, pair board here. Expect Julian to be continuing this a lot of the time. Obviously don't need to go big. Go fairly small on this type of board and snap fold from Danny. Danny coming third in London.
Yeah, Chris was fourth in London as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, Chris was
They're
fourth,
locking
Danny was
horns.
third. Ewan won it, he's on the outer table.
First to active. Fold. 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 Fold.
It's not 1 o'clock yet, Kev. It's not 1 o'clock. Don't jump the gun. I know you're excited, and I've already put on Twitter that the first Towers treble of the live stream is a 22-1 shot. I'm getting excited. Grosvenor Sports, the place to be. Will be tomorrow. Final day. Have a gamble on the players that are left. Ho, ho, ho. But back to the table goes first all in.
6-4 off for Danny, rips it all in for 48k.
Did the nines have to get out of the way then?
Yeah.
Why did the nines get out of the way?
Because he's ripped in 40 bigs, that's why, and obviously don't know Danny as well as I do. There must be a 25-50 PLO game going on down the road, and just sat down and he's ripped it in with a 6-4.
Okay.
Putting on a little show. Got a laugh at that one. He actually got the nines out of the way. I think he's just fed up with Julian opening.
Nate Poulton's got it right. Afternoon all. We've got the setup. iPad for the poker. We've got the football on the telly. We'll ship the kids off to the Gran Canaria if Carlsberg did Saturdays. Love it. Love it.
So Yanis, queens under the gun +2.
Res 2500. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Makes it 2.5, and Danny with deuces here on the button. So chooses to call.
Fold.
And Majid going to come in with the suited 10-3 in the big blind, getting a nice price. Middle set for Yanis, effective nuts, assuming that kings are always going to 3-bet. Great flop for him here. Like to see him continue. And no, he's not going to get any action at all, but want to be continuing here, start building the pot for ourselves with such a strong hand. Don't block any top pairs. So going to be getting that one through. So, good afternoon everyone, if you are tuned in. This is day 2 here in Manchester. We had 147 players coming back for day 2. They are playing for £130,000, as Tower just mentioned. It's going to be a really, really good day here.
17 day 2 binds. That's like the norm now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because the structure's that good.
Yeah, that's all it is, Tower. Obviously people aren't just going to come and play the day 2 unless they can't make the day 1s, but when you do bust the back end of a day 1B, it's good that you can have another shot on day 2 for 16 bigs, and on the hour clock it's fine, because in them first couple of hours you will get that spot to try and get your chips in. And Lewis here finds the boots in the hijack, raises it up, and Danny with 6-5 of spades here just lets it go. And Majid, King Jack suited, won't be going anywhere. And Gorinda here, Ace Queen in the big blind. Interesting spot for him. He's playing 28 big blinds, so could potentially just move in here, Tower. I wouldn't mind it. I actually like it more than a flat. There it is. There it is, all in. It's he's ran right into aces here. So Lewis is going to love this, but it's just unlucky here for Gorinda. This is perfectly fine from him with the ace queen. Sometimes you're just going to run into it, and he's going to get the bad news, and it's so hard. So hard not to rip there, and we all know how hard it is to.
8% equity.
Yeah, we all know how hard it is to beat aces when you've got an ace in your hand.
Absolutely.
Pre-flop. 8% and 974 rainbow.
If it was ace jack, you'd have had a better chance.
Yeah.
You
Stop.
Oh,
no, don't do the running
It's always
queens.
a swear. We never have running queens, do we?
Never does it come running queens.
No.
5 on the river.
Imagine that running queens.
Last
one.
I'm going to start charging you £1 every time you mention that now, Tower.
Well, you've not told everybody the whole story, so I'm going to mention it until you do. You said it's here for another day.
Yeah,
well, today's another day.
Okay.
Or is it still too early? Shall we do it in Coventry? Shall we wait till Coventry?
It's done now. The hand's done. You move on. You get on with it. It happens. These things happen.
Okay.
It's poker.
It is.
12, seat 1.
So the first elimination on our feature.
So Yanis chooses to open King 7 suited under the gun here. A little bit on the loose side, but obviously feels comfortable at the table. But there are a couple of bosses on it, so we do need to be wary. And Danny just ripped him 48k, 40 big blinds with the pocket tens. Oh, Chris has got the boots in the big blind.
What is this dealer doing to us?
Danny's just run into it.
He's giving us action, baby.
He's just completely run into it here. Maybe a bit too many bigs to be shoving 40 bigs over just a single open.
Yeah.
But going to need to find a 10 now to keep our tournament alive. Otherwise, Chris is going to have a huge stack. 2 on the turn, so going to need a black 10 on the river. And it's the 3 of diamonds, so we are going to lose
Danny, oh boy.
Danny Pike from
Lucky
the
Danny.
field.
Look at that, 200,000 plus for Chris. Macapac, CPJNS Johnson. Man was 4th. Thank you. Man was 4th in London. Anybody going to stop him? Man, a few words, Chris. Man, a very few words. Nods when you say hello. Hello. Chats in the chat box. Fine. Just nods very quietly. Gets it quietly. Never fist pumps. Never gets emotional at the table. Gets it quietly. Super player. The full payout structure's there. The total prize pool was £508,800. 26% first prize. It used to be 28.
The percentage decreases, Tower, the more the runners go up usually.
We are paying 47.
47
paid. And you double your buying, because it's £2,050. You just more or less double your buying, which is great.
The really happy fun guy, we will get the command sorted out in Twitch as soon as possible, so you can see the payout structure, everything that's going on.
Yeah, that's PK's job.
But PK's just on the floor at the moment, but he'll be on the case and we'll get that all set up and ready for everyone watching via Twitch. Chris takes that one down after 3-betting the open from Lewis with the Queen Jack. And we're 6-handed at the moment, so I'm assuming there's going to be some balancing going on very soon. We'll get a couple of plays.
Can you just force forward that just to make sure it's okay? See the bit here. Yeah. You verify that, yeah? Oh, right. Yeah, the graphics are just open up.
So 8-7 suited for Twan under the gun. May see some players open that off a bigger stack size, but off a Twan stack size, like the fold there. Lewis with a pair here. Wants to be opening the 5s, makes it 3k. Chris on the button here, King 9 suited. Just going to come in for a call. 3-bet in this hand as a bluff is okay as well. Yanis here got an easy squeeze here in the small blind. Probably wants to make it between sort of 13, 15k, that sort of sizing is what I'd like to see from him.
There's 14,000.
Makes it 14k, and gonna get that one through. Nice pick up from him with the ace king.
So it's nearly 1 o'clock. It's nearly 1 o'clock. I have just pressed tweet.
Towers treble is out. What you've all been waiting for, the reason you're all tuned in. Towers treble.
Absolutely. Towers treble is live. It is on a Twitter. But I'll give you the information. Oh, that all you have been waiting for. Straight after this hand.
Ace Queen suited for Yanis now. Going to open on the button. Julian gets out the way and action on Twan, who moves all in. Snap call from Yanis, and Twan gets the bad news. Shoving 12 bigs over button open from Yanis. We saw Yanis open 10-3 suited last orbit, so this shove from Twan is fine. It's just once again run into it, and we're going to be under it here because Yanis has flopped the flush draw. Just looking for a jack on the river.
Does it come?
To keep us alive. And it's the 9, so Yanis gonna bust out.
Unlucky Yanis.
From the tournament. And Yanis up to 80k.
A dangerous player as well.
Very dangerous player. But same scenario with the ace queen versus aces, guys. It may look very bad getting it in with not the most equity pre-flop, but the shoves from both players there are fine. The queen jack's fine with 12 bigs over the button open. The ace queen's fine. It's just unlucky. Sometimes you run into it. That's it. Afternoon, Jim lad.
Right, Towers treble. We're going to mention it. Grosvenor Sport. Get yourself on. Unfortunately for one person, it's a bet against his team, but I'm not. It's all about making money. Towers treble today is 22s. 22 to 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are going Burnley to beat Brighton and Hove Albion, because Burnley at home are great. Fans back first time. Turf Moor, happy place, get in there. Swindon Town, great home form. Carlisle, don't like to travel. It's a long way down. Going for Swindon, big price. And I'm going for Reading, because Reading at the Majeski, really good. Preston are rubbish, so I'm thinking Reading should be 3 or 4-0 winners. That's me 22 to 1 treble. And if you want to get a little bit spicy and spice it up, I've gone for Oxford United because I think Oxford are going to be a team to watch in League One this year. And Oxford to beat Charlton, tough game, but it gives us a near 60 to 1 4-timer. That is it. I've told you once, get on Twitter and follow it. Get on Grosvenor Sport and put the bet on, and that is where we make money this afternoon.
There you are, guys. Towers treble. Have a little flutter. Be nice if it comes in, all of us winning together. And then if it don't win, you can blame Tower. There you go. So good luck to everyone with the bets this afternoon. I'm sure there'll be plenty of punting going on with the football.
Absolutely, and good old Mick the Mod. He's even stuck it in the chat box for us. We do have to make him a moderator.
Yeah,
we've got to sort it.
We should do a command for Towers treble.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, that would be just as
Where's
easy.
PK? Do you know how to do it all?
I do, but I don't have the login for the GUKPT, which is the main.
Well, I think
account.
we should. I think we need to prize it out of Boothie.
So we got all in a call here. So Julian opened the cut-off and Matt's shoved for 10 big blinds, and Julian's going to call it off with the Queen 10. Wow, what a flop for the 8-9 of diamonds.
That's as good as you get.
Yeah, looking for
when you're all in and need to hit.
Looking for a 10, 5 or diamond. And,
there's a 10.
That's not dead though, because Queen 10 has turned top 2. We do still need to fade a Queen or a 10 on this river now. And it's the King of Diamonds.
Oh,
a little bit more improvement, makes the flush and it gets the
We need
double
the
up.
straight, we've got the flush, we've got the lot. Does that mean you get a treble up? Nate Poulton says 1-0 Man United, Bruno Fernandes. Dino Rob says he fancies Brighton today. Well, the Towers treble's out there, guys. 22 to 1. I'm trying to make you money. All I can do is give you the information. I was up all night.
Up all night.
Studying.
In the lab.
I was there. I was up all night. I was studying. Up this morning. I was there. So Man United are winning, beating Leeds. Beating Leeds. Big rivalry. Man United Leeds. First time they played the first game of the season. Man United Leeds since 1970. So there you go. We'll give you information regarding the football as you give it us. We've got the poker on the go. What's happening in the room, Boothie?
Unbelievable, Jeff.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
I've just seen a hand. I can tell you because it wasn't on the feature.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy Jordan raises. Ben Margaret ships for 70k.
Yep.
Over the top, all in.
Probably does that knowing it's Terry and he's got a big hand.
Teddy calls, kings.
Terry's got kings.
Yeah. Then he's got eights.
8.
Oh no. Terry be spewing.
Yeah. Ben Marrigood's cracking the kings of Terry with the pocket 8s. Going to have chunks of chips in front of him now, I'm sure.
Wow.
And,
Big hand on the outer tables. We'll do quite a few pans of the card room as well that we can stick in during the breaks and during the live stream. We'll have the guys with the outer cameras flicking it round on a regular basis because it's a massive day 2 here in Manchester.
Can you just count your chips, please, mate? Just have to give the graphics guy any. Sorry about that. Cheers. Mitch in seat 5, and what's his name? Nick in seat number 7. Yeah, that's right. 72,000, yeah. So 72,000 from us, 78,000 from Mitch. And how much do you have? Just 69 for me. For Nick. Cheers. That's right.
How many left, says Mr. Dustbin Daly. How you doing, Mark? Hope you're well. Oh, Towers Treble's getting some love on the old Twitter. Love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Loving it like that.
PK, could you do the commands for Twitch, please? Yeah, the prize pool. And just what day it is.
raising hand when I called it.
Really?
Honestly, I got a raising.
Yeah, okay. Shall I see this?
Check. Heads up.
One blind check as well, okay?
Kind of wish I
Check. And check.
at least took in the moment a bit more. Everyone said they're the biggest tournament of their life. And just like,
No, I know Maz comes to my place.
Bet. Has to be 1,200 bet. Same size to big white. Bet 1, 2.
for me not to be able to remember how I lost these.
Alright.
And a full. Shows the S of diamonds.
Nice ace.
You took him in there, didn't you?
If Mitch was in there, I'd go all in.
It's a quick move that he's made with one hand. I'm waiting for another.
Mitch is in the pot I'm morning as well.
Full.
So we're just about to we're just trying getting Jay as a what are you on what are you on Twitch? What are you on Twitch now? Are you a moderator?
No, I was already a moderator. I've got the GUKPT channel now. I'm the top of the top. Got the login.
So do you, in between events when they're asking you to get some stuff on, that'll be it.
I've got to get back to this hand here, Tower, because we got action and Majid just folds the pocket jacks there on the button. Very disciplined lay down, but Lewis coming in for the 3-bet bluff and the low jack here with King Queen, and fine this from Lewis, perfectly fine. I've said it 3 times today, and all 3 players have run into it, but once again this is a fine hand to 3-bet. Great removal. Kings, queens, ace king, ace queen, a lot harder for our opponent to have because we have a king and a queen in our hand. We've got position on Mitch, who is a competent player, can be opening all sorts of hands, doesn't need to be super nutted here. But going to be interesting to see how Mitch proceeds with this one. If he is going to 4-bet, probably going to come in somewhere around 17k mark. And then Lewis will just get out of the way with the King Queen, unless he really wants to get into some sort of battle. Come in for the 5-bet, we just can't flat there with the King Queen off, and Mitch going to take that one with the Kings. Fine to 3-bet bluff the King Queen now. Unfortunately, just run into the top end of Mitch's range.
So here we go. We're going to get Jay on the command centre for Towers treble. Gamble responsibly. Get yourself in. We are going to. Aye. We're on that. Don't forget Towers treble, Grosvenor Sports. We'll come to that after this, because this is the 20 starting stacks of the day. Kellett 196. We've seen Teddy Jordan lose a big chunk. Jack Oliver 166, man to watch. Chris Johnson, as we know, 166. Stuart Lord, Ethan Brown. We're looking at all these players. Have you seen any names you fancy?
Well, Chris Maguire's in there, 143k, great stack for him. Lynn Kanji,
final
very good
last
player,
time in London.
131. Yeah, Cody Wagner, I see with a stack as well, 118k. Definitely 3 players to look out for, all with over the 100k. But some names in there. Tower
and Keith's brother, 114.5. We are ready. That was the chip sacks at the start of the day. We'll update them all day long.
Today's going to be Chris's day. He's got aces again in the small blind this time. Makes it 8.2k over the open from Maz on the button. And Yanis here, 10-9 suited, just going to get out of the way now in the big. And Maz has to fold the king 3 on the button. No action for Chris.
So we have the treble on. We're going to get the command on there, so you can type in ! Towers treble, and we'll get you that on there. Grosvenor Sports. Don't forget tomorrow when we're having a little punt on the final players for day 3. That'll be good. Plenty going on poker wise as well. We've got the closer at 50,000 guarantee. That's at 7 tomorrow night. We've got the live stream free roll at 6. That as a password we'll give you it out sometime tomorrow. Reading, Burnley and Swindon for bacon rolls is on. Come on, team.
Bacon rolls.
Come on, team. Well, it's bacon ruffles.
Reading, Burnley, Swindon.
Yes, and if you want to feel a bit juicy and a little bit of a gamble, stick in Oxford United as well. Oh, ho, ho. The bookies will be shutting down at 5 o'clock. We'll get a sponsor one day. You know, when I get one up, whenever that may be.
One day.
Yeah.
Burnley, Reading and
Swindon Town. Or Swindon Tea. $134,000 up top. It is incredible. And some people will go, oh, it's a bit top heavy, isn't it? But there's always got to be a winner. You can't just have it flat out all the way through. They're paying bang on what it should be. 47 getting the money.
I think a lot of players prefer it being top heavy. So the G continues for 3.8. Nick not going to be going anywhere here with the Queen Jack. Nick was actually a pre-flop road. I actually like this check from Nick now. Jack 8-8 was the flop after we opened the Queen Jack, and decided to come in for the check call with the Queen Jack. Didn't bet it, and actually induced the bet from Majid, and it looks like he's going to induce another bet from him. So this check's actually worked out very, very well. We're not going to be folding here as Nick. We're checking top pair for deception. We're going to have to call again here. Also picked up a straight draw to go with our top pair. And the thing is, always think about what your perceived range is to your opponent here, and after we check this flop, Majid may just believe we have a hand like ace king, ace queen, ace 10 with some backdoors that's floated, and that's the credit. The good thing about checking this top pair, some of the times it makes our range look like something that it's not, but this river, I think we'll see it go check check. I don't think Majid's going to turn the threes into a bluff, especially if he does think that Nick is very like ace high heavy here. He's going to take it anyway. He does have a bit of showdown, and nice little play there from Nick coming in for the check call after flopping top pair the whole way, and probably got a little bit more value than he would have done if he did choose to continue. But he takes that pot.
Gareth Law apologises for turning the stream off at 10 PM last night after he saw Queen's folded and Ace King folded twice pre-flop. He said, what else did I miss? And they were all true. Yeah, it was a strange session, and Jay did go out and ask Craig what the reasoning behind it was, and the actual sentence was, I just didn't fancy it. Bainwall says, Burnley Brighton have got 0-0 written all over it. Mick the Mod says, you're bound to get a sponsor, because people punching on that will never win. It's not. It's coming in. Grosvenor Sport. It's the place to be.
Jack 10 suited from Maz. Going to open this one in the hijack. Makes it 2.5. Just slightly over the min click. Wow, what
3,
a
4,
flop.
5 flop, all spades. Nice flop for Maz.
Yeah, Mitch literally drawing dead here too.
Yeah.
A running straight flush chop.
Yeah, that'll be the end of it.
So there's a chip counts, Chris. Really nice spot to be in this stage of the day. 216k. Over 10x starting stack. Folds all the way around to Yanis in the cut-off. He looks down at Jack 9 here. Thinks better of it, and Julian not going to open the Jack 3 off on the button, and the Mitch will be continuing with this hand, whether it be in the form of a complete or a raise. Does just complete. And Lewis here in the big blind with the King 8, going to check his option. Blind on blind.
Flop time 10-2-6. It's 4+1, but
So I'd like to see Mitch come in for a lead here after flopping a flush draw. Have just Jack high. No made hand yet, so want to potentially try and get our opponent to fold some better Jack highs, Queen highs, King highs in there. Ace high is not going to go away. A call from Lewis, 4-1 big, and the Ace of clubs on the turn. Wouldn't mind seeing the double barrel here now on this Ace. Assuming that we are going to complete a very lot of hands, strong and weak in the small, we can credibly rep this. And the other thing as well, Lewis is probably going to raise quite a fair amount of his Ace-X once we complete, so that's not really a card that's going to hit him too much, and we would still have equity to our flush and the 4 hearts on the river, so we make the flush here as Mitch. Now we've got to start thinking about hands that Lewis has called us with on the flop and check back turn. There's going to be some 6x, deuce-x in there, perhaps some weak 10x, like a 10-3, 10-5 off type hand, so maybe elect for a sort of 4k bet around 3/4 pot, 2/3 pot. I don't think we want to be going too big in this spot just because of how the way the hands play. Got to be thinking about hands we want to try and get called by, but Mitch did elect to go large. Maybe he thought there could be some worse flushes in there that Lewis could potentially have, but going to take that one. Lewis not getting tricky even with the King of Hearts in his hand.
did Craig make day 2 by folding the rest of the night?
He did make day 2, Craig. He didn't actually fold the rest of the night. He did get involved a couple of times, I think, on the other table. I was talking to Tom Hall this morning for about 10 minutes, and they had a bit of fun going on the outer table. Him and Carl Shaw were playing the 7 deuce game for £70, and after they put the 7 deuce game on, Carl Shaw opens, I think, under the gun first hand, gets a caller, C-bet, shows the 7 deuce, and Tom does 70 quid straight away.
Love it,
there was a lot of fun going on from that table, what I heard, which is
love
great
the old
to see.
7 deuce game. I think last time I played it, I won £1.
Like, I know it's a 12.50 comp and it can be quite serious and whatnot, but it's really good to see when you get banter like that and lots of fun going on the outer tables. It just makes it a lot more enjoyable. Open here from a G under the gun +1. Chris with ace-10 off. We're going to continue here. Much prefer to see a 3-bet than a flat. And does 3-bet, makes it 5.9. Action going to be back on Majid here with the ladies. Obviously, Majid's not Craig, so he is going to be continuing here. Whether it be in the form of a flat or a 4-bet, I'm not too sure. Obviously, we can go with either way. Chris does have all the chips. He's an aggressive player. Obviously, Queen's massive hand here, but Majid does choose to 4-bet here and just throws 1 chip in. So 4-bet to 25k. It's a really big 4-bet size, going a full 4x, more than 4x here, and Chris just going to have to get out of the way here now. Finds a 4-bet. Queen's there obviously, but maybe you just want to go a little bit smaller than that. Definitely 4x, maybe a pinch too large, but gets the job done.
10 minutes to go of the first level with the blinds at 6-12. They then go to 8-16. 30-30s next week. There's an online leg on Wednesday. And don't forget, if you do bag up at the end of the night, you can choose where you want to go and play. Love that idea. That's a great idea.
So we've got ace-3 suited in the cut-off for Mitch. Easy open for him, and Lewis on the button with the ace-7 of diamonds. Just chooses the call once Ben. Can potentially 3-bet this hand, but can't always be free betting them. We'll mix in some flats. All about sort of devising your own strategy, how often, what frequency you're going to free bet bluff with certain hands. And a good way to randomise that is sort of maybe pick a combination of suits, and when you do get dealt that certain hand and it is in that suit, use that as when you are going to free bet to keep it nice and random. Makes it very difficult for opponents to play against you. So Mitch continuing here, just with ace high. It does have backdoor nut flush draw. Lewis going to be making the call with middle pair, top kicker, backdoor diamonds.
Turn, the 3 of clubs.
It does pick up bottom pair, but it's not really going to change much here for Mitch. If we were losing on the flop, we're still going to be losing now, either after we catch that free, so he is going to check it over. As well as that, you need to be aware of the button's calling range. Once we open cut off, there's going to be Queen 10, Queen Jack, King Queen in there that didn't choose the 3 bet, maybe some Queen 9 suited. We'll have a fair amount of Queen X Lewis.
Checking the ace on the river.
That is, oh my, that is the coldest river that could have come in the deck. 2 aces left, and the dealer somehow manages to find one. And
2 pair over 2 pair.
Yeah, so Mitch going to want to lead here, because if Lewis does have a Queen X hand, he's going to check it back. Ace Queen's going to free bet, so we can remove that from his range. So I'm like the lead here from Mitch. No need to check it over. We want to try to get value from our 2 pair, but now we're Lewis here. Really like to see a raise from him.
You make sure about 22.
Like we can do the same as well. We can exclude Ace Queen from Mitch's range. He's probably going to double barrel that on the turn. So Mitch can't really have Ace Queen in this spot, so aces and 7s the next best hand, so really would like to see a raise here from Lewis. Maybe around 3x, somewhere around 30,000 be the size I'd like to see him choose, and then Mitch is actually going to be in a really, really gross spot.
And he'll make the call.
So there is the raise. Won't make the call straight away, Tower, because what needs to go through his head now is what hands can we potentially beat here now of ace 3. Let's say, for example, Lewis, he just can't have 2, like any other 2 pair here except aces up. So our hand now becomes a stone cold bluff catcher here. And is Lewis ever going to turn like a Queen X hand into a bluff? So if he had Queen Jack, Queen 10, is he ever going to raise that on the river? Probably not. So if we actually break this one down here, Mitch might be able to find the hero fold, Tower. I know you said he's going to call, but if he really thinks about this spot here, like the bluffs that Mitch is supposed to have, like the 6-5 suited on the button that he may have called gets there on the turn, we're behind to that. Queen X isn't going to turn its hand into a bluff. So these are the hands that are going to call on the flop here. 7X may elect to turn a hand into a bluff, blocks a set of 7s, so that might be one of the bluffs here. A hand like 7-8 suited or 7-6 suited that blocks 6-5, 7-5 suited, something like that would be a good hand to bluff with in this spot. But I just don't think that too many players are ever going to raise this spot as a bluff, because this board is actually a lot better, other than the 6-5 suited, which still both players can have cut-off and button ranges, but this board should be a lot better for Mitch here. And in these spots, players tend not to bluff these, because Mitch has got the aces, he's got the queens, he's got the ace queen. Maybe not the ace queen because going to double turn, but he's got a lot more stronger hands here. And obviously ace king on the river as well is a hand that he can have. So it's just a spot that's going to be underbluffed so often, and when it comes down to value hands that Lewis can have in this spot, we never beat any of the value he can have. He can't have any worse 2 pairs. Look at that fold, Tower. That is a great fold, and it's just breaking the hand down and thinking about it. And once you really think deeply about that spot, assuming that Lewis isn't going to turn like a 7x hand into a bluff, we just don't beat anything. All his 1 pair hands are going to call. We can't have any 2 pair combos after he calls flop, other than the aces up, and we've got the worst aces up, so we have to let it go. And it's a really, really good laydown to see, because not a lot of players make that fold, and a really, really good fold. He's going to be chuffed when he sees that one back.
That's why he's won the title.
He's also got sets in there as well, should mention them. Set of 7s, set of 4s, flopped sets. definitely in the range of Lewis, but really nice hand to watch there, and
very, very good fold. And just
good to see.
Just analysed it just to perfection. Heading towards level 2, and there's been interesting play so far already.
So Mitch, ace 2 in the hijack, raises to 2.5k. We got Majid going to defend the 10-3 suited. Queen 4-5 rainbow.
Afternoon, Vanessa Bennett. Hope you're well. Live stream is on until midnight 30-ish. Some point during the day there'll be a bubble for the money. 47 players are getting paid, and it's £134,000 up top, which is a phenomenal amount. Over £500,000 in the prize pool. Ryan Dodd says, is there a trophy for the side events or just the main events? I think it's just the main, isn't it? Is there a trophy for the side events? I don't think there are, is there? I don't think we've seen any pictures. There might be. I mean, that's something I don't. It's a good question, right? Aye, aye. Sam Oledge. Sambo.
Morning, Sam.
Any updates on how Ben Teague is getting on would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. We will let you know. There will be quite a big chip count.
Oh, we're on.
Quite a big chip count coming scrolling at the start of every level. That will happen, but we have a few exits to talk about. There are a few who have been eliminated. We know it's always fast and furious in the early starts. Guy Taylor's a bit of a big one.
Yeah, Guy Taylor, obviously always
Cully,
expect him to do well.
Former champion.
Yeah,
and there you see Craig Dawson.
Craig Dawson's out. Oh, no.
Unfortunately, I wonder if he went out with a bigger hand than Queens.
Dan Cholton out as well.
Oh no, he had a big
Yeah,
stack.
he did have a big stack. Andrew Cristoforo out the door. Roberto Romero.
Roberto's gone. Oh, Roberto, well, we wanted to see you at the first break, so I could go to see everybody.
Yeah, Twan Lee we saw on the featured. Danny we saw on the featured, as well as Gorinda.
Yeah. Quite a few names.
Yeah, Charles Hill's out.
Fourth here in Manchester. And Philip Clark. So that was a list of the players that have been eliminated in the early
It's good that,
play
ain't it?
of day 2. Yeah, we like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Like that a lot. Tell you what, these guys in the background are improving it. They're making us look good.
Yeah, they are.
They're making us look right good.
Action here, Tao. Going to jump straight back in because Julian opening the pocket sixes, flopping middle set here on Jack 6-3, and he's going to get action because Chris in the big blind with the second nut flush draw. G days 4 of clubs here, folds, and Chris won't be going anywhere. He needs to decide whether he wants to continue in the form of a call or a raise. Obviously Julian opening under the gun +1. We'll have a lot of strong hands in there, so looks like Chris just going to play cautiously, make the call, see if we can potentially snag a heart on the turn. 7 of diamonds does give us more equity. A 4 would now make us a 7 high straight. I can't see Chris folding to a turn bet here, unless Julian does something crazy and rips for like 38k, but I can't see any way that Chris is ever going to fold here. But he's actually come in for a turn lead here, and I actually don't mind this. This is quite nice. We've still got king high. We can get Julian to fold some hands that are ahead of us, some ace highs that would fold to this turn lead, but unfortunately for us, just run into the middle set of Julian. Like from Chris's perspective, the hands that Julian has for value on the flop are queens plus, and then obviously the good jack X. But other than that, he does have quite a few hands that would potentially fold to this lead. Obviously all the ace highs, the king queens, king tens, as well as maybe some 8s, 9s and 10s as well. But probably not for this side, given him 4 to 1 and a call. And interested to see how Julian proceeds here, and he's going to keep some of Chris's bluffs in, I think. Is that a flat or is that a raise? No, it's a raise. Just clicks it back, makes it 11k. And Chris cannot fold here, getting direct price to find either a 4 or a heart. 5.6k to win 33.6k, so 6 to 1 and a call here, and we've got a big combo draw. And he just decides to put Julian in. Julian snaps, and off we go. Looking for a 4 or a heart.
For elimination, or Julian fades those and doubles. And give this guy chips, I'll tell you what.
King no good on the river.
Yeah. Give this guy chips, and it's going to make an interesting day 2.
Yeah, Julian's not the guy you want to have chips at the table. Absolute beast of a player. I think Hold'em's not even his main game either. I think he's a mixed game player. A lot. WSOP bracelet in Omaha High-Low. You ever played High-Low Tower?
Yeah, play. That's actually one of my games I play at when I go to Vegas.
Is that because you know?
I play the 4-8 limit.
Is that because if you're playing it right, you always get a quarter of the pot back? Is
Absolutely.
that why? Is
yeah,
that why?
can only lose half of it. 4-8 limit in the Venetian.
4-8 limit.
They have about 4 tables running.
4-8 limit.
Yeah, it's a great game. 1 bet, 2 bet, 3 bet. That's where it comes from, you know. Limit poker. 1 bet, 2 bet, 3 bet. Yeah.
And CJ's eyes closing.
I couldn't think of anything worse, to be fair.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, pal. I love it. Sit there, drink 14 free coffees.
Limit poker.
See, that's gone. All them days are gone with all them complimentary drinks in the Venetian. Gone. Valleys on the floor. Gone. Don't happen anymore. Changed forever. We'll still go over though. Sam says, good to see football back, good to see the fans back, and Arsenal are in big trouble. He's now favourite to get the sack first in the Premier League, is Mikel Arteta.
I'd love to see him go down. I know it's probably never going to happen, but if Arsenal went down, it would just be the best thing, wouldn't it?
Would be for a Tottenham fan.
Yeah, it would be. I think I'd actually take them.
That's like a Liverpool fan saying, I hope Everton go down.
I think I'd probably take them going down over us winning the league, to be fair, Tower.
Well, that's never going to happen either. So you're just predicting stuff that's never going to happen. Oh, we've got our updates going on. The real fun guy says it's 1-1 at Old Trafford. Oi, oi, what a strike, says Prof 23. We're watching the highlights later. Wowzers, jabowzers. Big game for the first game of the season, I think.
Yeah, Leeds are going to definitely be all right this season. I think they'll definitely make a challenge for the top 10 at least. I can't see them going down.
Leeds? No. They'll definitely finish in top 10. Well, I'm saying definitely. So with those eliminations, how many are left in the field? Oh, 100 and... What do we start with? 140?
147.
147. And we're down to 120.
So Maz Queen 10 in the hijack. Going to be opening this one. Blinds are now up. We're now into the 1,000, 1,500 level. We're running 1,500 big blind ante. Level 2 of the day. Yanis on the button here. Should be getting out of the way. Not sure what. He hasn't got cards. Just waiting for it to catch up. Thought he was thinking about coming in for a random free bet there, but we're just waiting for action to catch up. As Julian is going to come in for what looks like a 3-bet here with the pocket sevens. Makes it 8.5. Fairly small size in here, out of position, but gets Maz to fold the Queen 10. Prof says you would not believe who scored this beauty. Whoever scored Tower probably had him to score the way he's running at the moment.
What's your treble, Tower? Says Mark Adair on Facebook. The treble today, my friend, seeing as though you're on Facebook, you won't get the command for Twitch. Reading, Burnley and Swindon. We've gone for a 20-1 treble. I think it's 22s, 20s, might be 19s now. See, all the money's going on it, you see. I also think I had a 10% boost as well on Grosvenor Sports. Yeah. Reading, Burnley and Swindon Town for a 20-1 treble around there. And then Oxford United if you want to go in for the Yaka at home to Charlton. That's a bit of a toughie, but it gives you a near 60-1 four time.
I'd really like to see a free bet here from Lewis, especially how active Julian is going to be on the button. He's going to be opening so wide here, and we've just got the perfect free bet bluff hand with the ace-5 suited. Just make it around 14k and around 4x and try and take it down uncontested pre. It makes it 12, 3.5, tad smaller. Julian King deuce of diamonds here on the button. Just gets out of the way, and it's really nice there from Lewis, just understanding that we need to incorporate some bluffs in, and this is one of the best hands to do it with. Obviously we block aces, we've got some good removal to strong ace-x hands. The times that we are called ace-5 suited, as long as we're not up against the boost, we're always going to have around 30% equity against all of our opponent's range.
So our intrepid reporters tell us Man United have scored straight away. It's now 2-1.
It was good while it lasted.
Greenwood scored. What a beauty. There you go. Thanks guys, keeping us updated. We know it's all about the poker, understand that. But we do like the Towers treble and
and it is the first day of the season.
Absolutely.
Like proper first day of the season, so There's
Yeah.
obviously going to be a bit of football chat throughout
And
the
we're
day.
going to have a gamble on Grosvenor Sport, so
But don't worry, any action, any big hands
absolutely
that
at
are
all times.
ongoing, I will be straight on the case. And right here, we have got Maz opening the pocket eights. Mitch chooses to call on the button with the deuces, and Nick's going to come along with the ace deuce. And that flops top pair on ace 10 for rainbow. We'll be playing in float, checking over to Maz, who was the pre-flop aggression here. Wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Maz. He's going to have lots of bets on this board. Freeway, ace high rainbow. Going to be very good for us range-wise. Mitch can now get out of the way with the deuces, and Nick here, ace deuce, not going to be going anywhere. Got top pair. We understand that our opponent's going to be c-betting this board a higher frequency, so just going to make the call here. Don't need to raise. Obviously Maz still has ace king, ace queen, ace jack, pocket tens, pocket fours, aces even though it's very difficult. There's only one combo. Six hearts on the turn, and expect Maz to come in for the check now after he's been called once. Thinking about range of hands Nick's going to call with. He's probably going to fold 4x against early position open, so his range is pretty defined here on a rainbow board. It's going to be ace-x or 10x a lot of the time. Pocket fours in there for traps, but as well as that, he's going to have some Broadway holdings, king queen, king jack, jack queen. But once this second barrel gets called here from Nick, Maz will be pretty confident that the worst hand Nick's going to have here is an ace-x hand or some sort of combo draw that's picked up backdoor hearts, like a queen jack of hearts type hand, or 10x of hearts, something like that. So I'll be very surprised, unless the river's an 8, if it didn't go check on the river. King of spades rolls off, and Maz looks like he's going to actually come in for a third barrel here, so just barreling with range here, that's all this is. He knows that this is going to be so much better for us than it is going to be for Nick here. We're going to have ace queen, ace jack, ace king, pocket tens. Kings shouldn't be in there because I doubt we're going to fire 2 barrels with pocket kings on this board. Obviously fours we can open early position, so that's another set we can have. And then it just comes down to bluffs. What bluffs as Nick here do we expect to be? Are we ever thinking Maz is doing what he's doing here and turning a hand like eights into a bluff? So I agree with a fold there from Nick. Sometimes you have to fold the best hand and you have to get bluff, because more often than not we're going to be wrong there. We will make the call. Maz just showing really big strength. Maybe the bluffs that Maz has there are hands like king queen, king jack, maybe like a queen 10 of hearts or a jack 10 of hearts. They're probably going to be the bluffs in his range that you expect him to bluff with, but just randomising one in with the eights there. Maz straight back into the action. 10-8 clubs under the gun +1. 3.2. Action on Mitch in the cutoff. Looks like he's got a decision. Opts to just flat. The ace-10 suited. I like decisions flat here from Mitch with the ace-10. Obviously ace-10 off, maybe going to 3-bet more on this hand, but it's a nice hand to call with in position. Great playability. It's not nice when we do 3-bet and get 4-bet and have to fold it, so just going to call in position, and that's going to bring Nick in with the suited connectors in the small 5-4. He wants to get involved, and Matt in the big blind just sat down. Ace-7 going to make the call, getting a really nice price. 4-way action.
Flop time 2-7 jack, 2 diamonds.
And so 5-4 of Nick has actually flopped the flush draw here. Ace high is actually for Mitch. And Maz with a gut shot, Matt with middle pair top kicker. So Mitch going to come in for a bet here. We'll have plenty of Jack X after calling Maz's open. King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack. So going to bet with some nice backdoors. Don't mind this at all. Nick's not going anywhere here though, the 5-4 alignments. So expect Nick to just call here. As mentioned, Mitch is going to have a fair amount of Jack X, so don't want to run into that. So like the call with the 5-high flush draw. On boards that favour our range in the small blind, then maybe yes, we can start raising more. But hard to credibly represent many hands here other than sevens and deuces. But that's an interesting card here because
6 of hearts on the turn.
Not only has it given Nick an up and down to go with his flush draw, it's also given Mitch the nut flush draw. So what I expect to happen here, Tower, is it's check to Mitch, and I think Mitch should be barreling this spot quite often. Nick potentially thinking about a lead here with the 5-4 suited. Thing is, leading this spot, what hands are we going to call flop and then lead here with? That's maybe
Well in announced.
just shoves.
Yep.
56k. And Mitch can't call. Just can't call. He has to fold getting this price, and Nick just 2x pot rips it with the 5-high. Obviously, so much equity there, but just went for the rip. And I think if Mitch had a jack there, he would have called that off because it's just quite convenient that neither player had much to call with there. But I think if a player had a Jack X type hand, they might have flicked in the call if they think about that hand there. Nick calling out the small blind pre, can't have any 2-pair combos in that spot. So basically for value, only repping a set of sevens or set of deuces, which is a flop set. Jacks are going to 3-bet squeeze pre. So it don't really make too much sense what we're repping for value there. And obviously there's so many draws he can have. So I think if a player did have a jack, they might have heroed that one off. Because is he really going to shove 2x with sevens or deuces? It's a question only Nick will know the answer to, but gets the job done with 5-high, no fear. That's what you need as well, no fear. Just happy to put it all in for his tournament life.
Yep. Desfash. Hi, is this live? There is a delay, it's 30-minute delay. The 30-minute delay is what we are talking about because we can chat to you on the chat box. And the chat box says that Man United are winning 4-1. So there you go. Top of the league. Man United. Uh-oh. Fernandez has got a hat-trick. Right, 4-1. Oh.
At least the mother will be happy. She's a Man U fan.
Is she?
Yeah.
Nice one, Mum.
Another Man U fan from London.
Like half of London.
Yeah.
So a great start to the day. 2:30 is the break, and a change of tables after the break. Every 2 levels, if you're watching for the first time, we go to a break and we have a new table on the restart. So it's been a great. Aye, Lynn Beaumont's league. Come on, Lynn. Come on, the Lynn. Hendrick. Yes, looks like she's studying in the front. Look at the stack. Where did she nick them from?
I don't know.
Hey, go on, Lynn.
Probably over 100k there. Hendrick at that table.
There's the Ben.
Ben Marriott sat next to
Big Ben.
Leo Worthington Reese there as well. That looks like a tough table. Mr. Jordan. Oh, where's his chips
Look
gone?
at the stare of me. Oh, Terry. Tough table that. Midi, Ben, Terry. Oh my word.
Sure
Cole.
as well. Wow, what a table
Bracelet.
this is.
Can we have that table, please?
Wouldn't mind that table on the features.
Jeez.
Neil Farrell.
When did Neil turn up?
I saw him this morning walking in. I think he...
Got the spanned.
Yeah, it is spanned.
And Aline cost me a fortune in London because I didn't win. It was my nap.
I've got a funny story about Niall.
And the champion in London. Champion in London going low nicely. Oh, bad table. I tell you what. So if you end up final tabling this, you know you've been in a poker game, don't you?
Yeah.
Ah, heck.
Yeah, Ewan seems like he's getting along nicely.
Well done, Lynn.
But yeah, that's it. So Friday night I've finished, I've gone back to the hotel, I've gone upstairs, I've come down to get a drink. As I've come down to get a drink, Neil Farrell's walking in. He's a bit like feeling like that. He walks to the bar, he goes, 4 bottles of water please. He looks at me, he goes, just a quick pit stop, and he went straight back out the door. Yeah, he loves it.
Brilliant. Oh dear.
Oh, it was funny, it did make me laugh.
Nice trim, Jay. You're looking sharp.
Ah, thank you.
There you go.
Chris Kemba.
Right. Looking sharp.
Another bandit.
Man looks good.
Another golf bandit.
Is he?
Yeah.
Can't get into them. It's not fair.
So folds round to Nick, not going to open the ace-5, and 8-7 suited here for Matt in the hijack. So folds all the way around to the blinds. Chris is going to complete here. Yannis 5 deuce suited. He choose to raise this one up. Got 5 high, but just going to take the flop in position. Nine, 6 deuce rainbow, so both players whiffing here. Chris deciding to check. Yannis should be coming in for a bet here now. We have bottom pair, hard to make a pair, and we are blind on blind. Chris can have a whole host of hands. We want to try and deny equity to all the overcards, and that's exactly what he does. Gets that one through. Chris just can continue with queen high. So first session, 35 minutes left on the clock. It's been a good one. The really happy fun guy. First time I met Jay was in Leeds. He had some crazy hat on. Bring back the hat.
Bring back the hat. I think we should.
It's the only time anyone ever gets to see me without a hat on when I'm doing the comms.
Yeah, it's normally a baseball cap nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just always on my head. So Matt in the low jack with the pocket 5s wants to be moving all in here for 11 big blinds. And gets that one through. Oh yeah, I remember that, the really happy fun guy. Do you know, I remember that because I had a bet with a certain commentator that week, and we had a £20 bet whether I'd make the money or not. Do you remember that in Leeds, and you come over on day 3 of the main and you gave me the £20?
Unbelievable.
At the table.
Can't believe it.
At the start. I
Can't
forgot
believe
about
it.
that.
Right, forget that story. Move on.
Story time.
Biggest bet I've ever had. On that note, I'll bring you the tea.
Cheers, Tower.
That's all right. I'll look after your son. You do the hard stuff.
Yeah, because I remember we had, I don't know why, but Kelly Saxby and Katie was on the rail back then. God, that must have been about 4 years ago. But good times. Don't get me wrong, I do miss playing the main events. They're great tournaments, but enjoy this just as much. Getting to see how everyone plays. It's really good to watch. As we see Matt move all in again, this time for what is 18 big blinds, so just choosing to rip the 6s, which is fine, and it's going to get that one through, and just like that, he's gone from what was 12 bigs up to 20 bigs just from getting 2 shoves through, uncontested. 5-1, says Joseph Smithy. What a Man U just tearing Leeds apart. 5-1. First game of the season. Nick, King 10 under the gun. We're going to open. And Maz with ace jack here and the low jack. Under the gun open, obviously do need to be wary. But Nick, obviously a player that can open a lot of hands. We just saw him rip in with a 5 height. Obviously will be mixing it up a lot of the times, and Maz opting to get the betting lead himself, potentially take it down pre-ops with a 3-bet here with the ace jack, and takes that one down without having to see a flop. So there's the chip counts. Chris is our chip leader here. He was up over 200k, but had that hand against Julian where he flopped the combo draw, well, turned the combo draw. Julian had a set. They got it in and bricked the river, but still in a great position at this stage of the day.
Come here.
So that was back with a tee.
Come here. Can't believe how many teas I've made for you this week. God. Doing your mum's job and everything.
Thank you.
How's the neck?
Bad, really bad.
5-1? What's happening here? 5-1. Wowzers. Just wowzers. What's going on? Oh dear. Get Fernaldo on the feature.
So Majid pocket 7s under the gun. Gonna open this one.
Raise 3.5.
So top set here for Majid, lovely flop for him. Decides to check, and Lewis gonna take the bait here on the button with 2 overs. And decent backdoors, backdoor wheel, backdoor nut flush draw. And if we're Majid, expected to see him call here. We've just got such a lock on this board. Wow, this is an interesting turn. 3 of clubs on the turn, so not only does he pick up the wheel draw, he also picks up the nut flush draw. And if I'm Lewis here, going to want to be barreling here high frequency, especially after Majid checks the flop. He'll have lots of ace highs in there, better ace highs, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe some broadways with good backdoors. But you expect him to bet all his 8s plus here, so this only hand we are really worried about are the traps like 7s, 4s, deuces. He may not even open deuces or 4s under the gun, so this is just going to be a really good 3-barrel spot here for Lewis. Even if the river bricks out, I'd like to see him. Oh wow, Majid chose to raise now. Board's getting a bit dicey, so Majid has opted to spring it upon him here now. And Lewis, 24k to win 62, over 2.5 to 1 on the call here. Assuming any 5, any club is good. with position. I think he's going to have to call this one. The thing is, you've got to think about the hands that Majid now raises. It goes check, call, check, and then raise. Ace-5 is going to continue flop, Ace-5 suited, so it's hard for him to have a wheel here. So he's basically repping sets, or if he's played a hand like aces or kings, really, really dicey and tricky. But other than that, his value range is actually very, very condensed there. So hard for Majid to have much for value. I know we can see he's got a set, but 3 of spades on the river, he's going to love that river. 7s for the threes. I'm not going to be getting any action from Lewis, but only one move here for Majid now. Hand to the face. And unfortunately for him, not going to be getting any action at all.
No action from Lewis. The triangle went in. Didn't make much of a difference. Five players from the Midlands. Yeah, there are. It's a great place to play poker. And we're in the Midlands in 3 weeks' time for GUKPT Coventry. It's coming back. First GUKPT down in Coventry since 2012. The Goliath took over, obviously.
Again?
Roy,
Really? Again?
one of the best players in the Midlands, just with the boots.
3 times. I said it's going to be Chris's day. When someone's just keeps getting aces thrown at him, it's going to be your day. Remember Paul Fisher won the mini main?
Oh, yeah, yes, we do. But look at the action we've got.
I see Nick with the jacks.
Who won the mini main?
Paul Fisher.
Paul Fisher.
Got aces, I think, 12 times just while I was on the table with him.
12?
12 times.
No
Yeah, 12.
way. I ain't seen aces in 12 times in my lifetime.
Sometimes it's just your day.
12 times?
It's just a ridiculous amount. I
Wow.
know I was on the table with him all day, but we're going to go to the action here because we got jacks versus aces. Not electing to
Queen, deuce, 10. The Jack of Diamonds is in play.
Chris got an easy continue here. Heads up, sometimes can incorporate a check here, but three-way I like the decision just to come in with a bet, start getting some value from some Queen X holdings, obviously charge the hands with a diamond in them. Nick got the easiest of calls here. No need to raise and we can't be folding, so we want to just be calling this one in position and taking turns.
Is that a set? Like a pack. The ace of clubs on the turn. But the Jack of Diamonds is still in play.
Yeah, so Chris want to be coming in for another street of value here. Obviously, he's putting a little sneaky check here. If I'm Chris, obviously there are some flushes out there, but obviously we want to start getting value from other hands, and there are chances a diamond can roll off on the river, but 5 of clubs.
It doesn't.
Now we do have a clear value bet after it's gone check, check. And Nick's actually going to lose minimum this hand. I can't see him pan this one off tower, 15k. Yeah, it's a good fold. He's actually lost bare minimum there with the jacks, really good to see.
Nice. Nice. Chris, still chip leader on our table, 177. Lewis 112, down the bottom 16 bigs for Matt with 25,000.
And not only did he have aces that many times, going back to the mini, he also made a royal that day as well.
Oh my word.
It's just one of them days
Absolutely.
when it's your day sometimes in this game.
Unbelievable, Jeff. The royal and aces 12 times. Flipping Nora. just wow. Incredible, that. Absolutely incredible.
Well, ace jack for Yanis under the gun +1. And Matt with pocket nines here, got very easy shove. Only option for us. Be very shocked if we saw anything but an all in here for Matt. Got 17 big blinds. Wow, he doesn't move all in, he just flats. Very shocked to see that. I know Yanis has opened early position, but even though it's EP open, especially at a good table, not just going to be open nutted ranges, there's going to be hands in there. Like especially like ace jack, he may even fold that. 10-4-3, and Majid's coming in a small blind now. Now we can see with the nines that the 10-8 has now gone in front. Matt potentially lost out on a spot there to get his chips in. It checks through on the flop, and the queen on the turn, giving Broadway draw for Yanis. The 10-8 of hearts of Majid still the best hand though. Another overcard to the nines for Matt. Yanis going to represent this queen and gets the whole field to fold, gets two better hands to fold. Nice play from him.
Nice play indeed. Yanis building the stack nicely, 85,000 chips, going along lovely. Can you remember if the aces won every hand?
I couldn't remember Paul losing a hand, to be honest. Every hand he was in, he seemed to have the goods. Just seemed to have the goods. I was really intrigued watching him play on the featured yesterday because he was mixing it up a lot, and I was like, wow, okay. Maybe the times he was 3-betting and 4-betting, he didn't always have it as well. But yeah, I can't remember him losing. But in this game, sometimes when it's your day, it's just your day. So no, I had aces a few times that comp as well. Can't complain.
Nice.
Sometimes you can play a whole comp without getting dealt in once.
Yep.
As Julian opens 4-3 of clubs under the gun +1, mixing it up, and Nick 5-4 suited. Saw him get fruity with this hand earlier out the small. Completely different scenario here. He can't be flattening in this spot. I'd like to see him to potentially come in for a free bet if he wants to continue with the 5 high, get the betting lead, try and get it heads up against Julian. Yeah, free bet to 9k. And Chris in the big with ace queen. Now, how are we going to proceed here?
Get it in the hands, he's got the chips, he's a good player.
Just lets it go, and Julian lets the 4-3 suited go, and Nick really impressing me early on here. Playing some very good poker, not just waiting for hands, picking his spots very, very nicely, chipping up well without having to go to showdown. Really good to watch, so definitely one to watch Nick in trap 7.
Phil Pratt, come on Chris, back-to-back final tables. I'll tell you what, he's got the chips to do it. Certainly a definite deep run.
Ace king for Nick. Always find that as well, when you make a good play, it's weird in this game. Sometimes it's just like next hand, here you go. There's a bit of a reward for you. Wakes up with big slick. In the low jack, I'm going to open, and Majid with the king queen. Just going to make the call. Man's king 8 suited on the button here. Wouldn't like to see a flat. This table's tough tower. There's so much free betting going on. This is a really, really tough table. Obviously Maz going to run into it here. because Nick does have ace king and will be sticking it back in his face, and Yanis here now with king jack suited, gonna have to let this one go. Unfortunately, it's horrible throwing a pretty hand into the muck like that, but with this action in front of him, right decision, and Nick now probably going to 4-bet this around to the 20k mark. Like to see somewhere around that remit, try and potentially get an induce from Maz with his 70k stack. But I would not like to be sat at this table. There's 3-bets flying from all angles. And it's not just nutted 3-bets, it's a whole host of hands. Yeah, 24k from Nick. And now Maz just going to have to make the snap fold. And this is not, I would not like to be sat here, Tower. This has been good to watch, the first session.
Yeah, some nice stretch building as well.
The pre-flop battles I love seeing. That's what I do like. Like you go back poker 20 years ago and you see someone 3-bet the king 8 or the 5-4 suited or the ace 2 suited, you'd be like, what are they doing? But this day and age, it's a completely different game. You've always got to be moving with the times as well. You don't want to be getting left behind. You want to understand why they're doing what they're doing. Keep improving your game, being able to adjust it. And Matt now is going to take this spot with the king 10 suited and sub 15 big blinds, moves in, and action folding round to the big blind, and Julian snap folds. So another little pick up there from Matt.
How many runners do we have in total?
In total,
A lot.
a lot will be the answer.
472.
Yeah, 472. Spot on.
And 740 for the mini.
746 for the mini, yeah. 746 runners for the mini. Incredible, absolutely incredible. So Lewis, 10-9 suited, opening under the gun. And Julian here in the small line with the king queen will not be folding. It's just how he wants to proceed. This scenario, potentially just flat here. We've seen an open from Lewis under the gun. Probably going to lean more towards flat. It's just not nice when we're this deep. If we do 3-bet and get 4-bet, because probably then just have to fold it out of position. But he is going to opt for the more aggressive line, and it's just playing suit to how the table's playing at the moment. It's just a really, really aggressive table, like the pre-flop action of Mitch here with jacks. Just may cold 4 rip this. I think we've got to, the way this table's playing, all the players at it, I think we've just got to come in for the cold 4-bet shove here with the jacks. Julian and Lewis, obviously both very capable. We are playing 27, 28 big blinds. All this dead money in the pot. We've got pocket jacks. We lose to 3 hands. So I think we want to see an all-in here from Mitch. No, he just folds it. Just folds it. It's obviously to do with under the gun versus small blind, 2 strongest positions at the table when it comes open and 3-bet. And maybe he just assumed he was in a situation where he's going to be flipping at best. But the other thing he has got to take into account, I don't know if he's getting relayed any information to him, but the way this table's been playing, there's been 3-bets coming from all angles and people opening wide. It's been a pretty mad table the first couple of hours. It's been a really, really good watch. I've really enjoyed it. So Lewis will pill, getting that price in position with the 10-9 suited. Queen 10-6, 2 club flop. So Julian flopping top pair here. Comes in for a check and mixing it up. And Lewis probably going to check this one back behind. We've got middle pair here. Got to be wary of Julian repping a very strong range still, even out of the small blind. After checking this flop, 4 hearts on the turn, and after it's gone check, Julian's going to have the green light to come in for some value now. Start trying to get called by maybe 7s through 9s, maybe some worse Queen X, Queen Jack suited that elected to check back the flop. Wow, this is tricky, getting very tricky here. So if I'm Lewis now, what's going to be going through my head is Julian's range looks a lot like Ace King here. He could just have Ace King and trying to get cheap to showdown. So I may come in with a small bet, like a 5k bet, just to try and get showdown cheap with our 10x, but 6 on the river. And if we've been this deceptive here, Tower, going check with top pair, I think this could be a good spot for an overbet here as Julian. Really good spot for an overbet, because it's so hard for Lewis to give us credit for a queen, or for example, aces or kings. And the thing is, maybe we can credibly represent Ace King and maybe make our hand look like Ace King. So I'd really like to see an overbet in this spot, potentially from Julian, just because of how we played this hand. And that does look chunky.
34.
Yeah, it is an overbet, great to see. And Lewis not having any of it, just snap folds to 10-9, not falling into the trap.
Julian's building a stack, ladies and gentlemen.
But that's what the best players do, Tower. They're always mixing it up. You can't play any hand the same. You sometimes got to like checking top pair twice there, having that in your range. Like if players know that you're capable of doing that, it just makes you so difficult to play against. It makes it so hard for opponents to try and decipher what hands you're playing, how you're playing them. And it's really good to see, and that's what the best players will always do. Not doing the same thing all the time, just throwing all sorts of plays into the mix, and it can just be so difficult to play against, so hard for you to know where you're at in a hand. It's really good poker to see. As Maz will be opening the suited connectors in the low jack.
Vanessa says, how much is the buying? The buying was $12.50. And did they have late reg? Yeah, late reg was all day, on day 1A, day 1B, and bought into day 2 as well for 16 big blinds, which 17 people did. How many of those were uniques? That'd have been interesting to find out. How many uniques just walk in on Saturday and play?
So raise from Maz with the 10-9 suited in the low jack, and Yanis calls with the ace 10. Flop gut shot here, king high board, good for our range as the opener as Maz, so going to come in for a continue here with just 10 high. Obviously a jack will make us straight. A jack would be the most brutal of turn cards, because Yanis never folding here with position and a Broadway draw. So we're going to take a turn, which is the 3 of diamonds. So Maz with just 10 high in this spot does need to be wary of what Yanis is going to call with pre-flop. We'll have some king jack, king 10 in there, some queen x, queen jack, queen 10, but is opting to go for the second barrel, and a little stare down from Yanis, but I'm not sure how we can now continue here as Yanis. I'll get him 3 to 1 on a call, but as credibly can have plenty of king x here, king jack, king 10, ace king, set of queens, set of 5s, king queen, plenty of value there. Obviously there are a few bluffs. You've got clubs and diamonds, could potentially double barreling like an ace 10 of diamonds hand, obviously clubs, but Yanis just making the call with ace 10 here, and it comes the 3 of spades on the river. Maz now gives up, and Yanis with just ace high. Interesting to see whether he bets here. If he snap check back, he was obviously calling turn because he believed he had the best hand. But on this 3 river, I'm intrigued to see if he is going to bluff out here, or if he's going to take his ace high showdown. We do now actually chop with ace jack with this 3 rolling off on the river. But having a long hard think about this. What hands Maz supposed to have here after he goes bet, and now checks it over to us on the river. Is he going to go for a third street with a king? Probably, because we shouldn't have any 3x here, so maybe just thinking about potentially bluffing this. When he checks it behind, and he will win. He will win. You see the 10-9 of spades, and now he's going to take it with the ace-10. And Matt's thinking, I fire once more. But Jan is probably thinking as well, king X going to bet that river. Queen X isn't going to go for two streets, so just deciding to check back, thinking, ace high can be good. And obviously chopping some of the time against worse ace highs or the ace jack.
All these decent players are building a stack, by the way.
Yeah. There's a lot out there, Tower, and the thing is, it's not just the names I see. Like, I see players come onto the feature table, Nick, for example, and not very well known to me, but the way he plays and the things he's been doing, his tendencies have been very, very good. And you get people like that sort of go under the radar, obviously can play. Poker's a game like that. You can be a very, very good player, but just not have that break. You may have run bad in a spot that could have been crucial to you in a tournament, which could have given you a huge score. There's just so many different factors to take into account. And it's a tough field, not just with the names I know, but from what I've seen from players as well, that I am unaware of who they are. As we see Nick get involved again, this time with the king of 5, defending versus Chris's low jack open.
6-8-8, 2 spades.
Chris, backdoor hearts here. 2 overs, not choosing to continue this time as the 7 of clubs rolls off on the turn. So that is an up and down straight draw for Nick, and not only that, it's a board that's going to favour our range a lot more than our opponents, so really like to see the lead. It just seems like every spot that occurs, Nick's just taking it, and correctly as well. And it'd be interesting to see if it bricks out, if he does come in for the double barrel, because it's a very, very good double barrel spot. Obviously attacking hands like ace high. I know Chris has floated with king high in this particular instance, but could see Nick come in for another bet here. And yeah, this is really, really good. He just understands the situation every time, it seems.
Yep.
And Chris really struggled to call with king high here. Bet 6k from Nick. Like he can do this with a 7 or a 6. Try and get called by ace high. That's exactly what he's doing here, Tower. He's making it look like he's got like a 2-pair hand here, and he's trying to get the hero from an ace high type hold in, which Chris is going to have a lot of the time. And what it comes down to,
it's just the board as well that helps to defend with the big blind as well, doesn't it?
Exactly, it's all about range that we got in the big blind. We've got on the, wow, he's going to pay it off.
What?
He pays it off with king high.
What a call! Wow, what a call from GUKPT. Wowzers! I tell you what, you're watching some high quality stuff here today. Oh, dear me. Even Yanis has sat there thinking, have you made that call? Tremendous from GUKPT. CPJNS.
I guess it's to do with how Nick's been playing. He's been very aggressive. Obviously, he had a lot of hands in a lot of different spots, but the thing is, I think Nick's good enough the way he's played to value bet a 7 or a 6 there. I know we're getting 4-1 on a call, but I just think
Just unbelievable.
even if he has a hand like ace 5 there, like he could bluff with ace 5, he could bluff with ace 4. There are some bluffs that we don't actually beat in that spot with king high, so I was very surprised to see Chris flicking the call there. Pulled out the cape, put it on the back, and said, I'm just going to hero this one off. But Nick could have had a whole host of value there, a whole host of value, and maybe Chris just think he overbluffs that spot because of range, and maybe that's why he put it in. Aces making an appearance again, this time for Mitch in the cutoff, and going to mix it up here with the flat, and we spoke about this yesterday, or incorporating a flat in some of the time, and potentially win yourself. Obviously it's a lot more dicey. You can then potentially go 3-way, you're splitting your equity 3-way, but you can win a much larger pot at times that your opponent does make a strong hand. And you've got that deception factor. No one's ever looked like this, for example. No one's ever going to put you on aces here, and Julian now going to think that this is a good flop for him. And Julian getting tricky once again, deciding to come in for a check with top pair. Good candidate to do it with as well, to include in our top pair check back range, because we do have the backdoor diamonds. The only real bad turn for us perceived to be as a queen or an ace as Julian. But now Mitch is going to come in for the bet of 4k with his aces, and Julian not going to be going anywhere, especially after check and flop.
Four to 5 minutes to go until the end of this session, and what a session it's been, mate.
No, it's great. It's great. I love it, Tower. It's really good to watch. I wish we could keep this table all day, to be honest with you. I know we're obviously going to rotate as we always do, but just the level of poker that we've seen the last couple of hours has been a really, really good watch. There's been 3 bets flying in from everywhere. There's been a few 4 bets. It's been bluffs. We saw Nick shove 2x pot on the turn with 5 high and get it through. It's a jack on the turn. And this is bad news for Mitch, because he will probably check this back. But the thing is, from Mitch's perspective, Julian, after being the pre-flop opener, in his head, if you really think about it, you're going to think he's going to continue with a lot of his jack X here. So in Mitch's head, he's still going to have the best hand, but after the hand before, he needs to be aware that Julian will have some top pair checks in his range. So he's not going to check this one back, and that's for the reason, if it went bet call, sorry, if Mitch pre-bet and it went bet call, and then Mitch would have checked this one back because it was an open from Julian and he was the actual player to check the flop. Mitch now going for another streak, trying to get value from hands like 8s, 9s and 10s here. Oh, it's an ace on the river. Where's he found that from?
The ace from face, the old Barry.
Oh man, then this is bad for Julian, because the only hand we lose to now in our eyes, like obviously 7s and 4s are in there, but
wow,
it's just like Queen Jack we're ahead of, Jack 10 we're ahead of. Mitch is going to play these all the same way. Like there's 3 combos of 7s, 3 combos of 4s, there's 6 combos, and then you've got
incoming full double.
Snap. It's just, you can't do anything else, and the aces are going to win that one. And Julian snaps it off, and not much you can do there. That's just a brutal river, but then again,
wow,
Mitch got unlucky on the turn, Julian unlucky on the river, and Mitch going to take a nice pot, going to put him up to 90k.
Wowzers. A couple of hands to go before the end of the session, and that was an amazing turn and river to hand the pot back over to Mitch Johnson. Wowzers. And half an hour to go to get your Towers treble on Grosvenor Sport. Reading, Burnley and Swindon. 20-1 treble, round about there. I had a 10% boost as well. I think they give me that because I lost that much money, you see. And Oxford United as an ACCA booster to make it 60-1. Oh, what a session. We're just about to end it. But wowzers, what a start for the day. Absolutely amazing. 9s against Ace 3. 4, Queen, King. Just, well, what can you say? Just an amazing start to the day. And the Ace 3, no good, as Matt in C8 is eliminated. Unlucky. Hey, Towers treble. Thanks everybody for updating on the score. Man United top of the league, 5-1 Man United. Amazing. Squiddly Deadly has just done Towers treble. Applied the edge just in case one of them loses. Like it. Well, good luck us. That's all we can say. Let's start the season as we mean to go on. We'll get quite a few chip counts as well during the break. Colin Cooper will give you a run through of all the players. We'll stick them on screen and like that. A lot of updates on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and all the likes regarding social media, and we'll keep you informed to what is happening. Harry Chapman did get into uni as well in Nottingham, so good luck to Harry when he goes to uni, but he is going to be playing the GUKPT Coventry as he said online. Wowzers. Everybody's leaving the room as they are on a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. That was a super session. See you soon.
I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had ace king and he had queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a king board. But yeah, what I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day 2, day 2 was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like it was just insane. Like I ran 90,000 chips up on day 2 of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like I was just going and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on there around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even, I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think in my opinion he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because well, yeah, I mean his record would be right up there, and he I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him, and his attention to detail and stuff was really good for me to sort of use him. Like he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. It like I'd make a big bluff or something and I'd go to up my cards and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye and he'd have a little smile on his face and he'd go, you were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie? And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around. Like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first, and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
The only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money, and the rest chopped it apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No. Well, the final table. Yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
frustrating.
Yeah, very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into trouble at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little bit. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Middy and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final, actually. I think there's plenty of action. There's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Middy put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then, yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Middy's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day 3 as well.
But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun?
Yeah. So 2017. It's like 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, they every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind like 16 hours a day. And I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable sort of streak that was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like just what to do with these.
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no! Well, this is, you're about to hear something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest, and for about 1 or 2.
Big cheesy grin, Jay. Big cheesy grin.
Second session of the day. We've got a new featured table for you guys and another treat in store. It's a really, really good table. Can't wait for this one as well. I'll run you through who we have got quickly. In 1's going to be Dan Cryer, in 2 Rob Bickley, in 3 Stuart Lord, in 4 is Leo Worthington-Lees, in 5 is Ben Marigeds, in 7 is Tom Middleton, and Terry Jordan is in seats 8. So great table coming up for the session. Looking forward to this one.
Danny Erning has joined us in the chat box. Don't know why. he's at Old Trafford or he's just walking home and he decided to put a little Man United thing just randomly. Hiya Danny, you alright young man? 5-1, top of the league, well done. Well done indeed, a bit of a thumping first game of the season. Obviously we're in Manchester, the people around the bar watching the match, it seems to have gone well for Man United. But we are concentrating on the feature table for the next 2 levels. A bit of a crazy start.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily crazy on the first feature table. It was just a really good table. That's all it was. There was just three bets flying from everywhere.
We've dropped 40 players.
40?
We've dropped 40 players. Started with 148.
Down to 108.
Down to 106.
Wow.
So we have dropped quite a few. It's been one of those mornings where obviously all the guys who were at risk just didn't manage to get themselves that double up. But we're now just about ready. There's a few champions on here, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's a very good table. Obviously, Midi GUKPT champion, Ben GUKPT champion. We've got
Ben just gets back for the first hand.
Leo, obviously a very decorated player, very good online. Final table, the Battle of Malta last time it was on in 2019.
Ian Farrell says, can we get some chip counts, you big handsome bat? Yes, scrolling up and down the screen on a regular basis will be the chip counts. We'll give you a rundown of quite a few players. And you're obviously interested in how Neil's going on. Hope you're well, Ian. And we have a GUKPT Edinburgh at the end of September, so we'll be looking forward to that.
Afternoon, Jakey. Jake Marston, tune in on Twitch.
And you've got 15 minutes to get Towers treble on. Reading, Burnley, Swindon Town, 20-1 treble. Towers optimistic treble for today. I'm looking forward. I don't know why they haven't paid me out already. I think it's a bit of a shoo-in. And then if you fancy it, sticking Oxford with it for a 60-1 acca. Get yourself in. Grosvenor Sport. The place to have a little bit of a flutter, and we'll just watch it and watch the good news unfold during the afternoon.
So Ben picking up a nut flush draw here with his 2 overs. So I'd like to see a bet here from him. Stuart chose to just flat the ace king here in the small blind. Would like to see a 3 bet from him. And it goes check, and the ace king of Stuart is the best hand. And Ben could have potentially done a few more chips in that pot, especially pre-flop. Stuart didn't want to 3 bet the ace king, and takes that one.
Too many emojis, unfortunately, Jake. I think it's only 3 each you're allowed nowadays. Yes, setting fire to money. Like Tristan. Tristan says, I've missed burning a tenner every week.
Yeah. That's what I said, Tristan. I've never had so much money to spare without Towers treble the last year and a half.
We're on it. We are on the treble. Good luck if you're having a little bit of a flutter. Gamble responsibly. A little bit of fun while you're watching the live stream.
So ace jack suited for Dan in the hijack here. And And Rob in the cut-off with the ace-queen, playing just over 20 big blinds. I'd like to see Rob move all in here versus Dan's cut-off open. And yeah, Rob does shove with the ace-queen. And this can be an interesting spot once it comes back to Dan here. We've opened. Oh, Leo's got kings in the small.
Well, these are going in.
And it's great news for him as well, because Dan will get out of the way, but it means an ace is dead as well. So Leo could be well on his way to a double up hit. And in they go. And Rob's not going to like that. Basically hoping that Leo's got like jacks or tens here, as Rob, once he cold calls out the blinds. And Dan with the ace jack suited now, this action in front of him. I think he probably would have called without Leo being in the pot, but once Leo comes in with a cold call here,
yep.
Ace jack's just going to shrivel up in size, and it does go into the mark. Leo shows the kings, ace queen for Rob, and Leo going to double up 4 out of 5 times here, just needing to fade an ace. There are only 2 remaining left in the deck, so to the flop. Queen, jack,
Wow.
5,
The ace of hearts. Wowzers. The ace of hearts is in play.
So Leo needs to fade ace, queen or heart on this river, and he will double up. Oh, it's the 10 of hearts. Leo is out the door, and Rob is going to take a nice pot. What a river.
Unlucky Leo.
Sheet open, feet to table, sheet 4.
What's the blind? 2-2, what is it?
Why we all need to look at the gate? It's my fault. You're okay though, you're still. No, I'm not.
Where's the code? What, you pressed that hand, what's the next?
So unlucky Leo, kings, but 4 hearts on the board mean we lose one. Leo Worthington lease gone. And right there, the old Nightbot comes up with £134,250 up top. Oi, oi, oi.
10-7-3, 2-spade flop, nut flush draw for Rob here. Not much from midi, so more often than not, you usually see it go continue and fold, but Rob choosing to check the nut flush draw behind on this board. 7 rolls off on the turn. I'd like to see at least a delay continuation bet now from Rob, but no, he's going to check it once more. And the river is the 8 of diamonds. And check, check, and Rob shows the ace high, and whole table's going to see that, ace deuce of spades. They're going to be aware that Rob's not always going to continue with flush draws after being the pre-flop aggressor. Like I say, mixing it up, making it difficult to play against you.
If this has whetted your appetite and you want to play something of a decent buying, £400 buying for the 30-30 next week in Coventry, Liverpool, Luton and Sheffield. Online day 1 on Wednesday at 8 PM, and if you manage to get to the end of the day and take a stack through, you can choose which venue you want to play. Great if you want to cut down costs of travelling down, just make it to your day 2. Satellites running every single night for the 30-30s. It's a great way of getting into these big comps. Coventry, Liverpool, Luton and Sheffield. We've got the 30-30s next weekend.
Mick the Mod, no, Maria Jordan is out. She
Oh,
is busted.
no.
I saw her railing Terry, so see her there. Just there on Terry's shoulder.
How many left, says Daryl Hanny. 106 at the break. 106. Coventry or Walsall, question mark. I don't know that bit. Luke McVeigh. Coventry in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah.
For the GUKPT, but Coventry 30-30 next week. Some big comps heading round the country. 1-2 with a 2.
Got Rob here under the gun, not going to be playing the raggy ace, and Stuart got a hand you want to be opening, pocket 8s. Makes it 4.5k. And Dan not going to defend in the big blinds and raise and take for Stuart there. Up to 222k, really nice stack for the man in seat 3. Don't forget as well, tomorrow everybody on the client, lots going on. We've got plenty of satellites for the 30-30, Goliath satellite, Coventry satellite for the GUKPT, but we also have the 50k closer online as well as our live stream free roll, giving away free money. So look out for that tomorrow. There will be password protected, so tune into the stream and get yourself in the free roll. As Ben in the hijack will want to be opening the ace 10. So raise to 4k, and Midi here with the King 8 of clubs. Much prefer to see a free bet than a flat, and there is the free bet. Obviously you want to continue with this hand, it's going to play much better as a free bet in position versus the opener than it is as a flat. Give ourselves the betting lead, give ourselves the chance to take it down there, and when you are going to bluff pre-flop, it's one of the best times to bluff. It's when equities are going to be running closest. And Ben in a bit of spot here with ace 10. I don't think he's going to be calling. I think it would have been 4-bet or fold the option there for him. He's not going to like that seat with Midi on his left, I tell you that. But a nice little pick up from Midi.
Yeah, he's only got 80,000 as well, Terry. Mr. Blower's in the building. Kev Blower is in la building. Afternoon, Kev. We sat in his little shed that he built in his garden, and we had a nice little stout watching the live stream, waiting for Stoke City to beat Birmingham. Yo, Kev. I hope to see you soon. Might even see you in Coventry. It's only half an hour from where you are. Hope things are well. And you never know. We might all meet up in Dublin very soon for a Guinness. Andy's promised us half when we get over to Dublin. Can't wait. See, he's sat in the bar in the garden with his Jew. Hi, Jules.
Somebody got plenty of chips now. He's going to start opening up a bit wider. King 5 of spades in the hijack here. Rob in the small blind, playing what is 44 big blinds with the 8-7 suited, and looks like he's just come in for a call. And Stuart here with the ace deuce of diamonds. Saw Stuart flat the ace king earlier to an open, so I can't. Whoa, 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 whoa!
What happened there?
He just folded ace deuce of diamonds, getting 7-1 on a call in the big blind, closing the action.
Unbelievable.
He must have known.
10-6-4.
Must have known. 10-6-4 rainbow. Would have whiffed him completely. Double gutter here for Rob. Backdoor hearts. Midi with just king high. Going to want to be continuing here on the 10 high rainbow board. We've got some plausible backdoors as well as an overcar as well. About 12k, and Rob not going to be going anywhere here. Big bet from Midi here. 12 into 14. Don't often see that at this level, this stage of the tournament. Fairly sizable bet. And we'll take a turn, which is the 8 of clubs. So brings in a gut shot now for Midi, but this is going to be a much better card for the small blind calling range than it is for us opening in a hijack. So I could see Mini waving the white flag here, but no, he's just setting up barrels. Still with a double gut shot, Rob here, but has a pair to go with it now. 9 or 5 will make him a straight. Midi bet of 22k, and he's just amping up aggression here, Midi. Really putting the pressure on. And from Rob's perspective here, hands that Midi's supposed to have for value. Obviously, he's got 6s, 4s, 10s, the super strong hands. And then also, wow, Rob just shoves the 8-7 here. I don't know if it was as a bluff or I think he's shoving that as a bluff. Middle pair, obviously locking 7-9 and 7-5 as well as an 8, so 2 pair combos are less likely to have. But very nice play from Rob here. We are seeing some poker today, so a proper poker.
Yeah, it has been good.
Just rips it in, and Midi with the snap fold.
Valuable ones. Put in my favourites.
So we're off. It's 3 o'clock, Jay. Have you managed to squander £2?
Yeah, I had a little, nothing major. I've got a score on it. That's it. Nothing too big.
Okay.
I've got a 10 on the 4 fold as well, so potential return of about a bag if it all comes in. And Ben tries to bluff Terry on the river, but Terry snaps him off with 4th pair. And Mr. Walty, good afternoon. Only just joined. Where did Terry's chips go? In the first session of the day, Terry and Ben, I believe it was, got involved in a pot. It all went in pre-flop for quite a lot of big blinds. Ben had the pocket 8s, Terry had the kings, and I believe there was an 8 on the flop for Ben, and he doubled up, and Terry was left with obviously less than half of what he started with for the day. Oi, oi, first goal for the treble, says Tristiano.
Whoa, no, what's happened? Give us up form, keep us in tow. What's the first goal for the treble? What's happening? Burnley 1-0. Come on then, Burnley!
That's the best one as well. I think that was the one I looked at in there and I thought, oh, maybe it's a bit too much to ask, but Burnley 1-0 is the best news to hear straight out the bat.
Cash out, ladies and gentlemen.
Dan, ace queen, making it 4.5. Stuart on the button here, Jack 10 suited. Just saw him fold ace deuce in the big blind, but I would have been shocked if he folded this one. 217k, he's got a lot of chips. Off to the flop, Jack 10-5, a rainbow, and smashes this flop, does Stuart. Back to a flush draw to go with his top 2 as well. Dan still wants to be continuing here, fair amount of the time. Jack high rainbow board, equity with the nuts with the Broadway draw. We have 2 overcards as well, and if I'm Stuart here, I'm just going to be flat and in position. I want to keep all Dan's bluffs in, keep our hand under repped, especially I'm assuming Stuart's been playing pretty tight. So as soon as Stuart raises here now, even if Dan had like a Jack X hand, he might make an exploitable fold, because we saw Stuart not 3-bet the ace king, we saw him not defend the ace deuce of diamonds, and obviously competent players on this table would have picked up that he's going to be tighter than most. So when he raises this spot, he's just going to have it more often than not. Like the credible bluff here is like king queen, and that's about it. Don't think he's going to be calling queen 9 Stuart, not that type of player. But ace queen here for Dan. He's get 7k to win 29. He's getting 4 to 1 on a call, but just gets out of the way. Knows probably that if he does snag an ace or a queen on a turn, could potentially get himself into trouble against the hands that Stuart's representing there on the flop, but would have much preferred to see the flat. When you are playing in hands against opponents, you need to be aware of what your opponent perceives you to play like, and if you can use that to your advantage. But if you are perceived to be one of the tighter players at the table, your raises are going to get a lot more credibility, and players can overfold a bit more in them certain spots.
What chip denominations are they using at this moment in time, says Matthew Guy?
So at the moment, the yellows, they are the 5,000 chips, the whites are the 1,000 chips, the greens are the 500s, and I believe we just chipped up, so the blues aren't in play no more, but we've got the 25k chips, which are like the orangey colour chips.
Red.
They're orange.
They're red.
They're orange.
They're red.
They're not red. I'm
Look.
not having this argument again.
Well,
They're
it's
orange.
the red.
They're orange.
But anyway, Ben Maragans has got two or three of them. There you go. They've got the. To be fair, I'd really like somebody to go, do you know what? They should be all solid same colour, these chips, and they'd be a lot easier to count.
We have this argument every year. They are orange.
I know, and you lose it every year.
Choose the Goliath with the.
Yeah, the 25. Yeah, 25.
They are orange. Usually red.
See? Not having it.
We'll do a 3-foot colour.
But yes, the 25k ones are the smaller ones that Ben's got in front of the yellow ones you can see on that screen right now. The greens are 500s and the whites are 1000s. But solid chips, same colour all the way through. That's what you need. Anybody listening?
I never make it far enough to see a 25k chip, so
That's how I never gets to that stage when they're in play.
Yeah.
So that's why he thinks they're red. You're right. Absolutely spot on. You also need to change your name colour, because I actually can't read what your name's called because I'm colourblind with red and blues.
Mr. Walty.
Mr. Walty. I can't see it. I actually cannot see that red writing on the blue background. Can't see that. Mr. Walty. Yes, you're correct. I've never been chip leader in a tournament ever. Ever.
You must have been at some point,
I
Tower.
don't think I have. Well, yeah. Well, to be fair, I did win a tournament once.
You won the free roll before on stream.
Well, massive chip leader. That was amazing.
Terry raising blind on blind, Queen 8 into Dan's big. And if I'm Dan here, I know we haven't really got the best of hands, but in position versus Terry, he is going to make the call and take some flops. Obviously in a dominated spot here, but he's not to know that. As we see a flop, which is 7-4 deuce. Rainbow.
Yeah. Let's shuffle it up and put it back in the pack. Ace of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, it doesn't change much, but if we're Terry here after raising pre, I would have liked him to see come in for a bet. But the Queen 8's going to play. The 8 is going to get pipped the Queen 6 by the Queen 8. 8 will play. Gibraltarian says the 25k chips are terracotta.
Oh. As you can see, scrolling across the bottom, the prize money scrolling along 134,000 up top. Hit the final table and you lock up £7,600, which is pretty impressive.
free. Ace king for Stuart makes it 4.5. Dan just going to call in the small with the ace jack. And Rob got an easy defend here. Suited gappers. He is only 4 high, but when we're getting this price, I want to be making the call. Seeing a flop, closing the action as well. On the 8-6-3 rainbow board. And going to check this over to Stuart, who's going to come in for a C-bet here with the ace king. Good to see on the 8 high rainbow board. Bet of 3k, really small bet here. So with Rob here, I'm definitely going to be calling. We have a gut shot on backdoor diamonds, and I don't know. Stuart seems like the type of player that we can potentially get off hands on the river, and not like the type of player that's going to double barrel turns. He may C-bet once, but I think, for example, on this 10 turn, we may just see Stuart check like that, and now Rob should know in his head he's hit the deuce on the river now, so he is actually going to check. But I think if we saw that river brick out and didn't improve Rob hand, we would have seen him come in for a bet there, because he just expects Stuart not to get tricky with all his jacks plus, and Stuart's going to show the ace king, and Robert's going to take it with a 4 deuce on the river. But may look like Stuart got unlucky there, but I think Rob would have taken that pot if the river wasn't a deuce.
How many chips did Dan Charlton start the day with? 90? I think it was about 90,000, wasn't it?
I'll let you know, Tal. Let's have a look. He bagged up day 1A, didn't he?
What's your name, my mate? What's your name? Chung Wong.
93,400.
Oh,
It was out in 20 minutes.
it can happen. It can
And
happen, Tal.
he just said, busted day to a poker in 20 minutes of poker is sooner forgot already. And then he's shot off, and in the 9th tier of football, he stood watching Macclesfield Town versus Earlham in the Northern West League or something like that. So there you go. 93,000. Unfortunately, whatever happened, the dusted for Dan.
150 exactly. So 150.
Unlucky to the man they called the Dan Charlton.
Here he is, the mini main winner, Mr. Aces, Mr. Royal.
Yeah, gets the lot all the time. I don't expect any other hand apart from Ace to be seen by Paul. Yes. Burnley winning 1-0. Ace 5, 10, 3 for Dan. 9, king, 7 is the flop.
So we're going to see Dan continue this. We're opening 10-3 suited on the button. We're going to be continuing a king high rainbow board almost always when we whiff. And Stuart shows the ace and gets out of the way. And nice little pickup. But Dan.
Didn't Ben Bain today too? I'm not sure. We'll try and get the 17 players that did, because that's the interesting one. Oh no. Oh, old boy 95. Stop giving us the good news. Oh, don't come back to me winning. Swindon are losing 1-0. It's alright, we'll get on it. Don't come back. They're a great team, Swindon. They're a great team, Swindon. Don't worry about it. It's early days. It's early days. Don't panic. They'll be leading at half time. Confidence.
Jack 9 suited for Ben, under the gun, thinks better of it. And Chung with the pocket tens will be opening. Looks like Middy's got a decision on his direct left. He's got the ladies, and he looks like he's just flatted. No, here's a 3-bet, just 3 chips, makes it 15k. And action going to come back round to Chung here with the tens. We're not going to be folding pocket tens to a 3-bet, especially against a player of Middy's calibre. We want to be calling here as Chung. We are very deep, no need to 4-bet. Just make the call and take the flop out of position. So there is the call, heads up to the flop, queens for Middy, tens for Chung. I'm going to save Chung some money this ace high board. Expect Middy to check this one behind as well. I know it's obviously good for range and whatnot, but okay, he is going to come in for a bet. Just in these situations, the only turn card that maybe potentially could change something is a king. It's one of them spots where we're either way in front or way behind, either way behind to an ace-x type hand that Chung can have, or we are way ahead of like a pocket pair like he has in this particular instance, or like a queen-jack suited, king-jack suited type hand. Jack of clubs on the turn. Now, I do expect it to go check-check. There's no need to start bluffing with our queens here as Middy. I'm going to check this one behind and see the river card, which is the 6 of hearts. And Chung going to have to check this one over once more. Middy will have some checkbacks with some ace-x on the turn. Ace-king and ace-queen will check back to some frequency, and the queens are just showing it's gone check-check, and Chung mucks his hand. Nice one for Middy there. A little pick up for him with the ladies, up to 180k.
Yeah, a lot of decent players now building proper stacks on it. Really are. Raising it up. Really bets 5,000 with blinds at 1-2. Rob's going to be coming in for a raise.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Rob. Obviously, we can 3-bet ace-queen as well, but Middy's open under the gun +1. So we need to be aware of that. And the other thing we need to think about is how deep we are with Middy here with the ace-queen. If we 3-bet, he comes back in with a 4-bet here. We hate our life. So Rob just going to flat and play in position versus the opener. Ben's going to defend here, Jack 6 suited. Want to put in the call, getting this price. So it's Stuart mixing it up, Jack 10 off on the button, decides to come along. As we see the king 4-3, 2 club flop, and this is a dream flop here for Middy, flopping gut shot and flush draw. Checks through. Middy not choosing to continue on this board multi-way. I'm actually very surprised about that. Maybe for a bit of deception. If he does make his flush, it's hard for opponents to give him credit for a flush because you're going to expect him to continue a fair amount of the time. On this turn, he does come in for the delay continuation bet. We've got 7 high and need to start betting now with this much equity. 7 high is not going to be good at showdown, and this should get the job done. Can't see how either player is going to ever call in this spot. Sure, it does have a gut shot to the nuts, but 15k to win 38 with one card to come. He's not going to be putting it in here. I hope he's not. And, 2 quick folds and Middy's going to take that one. Stewart finds the Cowboys in the cutoff. Opens to, looks like 4.5. And Chung with the King 9 in terrible shape here against the Kings, but wants to be defending this hand still. 2.5k to win 9.5, just under 4 to 1 now money, 3.75 to 1. Ah, he just folds it. Might have something to do with Stewart. Maybe just perceives Stewart to be opening a lot tighter range in the cut-off than the rest of the table, so just going to make a tight lay down and not get involved, preserve a big blind. Thank you very much. Terry deuces under the gun. Just comes in with a limp. Paul with Queen Jack here, early position. Going to over limp from the looks of things. And Stewart 7-6 suited here. With these 2 limps in front of me, I don't mind coming in for an over limp here. Obviously we can ISO as well. You expect Paul to raise all his strong hands, and Terry probably not going to be limping as a trap too often. So I actually like this from Stewart. I'm glad that he's raised here. I thought he was going to limp, but he wants to continue with the 7-6 suited, so makes it 5k. And Chung in the small blind here. Thinking about getting fruity perhaps. Just think Stewart's not the best player to do it against. No, he's got 7 high here, but seen him always been opening near top of his range. This is the first light open we've seen from him. Middy in with the ace-4 of clubs, Terry's in with the deuces, and Paul closing the action now with the Queen Jack, getting nearly 7 to 1 in the call. Can't see him letting this one go, especially with Terry in the hand as well. Oh,
Oi, oi.
so he can play. He likes. Oh wow! Oh wow! I was not expecting that. So Paul makes it 15k with the Queen Jack, and he's timed it to absolute perfection here, because looking at the hands, just okay. Stewart is going to come in with a 7 high in position. These players are very deep. That's going to bring Middy in.
Yep.
This
and
team.
Terry's going to come in as
Terry
well.
in. This is.
I thought Terry.
This is. I'd love an action flop. There's 63k in the middle here. I was not expecting Paul to come in with a limp raise there with the Queen Jack off. Really mixing it up.
Ace, queen, deuce, flop, 2 hearts. Oh, king, 9, 2 hearts.
So gut shot for Paul. Stuart flops the flush draw. And Terry just with deuces here. And if we're Paul, king, 9. Obviously, we got ace, king in there as one of our hands that we may elect to limp raise. I don't think anyone will give Paul credit for a limp raise bluff at the moment until they see the hand. But oh, Terry, where'd you find that from? Deuce on the turn. Look at it, stone face, not even a flinch. Just turns the boat and gonna come in for some value straight away. And Paul's just gonna get out of the way now. Paul can't call here. He's got 2 players behind him. Got a gut shot. Yeah.
Got a better 28 from Terry.
But we just can't call here as Paul. He's having a long, hard think about this one. Wow, what have I just seen? He's just gone for it here against Terry with queen high. And what have we just seen? And Paul has got it in, drawing stone cold dead.
See you later, you can't win them all, Paul.
It's probably the biggest pot of the tournament so far, and Terry's got 100%. Oh, wow.
Paul down to 30.
Wow. And Paul,
here comes the 10
with a complete misstep. Oh my!
Oh jeez!
What have I just seen? I'm shocked, Howard. I'm shocked. I played with Paul so much the other day, and I didn't realise didn't realise he had something like that in the arsenal. He played pretty tight, really snug every time he got to showdown. He seemed to have it, but today he's put on his bluffing shoes, but he's just run into it. And Terry, now up to 217k, he's back. Paul down to sub 20 big blinds. What a hand. What a great poker hand. The funny thing is, though, it's going to be so hard for Terry to call that off if you want to actually think about this logically. If Terry hasn't got a boat there, Terry's just got a 9x hand or a draw or a pocket pair that he's bet, it's going to work. And the thing that might have been going through Paul's head here, Ace King's going to re-raise us pre-flop, and we've got Queen Jack in our hand, so we've got the best removal to the King Queen and the King Jack type holdings. And he may have actually really thought about that on that sort of level and thought, you know what, King Queen, King Jack, really hard for our opponents to have here, so I'm just going to rip it against Terry. He's probably can just have a 9 and try and get him out of the way, but a little bit of a misstep there.
Nice chip counts rolling across the bottom of the screen, as you can see them right there. Razor Kev tells us the good news that Reading are winning. 2 out of 3 up at the minute on Tower's treble.
Yeah, but the other one's losing, Tower.
Well, the fourth one's winning as well.
Is it?
Oxford.
Oh, hello. We need a little Swindon turnaround.
Oh, hello. No, we have a Tower's treble and a little boost of an acca with Oxford United. Where's that Swindon town?
Maybe just a rush of
Where's Gummidge in the chat box says he needs to change his head. He's got a spare one if you need it. You won't know where Gummidge is, will you? Don't shake your head.
All about that, I don't.
He's the one that likes cheese, don't he? One cheese?
No, forget that. Back to the game, you.
You worry about your age.
Back to the game, you.
I know that.
Boots against the Hooks.
So Andrew here, who's playing 27 big blinds, cut off versus hijack. This is always going to go in. Aces versus jacks. And Ben, not going to like it, but be surprised if he lets this one go. Playing 1k, 2k. So it's 29 big blinds. We've got jacks, hijack versus cut off. We're going to have to call this off. It's unfortunate for Ben. It's just a bit of a pre-flop caller, but it's how poker goes. Got to put it in with jacks there. Can't be folding. So Ben did find a 2-outer against Terry earlier. Can he do the same against Andrew? Oh, he's done it again!
Oi, oi!
2 outer on the turn.
There's the jack, the 2 outer. What's
On the
happening
flop,
today,
sorry. 2
man?
outer on the flop.
What's happening today, man?
And needs an ace to keep his tournament alive. Andrew, it's a 5, and Ben,
Oh, man.
he's at 2 out of Ville today. I don't know why I said turn. I got excited because
Wow.
I just heard as that come on the flop.
Ship Ben that trophy. Let me tell you, final table on its way for Ben Maragets. Let me tell you right now, and there's 100 left. What's happening?
Swindon,
What about him?
1-1. I hear from Boovie.
No way!
Yep.
I've got palpitations coming on.
Oh yeah, well, but Ben.
What's happening in the booth? It's not been confirmed yet in the chat box, so it can't have happened. Our intrepid reporter.
The boss has told me. The
Well,
boss has told me.
well.
I hope he's not. I hope he's not on the wind up.
No, I'm not on the wind up.
Oh my word.
So Ben takes that one with Jacks versus.
Oh,
Aces.
it's 1-1,
2
says
out
Prof
of-
23. Oh, we're getting excited here. There's millions riding on it. We might have 2 or off.
Back to the action. Ben, massive smile on his face after that hand. Up over 200k. Him and Terry, big stakes at the table. But what a couple of hands we had. Obviously the hand with Paul with Queen Jack, and then just then the hand Aces v Jacks.
Swindon 1, Carlisle 1. Wow, Ben. You heard it here first. Ben's final tabling with 90 players left.
Well, the thing is, Tower, this table is very, very deep for this stage of the tournament. There is so many chips on here now, and especially with Terry in the mix as well. Honestly, we may not see it this session, but after the dinner break, we could potentially see someone with 400, 500k on here, assuming there's no movement from any other players to an out table.
It's getting better. Oxford United 2, Charlton 0. Oh, keep the good news coming, boys. Keep the good news coming.
Joe, don't get me wrong. I'd love it to come in. Obviously, we all would. Be a nice nick a little grand. It's the first Towers treble that I've lowered the stake. I used to do £100 on the Towers treble.
Russ Corley says match bet Riggy versus Ben Tower, friendly pint in Blackpool. You're on, Russ. You're on. I don't even know how many chips Riggy's got. He could be chip leader. Go on then. We'll have it. Whoever finishes highest, Riggy or Ben Maragets. Russ, be great to see you. Can't wait for Blackpool. Always there. Are you coming for the week again in Blackpool?
Yeah, I think I've decided this year when we've got a GUKPT, I'm going to come down for the week.
Good lad.
Every event.
Are you putting the golf clubs in the car?
Yeah, I could.
I'll take you to my club. It's the nicest club you'll ever play.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, Riggy's got 180. Perfect, Russ. Nice one. He went on scrolling across the bottom. Nice one. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll have a nice pint together. And whoever pays for it deserves it.
Eight-6 suited for Terry in the cut-off. Plenty of chips now. Makes it 4k.
Ace, Jack, 9, 2 spades.
Yeah, bottom pair for Rob here. Terry flopping a flush draw on ace high board. So gonna want to be continuing this fairly often, almost always in my opinion. That turn is the king of diamonds, and if I'm Terry here, I know he may not, he might take the free card, but that's particular turn versus big blind calling range could be a very, very good double barrel card. Can get a lot of folds from a lot of the hands that Rob would call on the flop once that king rolls off, and we do only have 8 higher, which isn't going to be good at showdown. But Terry didn't choose to come in for the double barrel, just checked it behind, and didn't choose the bluff river either, and the 9 is going to be good for Rob.
So what a start to today.
Oh, it's been great. First table was great. Yep. This table's been exceeded expectations, even though we were expecting a very, very good session. It's just started so good. First 45, 50 minutes. Wow.
I know, it's gone so quick, hasn't it?
It has gone very, very quick. I didn't actually realise we were only 5.5 minutes until the blinds go up.
There's also a bounty event tonight at 6 o'clock in the club. 30-minute clock, 15,000 starting stack. £165 in.
Where has this level gone, Tower? It has flown by. He folds to Paul. Like to see him open this hand. Jack 10. 17 big blinds. Just going to try and come in for a still. And it'll get the job done, so a little pick up there for Paul. Increase his stack. Still got a smile on his face even after the hand against Terry.
Don't forget tonight's side event, £165 bounty. Starts at 6. There will be plenty of space today because obviously day 2 people start getting eliminated and leave the building. 30-minute clock, 15,000 starting stack. Should be an absolute cracker, to be fair. Look forward to seeing how many numbers hit the bounty. And the side event tomorrow night is a £200 no limit, 20,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock. That's a great ending to the GUKPT, a £200 event with a 30-minute clock. Starts at 4 p.m, so you can get to watch the final of GUKPT Manchester. We started today with 148.
And we are down to
half the field.
74.
A half of the field.
Lost 74 players in less than 3 hours. That's madness.
Half the field.
Why not? You said if Towers treble wins, we can have the day off tomorrow. We might have it off anyway. We might be done by 1.
Oh, I don't like that bad news.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
I thought you was going to give me the
don't
best
like
news
that bad
then,
news.
Tower.
Well, back to the table. Ben's got 10, Stuart's got 4. Ben never loses. Stuart's build a stack. Got 190,000 in seat 3. Flop is King Ace 5.
About 4k here from Ben and
only 4,000. Wow.
3 overcards. Stuart out of position. Just lets them go.
So it's an exciting start to the day's poker. It's an exciting start to Towers treble. We can but pray.
Terry, 7-6 of diamonds, early position open. Dan not choosing to come in with the ace 10 versus under the gun +1. perfectly fine to fold that as dam, especially off his stack size. Got around 35 bigs, obviously just trying to preserve them chips. We're on an hour clock, got plenty of time. And action going to be on Chung in the big blind.
Richie P, VIP, is going to be pretty excited to find out that his beloved Middlesbrough sent us a picture earlier. They were sat in the lounge. Hospitality football's amazing, isn't it, these days? Sat in the lounge, a couple of buckets of Peroni, meal, game of football, winning 1-0. Life's good. And obviously, for all you football fans out there, stadium's back to capacity. What's the capacity at Tottenham?
60 something.
Is it?
Yeah.
Will you fill it out this season? I'm just asking.
It's most. Do you know how many? There's still about 80,000 people. Well, it might be less now actually, but there's still tens of thousands of people on the season ticket waiting list.
Oh right,
you can't get a season ticket. Hilarious, baby. No, I looked into getting one, but it's just it's a long waiting list to get up there at the new Spurs stadium. There's a Paul under the gun +1, mixing it up with the 9-6 off here, and Ben taking advantage of it straight away. 3-bet with the ace-10 on the button, and gonna get Paul as a snap muck. There's maybe a little bit of rush of blood there from Paul. 9-6 off, early position. He obviously had maybe a little bit of a rush of blood as well in the hand against Terry. That was a crazy hand, crazy hand. Probably the most unorthodox we've seen all weekend.
No? Well, yeah, it goes on and off every now and again.
Do you remember last hand of the day yesterday? We saw a certain player bust by Terry. Queen 8. Remember when Terry called the Queen 8?
Oh, yes.
So
Terry at the 8.
Brandon Shields, he's flicked it in today.
Has he?
Started with 16 big blinds. He's
As you
now the chip leader with 280,000.
No way!
To tell you how he got them.
So how do you get them? Go on, Booby.
Oh, so you just sat there and with biggest news of the day?
Been waiting for the late catch up.
Oh, right. Wow.
It was actually Trig, had Kings, and Brandon Shields had Ace Queen, and Money went in the middle, probably 40 each.
Wow.
And Trig had him covered by 7k.
Oh wow! So 280k all in the middle pre Ace Queen versus Kings. Trig had the Kings, Brandon had the Ace Queen and hit the Ace, and up to 280k now. And if he goes on to win it, he'll soon forget about that bust out yesterday with Terry. But yeah, just shows you can buy in on the day too. Spin it up quickly and put yourself right amongst it. This is going to be the last hand of the level, and then blinds will be going up.
So he didn't flip very well yesterday. Oh, Brandon.
Yep.
He got butchered by Teddy. He still had a smile on his face as well, Brandon, didn't he?
It wasn't even the Queen 8 hand, it was the other hand as well. The King 8 when Terry bluffed him as well. It was and showed it to him.
Hull boy has given us the bad news. The really bad news. That Swindon are not winning.
Don't like to see that.
So we got excited for a short while.
To see that. I can still turn it around though. Oh, Swindon. So Chung. Interesting limp this from Chung. Might have something to do, yeah, it's probably to do with Paul's stack size. Didn't want to open and get ripped on and have to fold, so Chung just opted to link the King 9 here in the cutoff and see a flop of Queen for 3, 2 diamonds. So no one has hit here. So first bit of aggression is going to take here, and Terry comes in for the lead for 3k, and Chung, although just as king high, may make the call here, getting this price because he has some decent backdoors. Also position on Terry. And Terry now checks it over to Chung, and if we're floating this flop, I think we're going to be betting almost all turn cards. And Queen of Spades though decides not to, and Terry rivers the straight with a 6 deuce, comes in for a bet here. I'm really surprised to see Chung float flop here with king 9, and then after Terry checks it over to him after we turn a flush draw, not come in for the barrel. Would have got the job done, and now Terry has pinged his straight on the river. Unless he just thinks Terry's got so many hands here completing in the small blind, and he can just be airballing so often that king high is the best hand often enough. We've already seen one king high hero call today, which was correct, but Chung lets that one go, and Terry going to take another one. So he's 4 clubs for Stuart. Wouldn't have mind seeing him open that early position, but just lets it go. And Ben with the old 8s under the gun plus 2. Yep. Raise the 5k. Blinds are now, I think it's 1,000, 2,500. Paul is all in for his last 30k, which is 12 big blinds. So Ben will be calling this once it comes back round to him. Pocket 8s. Going to be a call here off Dan. Dan's thinking about something here. A6 off. Okay. Yeah, he's just going to fold, and Ben's got an easy call here with a pocket 8s, and we're off to the races. Ace 10 for Paul, 8s for Ben. So Paul, who came to the table with around 120k, is now all in for his tournament life. Going to need to hit, looking for an ace or a 10. Queen, 6, 3, 2 spades, backdoor Broadway, ace and a 10, still the direct outs. There's the spade, so we've picked up a few extra outs here. Any ace, 10 or spade will do the trick, but it's the king of diamonds, and we're going to lose mini main champion Paul Fisher.
Unlucky Paul.
And Ben, now the new chip leader at the table, surpasses Terry. I think he's got around 280k. Could be chip leader in the room tower.
Unlucky.
Sheet open, feature table, sheet 9.
Sheet open, feature.
Oh, no, sorry, I wasn't even thinking about that. I'll be honest, I was sort of engrossed in the hands.
So the news that Swindon are letting the team down on Towers treble. Tush. Tush. An absolutely great day. Half the field have already gone to watch Jeff Stelling in the bar.
Still not a bad Saturday, is it? With the football back.
Absolutely.
So lose another half of the field and we're in the money. Money bubble usually does
The
occur.
biggest GUKPT Manchester's ever seen, and for the second time in a row, £500,000, £500,000 prize pool or bigger. Just amazing.
So Midi with the pocket deuces here.
Mid-A with the twos. Whack, whack. Whack, whack. Good Umberto.
Raised up to 6k. Rob got an easy defend here with a 9-6 suited. And it's heads up to the flop.
9-9 king.
Says trip.
We just defend it. We just defend the big with 9-6. Yeah, it comes 9-9 king. That'll do nicely.
So Midi just continuing here. King high paired board as the pre-flop aggressor. Bet of 6k and Rob just going to call, keep all of Midi's bluffs in. We've got such a strong hand here, such a lock on it, and it's the 4 of spades on the turn. So expect Midi to check this one back now after. Oh, it's a deuce on the river!
That's it, the deuce on the river, the flush has missed, the driest board you can see. Rob's going to lose chunks.
Wow, and he's got to come in for a lead as well, Rob, because Midi will check back some King X on the turn. So I'm going to be leading big here as Rob, and he's going to get some bad news. And he's going to hate his life because he'll know as soon as Midi raises here. Midi's never going to raise aces or a King X type hand here. Just call because Rob's got all the 9X here in the big blind. He's got all types of 9X holdings, and there is the raise straight away.
He's
from
raised
Midi.
it up.
Makes it 100k, and this is a tough spot for Rob. And
He's
now
raised it to 100,000.
100,000
Oh
tower.
my days.
What is it with the deuces today? Just rolling off on turns and rivers, making boats for people, and Rob's in a gross spot because it comes down to value hands. For Midi, we don't actually beat any. If Midi's also got a 9X hand, obviously our kicker's not going to play, and obviously boats as well. But what's going through Rob's head here now? A couple of things. The first thing will be, how often is Midi going to bet pocket kings on this flop? Because a lot of the time he's just going to check that hand against the big blind range. So maybe Rob excludes that from Midi's range. So then basically it comes down to 9X. 4s are probably going to keep barreling on the turn. So it's basically 9X and deuces that he's repping, and we've got a 9 in our hand, so it's so hard for him to have 3 combos of deuces, and then he's got less combos of 9s than us because he is the opener. We've got a lot more being in the big blind, but this is gross for Midi. But that's why he's raised so big here, tower, because Rob, once he leads this river, sometimes he'll have a bluff, yes, but
Do you think he knows that Rob's got a 9?
yeah, well, when it's not that he knows definitely that Rob's got a 9, it's the fact of the matter that the times Rob does have a 9, it's going to be so difficult for him to fold, so we can go this large size for the times that he does actually have the 9 to get more value. Because his bluffs are going to fold anyway, no matter what size we go, so we might as well go bigger for the times that Rob does actually have a 9. He's paid it off, and you can't fault him for that. You just can't fault him, and it's so difficult to let that one go. Trip 9's there, has to flick in the call. Would have been some hero fold if he let it go, but it's just Midi's range is so condensed there. I don't think he's got kings too often because he's going to check flop, so it's basically deuces or another 9X. And the other thing, 9X is going to carry on barreling actually on the turn. Why is 9X going to suddenly check turn? So that's probably what's gone through Rob's head as well. He's got a 9 there, Midi. He's going to bet turn as well. So what's he supposed to have? It's actually really tough to fold
Midi
there.
has to be one of the chip leaders in the room now,
Yeah,
just shy of 300,000 chips.
They're thinking about it now, Tower. Rob can't fold. I don't think he can. It's literally deuces we lose to. That's it. 3 combos of deuces. Midi's going to continue barreling all 9X on turn. Kings are going to check at such high frequency. 4s are going to barrel turn as well. So it's basically deuces or nothing, and that's what it comes down to. Has he got deuces or has he hasn't? That's the question he had to ask himself. And against a capable player like Midi, who may go like beast mode with like a king jack type hand, and because he blocks king 9 and try and turn that into a bluff, it's just so hard to fold. I don't think we can possibly fold there.
Scrolling along the bottom, eliminations. Eliminations from the field as we're down to 74. Andy Back's gone. Oh, Phil Ivy's gone. Tom Hall.
Got some names gone, Tower.
Yeah, Ryan Mandara
out as well. Gary Whitehead at the rail. Stuart McNally.
There are some eliminations in that field, and there's some big names.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Mike. So it's pretty impossible for Midi to bluff this river here. It's very true. It's going to be a very under bluff spot simply because Rob has all the 9x in the big blind, and we're really going to try and get him to fold a 9, which is very, very true. But what had to go through Rob's head there is, if Midi's got a 9 there, why is he not double barreling turn? He's going to try and build the pot with a 9. So obviously Rob just thinks Midi can never have a 9 there. Like I said about kings, they're probably not going to continue flop against big blind calling range. And then 4s, same scenario, they're going to continue barreling. So it basically just come down to, has he got deuces or has he not got deuces? But then obviously we have to ask ourselves the question of what bluffs can he ever have in that spot, and trying to figure out hands that you can come up with for bluffs is going to be a difficult one. So can you make the hero fold? Maybe, but it's hard when you're sitting there and you're running the hand through your head and you're just pretty confident he can't have a 9 and he can't have king. So what has he got? Is it deuces or is it nothing? But got a feel for Rob there. 2 out on the river cost him a large proportion of his stack. Jack 9-8, 2 hearts is the flop, and continue from Terry, flopping it up and down. Snap fold from David.
Chef Brad's finished work for the afternoon. Oh yeah, Brad.
Who's
Just Brad Simpson.
Brad.
Oh, just Brad.
I know Brad Simpson.
Yeah, he used to have he used to be a
Cook, didn't he?
cook. Yeah. He used to make cakes and all sorts of things. Have you seen any lately?
No.
No.
You
Andy?
did say used to be,
You
didn't you?
seen? No, not seen any cakes lately from Brad. No. So Swindon Town are letting us down for Towers treble at the minute and the fourfold, because the other 3 are winning at half time. Come on, Swindon, make it good. Make it good for us all, man. Winning start to the live stream. Oh, I'll have offers coming out the doors for I don't know what to do with myself.
So Terry decided to open the Jack 6 suited early position. Ben going to defend 9-7 of spades. Heads up against Terry. Heads up to the flop. Oh, Queen 8-8, 2 spade flop. Both players flopping flush draws here. Terry with the superior flush draw. I'm going to continue on the paired board. About 5.5k. And Ben snap raises. The 9 high flush, and Terry not folding a flush draw, so we're going to see a turn. If a spade rolls off, could potentially be a pretty sizable pop. And Ben decides to slow down, and the river is a queen. So both players are playing the board now, and Ben actually going to come in for a bluff and snap fold from Terry. Nice play from there from Ben, takes it down with just 9 high. Was playing the board, they were actually chopping, but gets the job done. And chipping up nicely. 200. Look at the chips on this table, Tower. At this stage of the tournament, you've got 3 players over 200k and another player only 200k. It's the stack depths for this stage of the tournament. It's probably the table in the field with the most chips on it. I'd probably go out on a limb and say plenty of poker to be played.
Absolutely. And we know we've lost half the field since we started, but obviously when all the stacks start to condense and the chip stacks get bigger, It does tend to level off.
So, legitimate hand. This time for Terry. Ace King suited. And David wants to be shoving here. Well, hope to see a shove from David, especially with a dead call from Stuart. And there's the all in.
Yeah, Terry's definitely calling.
18.5 bigs. Terry will put in the call.
I think Chung will decide that 7s aren't good enough and he'll eventually get out of the way.
Yeah, especially with Terry sitting there with his chips ready to put in behind you.
Yeah.
Literally just took them from his stack and put them in front of him.
So the thing is does David survive? It's a yay or nay. It's a flip.
Yay?
Is that what you're saying?
Yay. I fancy David to survive.
So there we go. The Jacks against Ace King. Terry, Jordan, Ace King suited. David in seat 4 as the Jacks. Skeldon says Terry never misses. Well, he has at the minute.
Some backdoor heart possibilities. Well,
there's
the
one of them.
6 of hearts, so picked up a few extra outs here. Ace, King or heart to bust the Jacks.
Oh,
it's the
you are
4 of
joking.
Hearts, and Terry's on fire at the moment. He's just
Wow.
on fire. And David,
Look at them stacks now. 291 midi, 276 Ben, 261 Terry. Let's leave this table on for the rest of the day.
Please, please.
Silver featured table, seat 4.
Wow, it'd be great to have this table that day.
Wow. You feel like one of these players will hit the $500,000 before anybody else.
So unlucky for David. Terry stacking his chips.
Just wowzers. Ha! Terry's all gold. They were my mum's favourite chocolates then. You've probably never heard of them.
No, I haven't.
Because you're not old enough.
I've heard of chocolate orange.
No, that's... Terry's all gold. Obviously they were in a golden box. You know, a bit like Milk Tray and Black Magic. You used to have Terry's all gold. 2 layers of chocolates. Caramel chocolates, yeah. How can you be too young to even not know Terry's all gold? Wowzers. Cooler fish. Cooler fish. Do they not sell it anymore?
They probably do, I've just never come across it. Sound nice though, to be fair.
Well, they're lovely.
One of your favourites.
Well, I'm a dark chocolate person, so Black Magic were my favourites. Still are.
I like
if anybody's coming into Manchester.
Gillian, you had them?
Oh, yeah.
They're nice, they're nice. Can get quite sickly after a few, but very, very nice.
How many till the cash? Around 30. Around 30 players till we cash. 47 get the money.
So Chung here, ace 10 on the button. Always going to be opening this hand. Terry going to defend the 8-7 in the big. 7-5-4, rainbow, top pair for Terry with gut shot. Just ace high here for Chung. May check this one behind more often than not, simply because Terry in the big blind is going to favour him a lot more than it should do us. And the 4 in the turn going to give Terry a licence to bet. After Chung has checked back on the flop and does come in for a bet. What puts all this change in? 6.5. Showing potentially thinking about calling once here with ace high. Seeing if it can be the best hand. Terry can have a whole host of hands in the big. He could have like any sort of 6x, king 6, queen 6, jack 6, 10 6 that's up and down. But thinks better of it and just going to lay down. So 1k, 2.5k, 2.5k big blind. We've got 45 minutes left until the dinner break.
Oh yeah.
And then we'll be off for an hour. And then when we come back, it will be a new featured table.
Catch his breath.
How much have you got actually there? I got 47.5. 47.5, yes. Yeah. What's your name, man? Can't get it. My friend, what's your name? Rob. Do you know how much you've got? Yeah, you got it all, Dave, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
It has been a great table. It has been a great day so far. It'd be even better if Swindon score 2. That's all we're saying. We're not greedy. 3's better, but 2 will do.
Big Ben says, any big names still in? There are plenty of big names still in.
Yep. There are so many big names, it's hard to put them all on the stream.
I'll tell you what we'll do after this hand for you, Ben. We'll have a little look around the card room, see what's going on, see who's still in.
Okay.
See what's happening on the outer tables.
Nice one.
But first, we're going to see Craig open to 5.5. With ace 10 here in the low jack. No need to shove it off of this stack size. We want to start trying to extract value from big blind defend range. But Ben here going to be free betting this one into free bet, get it in, I think, a lot of the time. But no, just coming for the flat. And midi now.
Yeah, midi's definitely one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, now midi will be squeezing now after Ben's dead flat. It's going to be bumped up, and this is good for Craig now because he can just fold. If he open shoved the ace 10, he'd be looking for a free out and be out the door, but we can just easily come in for a raise and then fold if we get free bet with the ace 10 off that stack size. But now Ben, a bit under repped here after just flatting. Craig's open. I think midi would we expect Ben to free bet all, like at least maybe even ace jack, ace queen plus versus that stack size. So you're going to feel fairly confident that he's got the best hand here midi, even though both these players have the same hand. I can't see Ben folding. We are out of position against midi, who is a very good player, but once we just flat the open, we are pretty under repped here with our ace queen. But no, he just lets it go. He just didn't want to get involved. Fine as well. Midi gets him off the chop.
Ladies, Brad, he's going to be on later. Jack Allen said, who's chip leader? I think it's midi. 300,000. We get a full.
So there we are. Little look at the outer tables for you guys. Always nice to see what's going on. But back to the featured for the last half hour of the session. And it's raise and take for Terry with the ace-4 of diamonds.
Places are paid £2,050 when you get in the money, and about 8 or 9 spots pay the same money. 47 to 40th will get £2,050.
Ace king for Ben. Gonna raise it up. Makes it 5k. Probably all the way around to the blinds. Action going to be on Stuart with ace-9 in the big. Going to make the call for 2.5k more.
7-10 queen.
So queen high rainbow. Ace king equity to Nux 2 overs. Ben's going to have plenty of continues on this board. Don't need to go too big here. 4-5k is fine. Looks like he's gone. I'm not sure what size he chose. I'm not sure if there was a yellow chip in there. It was either 8k or 4k. Yep, it was 4k. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Stuart checks one more. Now Ben against big blind here can potentially come in for double barrels. Like I always say, these are the best spots to double barrel when you're up against the big blind range, because it's so wide. They're going to call with 7x once, 10x once, some gut shots. There'll be some up and downs in there as well. And then this double barrel can really apply the pressure to them hands. We'll be aware that the Queen X isn't going to fold to the second barrel, but we get most of the hands to fold.
So just had some news from the outage from the floor staff. Is that it is not a 60-minute dinner break at the end of this level. There's a 15-minute break, then one more level, and then it's a 60-minute break, which adds an extra break into the day, which means you've got us for longer.
Yep.
That's all it means. It just means you've got us for a little bit longer, that's all. Any chance that Neil Farrell and Nalim's table is going to be on the feature, says Karen Willis on Facebook. Well, I suppose we can try. Well, we can ask the question.
Chung's got the kings here under the gun. Comes in for the open to 5k. Folds all the way around to Ben in the big. Where his hand, he's going to be getting over 4-1 on the call, so you expect him to defend fairly wide. Yeah, 7-8 off, gonna flick in the call here. We're gonna go heads up to the flop. Off Jack 6 deuce rainbow. Lovely board this for us with the kings. Very dry. We've got the overpair. We'll be coming in for a value bet here. Start building the pot. Bet of 5k, and Ben's going to have an easy fold with just 8 height. He's going to posture for a couple of seconds before eventually letting that one go into the muck. Jack 9 suited for Rob in the hijack. Might just see him shove here, Tower. I'd like to see him shove. There it is. Unfolded toss. We've got 3 players to get through. And gets that one. Fruit. Chunk shows the 3 deuce. And Rob, little pick up. Good to see him showing that hand. Afternoon Blue 58. Hello again, he says on Twitch.
That was Kev Blower who was watching on YouTube. Didn't realise that. Yeah, with YouTube, loads of people watch it on YouTube, but not many people chat. And we've got
that's the reason for that, I think, is because a lot of people have YouTube on their like tellies at home, don't they? And they can just sit back and watch the stream.
We have a system where all our chat boxes are correlated in one fair swoop, so we know who's talking where. But if you were on one said system and we don't tell you who's asking the question on what site, then oh, John Baxter, keep the bad news to yourself because Preston's equalised.
And just like that, it's all gone wrong.
It's all gone, Pete. Oh, Big Ben 28 says, how do you guys know what cards they have? I don't know if you're watching on Twitch. Obviously, we can see what pictures you're watching at the exact same time.
Yeah, if you want to get into the technical bit of it, Ben, the way it works, the table underneath, you see where the Grosvenor logo is. There's a card reader, and in each individual card there's a chip that have a significant code that's read by the reader, and then that will send it to the system, and then that will show the cards up there on the top left. So that's how it all works. It's not old school like the old glass in the table or the little whole camera. It's just all done like that now.
Yes, the treble has took a nosedive, unfortunately. Well, it was lucky so well. We got excited for half an hour.
Half an hour. Evening, Joe, Diego. Evening, both. Great coverage as always. Thanks, Joe. Glad you're enjoying it. As Terry limped the 9-8 under the gun. Ping on the turn for Terry. That's the nuts for him. He is running hot this session.
Running hot.
And Dan going to come in for a double barrel now with the ace queen, 2 overs, as well as equity to the nuts if a king does roll off. Obviously applying pressure to Terry's range. He's just got like a 1 pair hand, but Terry just rips it in with the straight. And going to take another one up to 305k. Terry's over the 300. We've got 2 players on this table over 300k, and we're in level 4 of the day, level 14 of the tournament. Him and Midi could potentially play a 600k pot in level 14. Be unheard of.
Absolutely.
So as Tower mentioned, after this level in about 20 minutes time, maybe a bit more, we will be heading out on a 15-minute break, not an hour dinner break. We'll be back then for one more hour with a new table, and then we will head out on the hour dinner break. So next session is going to be a bit different from usual.
Yep.
It's just going to be an hour.
I wonder if they'll keep the same table on.
I don't see why not. I think
No,
could be an option.
We're being told not. They're rotating as normal.
No.
I know. Well, maybe for the extra hour they could have just could have done that, but obviously not. As Rob Boone comes to our table. Rob was second in Blackpool a couple of years ago.
Big Ben, what is the highest chips of the comp? They're both sitting on our table, the two chip leaders of the whole field. Middy and Terry, both with around the 300k mark. There's so many chips on this table, so many. Compared to what the average stack is and how many players are left, there's a lot of chips on here.
So lost just over half the field since we started with 148. We're on 72.
Yeah, we have had an influx of bust outs. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of day two buy-ins. There's 17. We lost a few of them. But there will be a point where that has to slow down. It just has to. Average stack's going to increase, and there'll be plenty of big blinds. And Dan's just going to fold under the gun, the ace-4 suited, and Rob's moved in on his direct left with ace-queen for
Looks like no action.
16 bigs.
The action tracker catching up. Moves all the way back round to Dan in C1. And a snap fold.
Oh, okay, Dan actually opened and Rob shoved over the
He
top,
opened.
which is fine.
Rob's just getting a little bit of advice from his mates watching the live stream.
Yeah, he's unlucky.
You got unlucky, Rob. You got unlucky.
Chung, 10-9 suited in the hijack, raises to 5k. It looks like Terry wants to get involved. He's made the call on the button with the 4 deuce. In action on Dan in the big blind. Defends with the queen jack is actually a best hand at the moment, not that he's to know that. It's 3-way action to the flop.
Nice. Ace, ace, deuce.
So I'd like to see Chung with just 10 high here on the board. That's going to be better for us coming for the continue, but he decides not to, and Terry with a deuce is going to bet his 2 pair. Quick fold from Dan and Chung. Just probably going to get out of the way now, unless he's thinking about running something, but there's better hands to do it with, I personally think, and looks like he is thinking about running something. It actually works and gets Terry to fold the deuce. Actually worked perfectly for him. I think if he continued, Terry would have called and then he would have just shut down, but taking the check raise line gives him a fair bit of credibility for an ace. Although are we really going to want to get Terry out the pot if we have flop trips, or are we going to want to keep him in?
Just over 90 minutes to go until the bounty starts here in Manchester, Berringham Road. £165 in, £50 every time you knock somebody out. 30-minute clock, 15,000 starting stake.
Jack 10 suited for Ben, easy open for him, raised to 5k, and Terry has free bet to 20k with the 10-4 of diamonds. And Dan here with pocket 8s, and if I'm Dan, I know we've got 8s and 20 big blinds and Terry's free bet, but I don't know, how often do we perceive that Terry's going to be free bet bluffing? You don't often see Terry free bet. I've probably fold there as well. I know people tuning yesterday, there was one free bet where he free bet the 5-4 suited, but a lot of the time Terry don't tend to get out of line in terms of free bets and 4 bets bluff pre-flop. So interesting to see how Ben plays. The thing that would be going through my mind is, Ben, we can possibly make a big hand here with Jack 10 of spades, and we could win a huge pot against Terry potentially. We are out of position, but the problem is if he does have a hand, aces, kings, queens, and he is nutted, we can get ourselves on trouble on like Jack and 10 high boards. But because of how deep we are, it's just having a count of his stack. But I think being this deep with Terry, I'd certainly be peeling even out of position. Like the implied odds are there for sure. We got 2-1. Yeah, like it. I'm glad to see Ben call here this deep and not let it go. I know Terry, like I just said, doesn't tend to get too much out of line with his free bets. I know he hasn't on this occasion, but Ace-7-7 is the flop of Rainbow. And if we are free betting the 10-4 suited, we have to be continuing this board. Don't have to go big. I'd like to see like a 10-15k. That's the size that I think is going to be best for us on this board. It's kind of got 20, but Ben just snap folds. And Terry shows him the 10-4 of diamonds, slaps it down in his face. A smile, and Terry doing Terry things.
Big news regarding the treble. Reading have taken the lead again. Come on, keep up the good news, you guys in the chat box. Come on, keep up the good news. We really need a goal from Swindon. Really sharpish.
Really soon, yeah. We've got 20 minutes. We need, hopefully, Swindon score 480. Give us a sweat. That will be nice.
Did you really have kings? Not really raised free.
You're full of it.
Layers all in.
See what I did? 8. Magic.
What you got there,
Shove from Dan here for just over 20 big blinds.
You don't realise 50,000's 20 bigs now, do you? Yeah. You just keep looking, don't you? And just got to be aware of your stack size regarding the big blinds, and you all of a sudden 60k is 20 bigs.
15 minutes to go before a 15-minute break. And look at these stacks. Ben, Midi and Terry over 100 big blinds at this stage of the tournament is just a great position to be in. Such a good position. Midi making it 6k to go with a pocket of 3s. And Craig in the big blind, ace-6 off of this stack. We've got 12 big blinds here. Middy's opened early position. Yeah, I was just about to say it's fine to just fold it. We're going to be in a dominated spot too often with ace-6 off facing EP open. And even the times we are ahead against king, queen, king, jack, those type of holdings, we're not going to have a lot on a hold. We're only going to have about 60% equity versus 40%. So just good to let that one go. Try and wait for a better spot.
John Baxter has given us some really, really bad news.
Yeah, any good news, John?
Brighton somehow have managed to get a shot on target. Oh. Oh, man.
So Chung opening the ace-9 suited under the gun. Terry makes the call with a king-9 of hearts. And at Craig, this is it. This is the spot we've been waiting for. There's the all-in. And Chung now. Ace-9 suited, 26k to call. This is a 12 big blind shove. Not sure Craig's going to be shoving like ace-8 off and ace-7 off, stuff like that. He may incorporate some suited aces, maybe the suited wheel aces into his shoving range. But really good fold there from Chung, good discipline, lets it go. Just sort of has the understanding that very hard to have our opponent crushed in that spot. But Terry wants to give him a spin with the king-9, and hearts are no good, but king and 9 both live.
Yeah. This is going to be a double up for Craig.
He can't win another one, Terry, surely. No. Oh, ace-9 of clubs would have flopped the nutter butters, but still fading the 9 or king off Craig, and Terry is on one today. He's absolutely on one. You just can't do anything wrong. And it's a 10 on the river for a bit of rubs for the ace-10, and Terry going to send another player to the rail. He's like a steamroller out there, 350k now, busting players left, right, centre, and taking 350k through to the second session break is like...
See it open.
You see some players make the final with 350k. Obviously it'd be the short stack, but Terry stacking up nicely. And we lose another one. Feature table seems like the table of death. People just busting from all angles. And a new player comes and joins the table just as we lose one. Stuart finds aces, and Dan's got jacks here, and this could be trouble for Dan because Dan's playing sub 25 big blinds here. We've opened low jack, cut off free bet. I know Stuart's been very, very tight, and I think this is actually the first free bet we've seen from Stuart. Shouldn't choose to free bet the ace king earlier. Just chose the flat, but Dan, which is not much we can do, 24 bigs. We've got jacks, and we're facing free bet from the cut-off against our low jack open. We just got to get it in almost always, unless our opponent's never got a worse hand in his free bet range. So needs to find a jack, or we will lose another one.
What a table it has been. Any jacks around? Jack ball! A hook! Oh, it is not. Good luck, he says. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Lost another.
So folds round to Chung in the small, 6 deuce suited. Gonna at least be complete in this hand, blind on blind, but looks like he's opted to take the raise option here. And midi king 10 suited. Obviously you're gonna be continuing this hand. Chung 40 bigs deep, probably won't want a free bet get this in, so just gonna flatten position, lovely playable hand. Take a flop. Wow, 2-2-5, and that's the flop you like to see when you're opening 6 deuce suited. And he's going to put in a checky trap here over to midi, and midi checks straight behind with the king 10. 7 of diamonds on the turn. So if we're Chung now, we want to start trying to get some money in that pot with our trips. Obviously, got to be thinking what hands midi's supposed to have, but it's very wide here in the big blind, and you have a whole host of hands. So sometimes we're just going to bet, well, a lot of the time actually we're just going to bet, and midi's just going to fold a lot of hands, but he's going to come in for the call here with king high. Maybe potentially float into bluffs and rivers if it's checked to us. Is that 10? Oh, I thought it was 10 on the river, it's a queen. So I'm Chung now, I don't see no reason why we're not going to come in for another bet here. Midi can have a 7. You expect him to bet most 5x on the flop. 7x, wow, he's checked it. Wow, and midi checks behind and sees the 6 deuce suited. Yeah, didn't fall into that one. He didn't fall for that one.
Right, it's time we had a break because Brighton have managed to get another one apparently. It's all gone absolute P-tong. That's it, I quit. Till next week. Unbelievable. Horrendous. What's happened to Brighton? Unbelievable. How did they score 2 in one game? Oh, we were having dreams and all sorts in first half at half time. We were having dreams. Not anymore. Sorry, team. Tried my best. Burnley. Happy place. Ish. What can you do? There's always next week. We are watching a fantastic game of poker, to be fair. And we have gone from 148 down to 65. So they've just announced that the break is 15 minutes, which is in about 5 minutes' time, and then the extended break is after level number 5.
Chung just really strange from Chung, limping the button here with Jack 10 of spades. Almost always going to be opening this, especially into Terry's big, but once checked to us after it being limp pre, we're just going to bet with our gut shot backdoor flush draw. Even Stuart's got chunks on this table. We've got basically 4 players with 100 big blinds or more. It's
Burnley have done us. Oh, not mentioning it anymore. Football's silly. Silly, that football. Plenty going on online. Tomorrow, Sunday, we have the closer, £110 in. Starts at 7. At 6 o'clock, we've got the live stream free roll. Password given out tomorrow. Goliath satellites all day, every day for the next 2 weeks. As Goliath starts on 25th of August online. And by the time we finish today, tomorrow morning at 8 AM, the book opens for the players remaining of Manchester's GUKPT on Grosvenor Sports, where you can have a little flutter on your favourite player still left in the comp.
So, Terry, we're going to bet his 3-eye flush draw bottom pair and up and down. Is that one through?
Average stack.
Average stack. How many runners do we have?
400 and a lot.
475. We've got 65 left. Divide that by that. Around 7.3. So I reckon about 146,000. Mike at the moment. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Just under 150k. $50,000.
150,000 just shy of, says Jay, and I don't not believe him.
So ace deuce deuce, the flop, which could likely be the last hand. We may get one more in if this one does finish quickly. And it's check check on the flop, 6 of spades on the turn, and it's gone bet from Terry and quick fold from Rob. Last hand of the session coming up, and then we'll be off on a 15-minute break, and we will be back at 5 o'clock, guys. A bit different today, but 5 p.m. is when we will return.
Why is Coventry cheaper than the last two events? The 1150 has gone down a treat so far. It's just where it is, where it's based. London and Manchester have always been the higher buying. London and Manchester seem to have a bigger range of player. And the catchment area is obviously London and Manchester, two massive cities. First time in Coventry in 8 years, and the Midlands hasn't had a GUKPT for 4 years, so the 750 total seems to be a perfect buy-in for Coventry. Barry Neville on Facebook watching Sheffield Wednesday winning 2-0. Well done to Sheffield Wednesday winning the first game against Donny today. Thanks, Barry. Barry Neville watching on Facebook. Playing better, we'll soon find out. Well, good to have you on board, Barry, watching the live stream.
Yeah, a bit of action last hand. Terry's got the nut flush draw here. One over card to Ben's pocket 9. So after Terry's 3-bet M, it's come Queen 4-4. Assuming Terry hasn't gone huge size in here, I'd like to see Ben check call this with the 9s. Going to have to call once here, especially versus Terry. I know he has 3-bet pre, but would still be a fair amount on his hands on this particular board. And the turn is the Jack of Diamonds, so Terry now takes the lead. River in 2 pair. And the river is the 5 of hearts. And if Ben checks here, I'd love.
So this is the last hand, young man.
I think Terry could potentially come for value here, but no, he decides not to. And that is the last hand, and we will be back at 5 o'clock, guys. We'll see you then.
We'll see you then. 15 minutes to wet the whistle.
Queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though, and it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them. To be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You you finished 35th for 20,000. Andy Booth finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's just that's really what I play poker for. To be honest, like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really. I don't really have much desire to play them because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favorite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've they've took you to their hearts because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So, yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And, yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8s, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day though, so I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up and then come back the next day for day 2, the super high roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They're like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heater. It was a good few days over there, and I really liked it over there. Actually, went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Marageds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy. And so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things. And I think I had ace-4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick, brick, brick 6 on the turn. So it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader when we go to Vegas. You're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game. And like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow. And I had Conor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really, really good player. I ended up making this fold with ace king jack in a hand, in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, wow. And he had his vlog out and everything. That was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day 2, I was, as you say, chip leader with 60 left, and in a really, really commanding position, but I just got in 2 ridiculous hands. And I mean, that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't expect it to be frittered away. That is for sure.
No.
MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy. The MPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting. He's a really, really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, But yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got. I think I got. I think
Or
they
was
gave
that
me.
the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be honest.
Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
We finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very like sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something, I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, yeah, David, how you doing, mate? But when I sat down, he was like, oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you. That was really funny. I think yeah,
Would you like to run them through them again, please, ladies and gentlemen? We are just about to start the day for the next one. This is like a little bit of an extra one. This is like a little bit of an extra one. You know when you go like that? And nobody can hear you.
It's not my job, it's your job.
I forget. Run the T-run again. Can't help it. Run the T-run again, man.
I'm not used to doing the mic.
148 down to 62. Wow. At the start of this level. That's...
Yeah.
We're only 14 off the money.
It's probably going to slow down now. I think stacks are going to start to get deeper.
14 off the money.
We're back for the session. I'll run through the table
Who
again.
we got,
so
Jay? Who we got, Jay?
In 1 is David Doherty. In 2, Mario Serrano. In 3 is Jean. In 4, Michael Chesel. In 5, Asif Elias. In 6, Ferraldo. 7, Alim Kanji. 8 is Trig. And 9, Mitchell Heine.
I think Ferraldo was just ordered.
Yeah. I think Trig has as well. They both got
have they?
Might have ordered it together.
Running out. So Stu Rutter and Rick Trigg Both went. Both forfeited not going to watch Sheffield Wednesday, win 2-0, and they're both still in the biggest event Manchester see. Chip count scrolling across the bottom. Brandon Shields bought in today for 16 bigs after he got Terry Jordan last night, and he's in the top 5 chip stacks with 300,000. Unbelievable. Techers. Amazing stuff. Proper good. So we're on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, we've not learnt the technology yet, Mel. We do apologise. It's just one of them things that we get one job.
We'll get used to it. We'll get used to it.
We will. Oh, Bongo and Golo's back. Hello, Mr. Tower, sir. Hello, Bongo. Nice to be back after all these months away.
So Jean, King Queen here. Going to be opening this under the gun +1, playing 23 bigs. David here, ace-5 in the big blind, gonna lick and defend, 4-1 on his money. Heads up to the flop.
8, Jack 10, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, good flop here for Jean. Up and down, 2 overs. Want to be continuing here with this hand fairly often. And David's just going to get out of the way here with ace high.
What I say as soon as I wake up.
Shoseki, how many entries was there? We had 476 in the end, creating over a £500,000 prize pool.
£500,000 in Manchester. It was nearly £200,000 bigger than the last event.
You did really well, pal. Cheers.
And I know it's slightly gone up in, but I'll tell you what, it's brilliant. So good. So Razor Kev's punt tonight is Norwich 2, Liverpool 3, and TTA and Pookie to get booked.
That's probably about 500-1, that would be, won't it?
It'd be a big one. This should be a good table. Fernaldo, Rick Trigg, Aleem.
So Seif going to come in for the open, 8-5 of hearts. A bit on the loose side, EP. Mitchell on the button here, King Jack off. Looks like he's counting out chips. Go either way with this one, either free bet or call. Just going to call, take a flop in position.
Flop time. Queen 7-4. Nice flop for a seat.
Yeah, big flop, flopping a straight flush draw. Going to be continuing this always here. Just 8 high. Lots of equity. And Mitchell here on the button. King Jack just going to get out of the way. The Trig is our short stack. He has 13 big blinds. Heard about him losing that 280k pot against Brandon last session. How'd the treble get on tower?
Well, it was looking really good. It was looking amazing. We were cashing out and everything. We were having parties and all sorts. And then Burnley decided to go home at half time and lost 2-1. And Swindon never recovered from 2-1 down.
Camera can't see my phone from the camera. I'm looking at something.
Very illegal stuff.
So in other words, pants. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. There's always next week, and we'll do it all again next week. That is for sure. Big apologies.
So calf open here. Ace Queen 10 is the flop. Mario defending in the big blind. He's flopped double gutter here with the ace Jack 8. Mitchell may check this one back. Yeah, I like the check here for Mitchell. We got top pair here, but as I always say, you need to incorporate some checks in with your top pairs, and this is a good hand to do it with. Bit of deception as well. We've got that factor in it. And Mario here double gutted, facing this turn bet. Expect him to call once, but just gets out the way. Afternoon carpet catch up.
Afternoon. He always says hello to the chat box family. Hope everybody is well this Saturday afternoon. We're getting close to the money. Well, close-ish. We're about 14 off the money. Which to us is pretty close considering we had 148 runners this morning. And Brandon Shields bought him for day 2 and he's in the top 5 chip stacks.
Yeah, it just shows you. But the thing is, it's not even I know 16 bigs is a fairly shallow stack, but on an hour clock,
Yeah.
like you will find that spot to get your money.
And he won't have even just shoved either or just tried to got them all in straight away, I don't guess.
No, he wouldn't.
He'll have played them as properly as he could. Liam Kanji, chip leader on our table. This level is only, or this session is only one level. So 6 o'clock is the 60-minute dinner break. What we got in the dinner break, Andy, to be watching? What are we planning? What are we sticking on?
Finish off the rest of Kellett.
Alright.
And then after that, I think we've got about not a great deal of Kellett left. And then after that, we can play.
Tricks all in here for just over 13 big blinds with the ace king suited. And Mario can't call here. The a6. Gets out of the way. Jean's going to do the same. And Trick's going to get this one through.
Next to blinds and the antes. Trig was asked on this live stream and thought his answer was way too short. He reckons around 14s. What for, Jim? Oh, assuming they all turned up, what are the odds of a Grosvenor Pro winning either the Mini, the Midi or the Main at any GUKPT festival? Somebody offered 14s. Or Trig would offer about 14s. I actually thought it'd be higher.
It's
Not easy anymore, is it?
That's not, especially the amount of runners you've got now. It's so hard to win a tournament as well. The thing with you have to run very well. No matter how good you are to win a tournament, you do have to run very well. There's so much variance involved. As we see Mitchell 3-bet the ace queen suited here after Trig decided to open the queen 10. Just going to have to let this one go.
The mighty Rotherham United managed to lose in 90 plus 6 today. It was 0-0 till 90 plus 6, and then the goalkeeper did not save it. Lost to Wigan. It was a late kick-off for some reason.
Top of the league, Rotherham, weren't they?
They were. It was a 3:15 kick-off for some reason. The mighty Rotherham United lost again. It's just all on proper pants today, the football, so we're not mentioning it ever again. ever. But it is good to see Virgil van Dijk playing football again today.
Yeah, it is.
To Liverpool. Aye, One-Eye Pete's in the house, watching on YouTube. Ian Farrell, also watching on YouTube. Ronaldo inputting his chips in his daily calorie tracker. He's got chips on and off the table.
So Jean opening to 7k with a 6-5 suit here. Lean with an ace in the big blind, gonna make the call. 4-1 on his money, heads up to the flop. 10-6 deuce, 2 clubs. So Aleem does catch a piece, bottom pair, but big flop for Jean here, flopping pair and flush draw. It's going to be continuing. For 13k, 13 into 18 is quite a strange size. Don't usually expect to see that on the flop. He's gone 2/3 pot. This day and age, it's usually going to be a lot smaller, but Aleem going to call once with his pair of deuces. Queen of Hearts on the turn. So Jean checks behind. Does have showdown value with his 6 as well as his flush draw. Wow, deuce on the river. So Aleem now makes the best hand. River and trip deuces here. And they're going to come in for a bet, try and get some value from our opponent. And Jean going to be in a bit of a spot here because you don't expect Aleem to bet any 10x on this river. Once his queen rolls off on the turn, he's going to be check calling those hands. And that's why he's flicked it in. He's actually not even thought about it. He's called so quick. You can have plenty of bluffs there. Although we've got clubs in our hand, we prefer Aleem to have the clubs. But just didn't really believe him. He's only really repping a deuce or better there actually. Awesome queen X of clubs that is
So 1 level this session, which means we finish at 6 until 7. Getting into close territory for the money. 47 get paid. We heard on the outer tables. That Jack Hardcastle has been eliminated.
yeah. I had a chat with Jack during the break.
I've been eliminated by a woman.
Yeah, Lynn busted.
Lynn Beaumont.
Jack went through the hand with me. I'll see if I can recall it, but it was a 3-bet pot. Lynn had king queen, Jack had ace 3 of hearts.
Yeah.
Come king, I think king 9-3 with 1 heart, 2 spades. The turn completed the flush draw, and I think the river bricked out. Jack led turn because he didn't think Lynn could have many flushes, and then moved all in on the river, and Lynn tanked for a while and called it with top pair. So
Delightful.
can play.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lynn Beaumont, just over 200,000 chips.
So Jack 8 deuce, 2 spades. Top pair for Michael here. Not much else for either Trig or David. David, the pre-flop aggressor, not choosing to continue this time. Obviously Michael calling and hijack are open. We'll have plenty of Jack X in there. Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack, King Jack. Obviously Jack 9 suited on this particular occasion. So 11.5, half pot here. And David not insta-folding a king high. Obviously we've got some removal to some Jack X that Michael's supposed to have. King Jack and Queen Jack less likely because of our holding. But eventually does get out of the way correctly.
See what I could have bought.
Pocket threes for Jean. He's going to be all in here for just sub 13 big blinds.
Aye.
Side event tonight, 6:30. It's the Bounty. Back it is, the Bounty. The Bounty. Cannot wait to see how many runners they get in the Bounty. 15,000 starting stack, 30-minute clock. Starts at 6. £165 in, £50 every time you knock somebody out. Should be a cracker.
Michael opening Queen Jack suited, early position. David going to defend the 10-7. So both players catching a piece here, so we're going to see money go in the pot. I expect Michael to be continuing here after flopping top pair. But David not going to be going anywhere. He's called a piece. Makes the call. Heads up to the turn, which is the 9 of spades.
9 of spades.
So Michael, would like to see a check here from Michael. Obviously, range of hands that David's going to be calling in the big
Exactly
blind.
what he does.
Yeah, it's obviously the flush completes his. David's got all the flushes here in the big blind. He's going to have.
What is the river?
So many
Oh, it's a
combos.
jack of clubs.
But once David checks this over to us again and we river top 2, we can now come in for some value here as Michael. So best size to choose here would be based on what we think David's meant to have here. We can probably exclude a flush because we expect him to lead that on the river. So once he calls flop, his range basically comes down to Queen X, 7X, maybe some Deuce X in there. So wouldn't mind seeing a really small size. Yeah, I really like the size Michael's elected to go here on the river. Just over third pot. David's hand looks a lot like what it is, a 1-pair holding. On the Queen 7 Deuce board, the only draw out there was the flush draw. And there was no lead, so...
Yeah, he'll think about it and fold.
Well, what he might actually do, Tower here, he could take out the boss play and yeah, I was just about to say, he's got the perfect hand here to come in for a bluff raise with. This is the perfect hand to do it with. We block both straights, we block the flush, and we block some 2 pairs as well. And this is great from David. This is real good poker. Just understanding how good of a hand this is to actually come in for a bluff. It's probably the nut bluff hand here, 10-7 with the 10 of spades. And it's really put Michael to the test with top 2, but we got probably the best hand we can have in this spot as Michael, the way the hand's played. So I think this high up our range, I think this is one of the hands we may just have to call with, but the answer is what are the hands David's meant to be bluffing here, and are people, the problem is people under bluff these spots, but he has flicked it in with the Queen Jack.
Yeah,
and,
makes a call.
David chose the hand, but that's a sexy river raise there. That's so nice, just understanding all the hands that he blocks. 7s isn't in there, the King 10, the 10-8 suited, and then obviously the 10 of spades taking out some potential flush possibilities. But I like the play there. I really do like the play, because if he's got, let's say for example that river come the 8 of spades instead, and he raised there, he went for value with his Queen Jack, and David raised there, it would have worked. It would have worked for sure. He wouldn't have called, but we're just a bit too far off our range there with top 2, the way the hand's played, to let that one go. But really nice move. Just because it doesn't work on this occasion doesn't mean that it's not going to make you money in the long run. Just unfortunate to run in to the Queen Jack there.
So this is a one-level session with the extended break of 60 minutes being 6 p.m. and then we'll give you the number of runners for the starts of the bounty.
So Aleem, over 300k, going for back-to-back final tables, makes it 6.5. The Jack 9 suited, and Mario not making the call.
So we are heading towards the money. 47 getting paid if you've not seen it. And the ticker was rolling around with the prize money, but if you've not seen it, £134,250 up top. A whacking 91,600 for second place. And third is £54,450. You lock up £7,600 if you hit the final table. Just incredible numbers.
That's a real winner, real winner.
Aleem Kanji, one of the chip leaders. Trig, all in for 31k. The twos, they can't lose.
They can't on the featured yet today. So Trig shoveling for 10 bigs here, and David in the cut-off pocket fives, playing 20 bigs. He's probably going to ISO here. Tower with the fives over a 10 big blind shove. Trig's going to have ace deuce suited, ace 3 suited, ace 4 suited in there. Deuces, 3s and 4s. We do dominate some of his holdings. A lot of the time we will be in a flip situation, but no, just let it go. Does just let that one go. Maybe 3 players behind him. In the big blind, obviously, would have seen him call, but 3 players behind him, obviously a factor in that. And David just preserving his chips, just sub 20 bigs, Trig back up to 12 big blinds now. Out of the way, 3 deuce.
Absolutely, the old 3 deuce. Might be a nice cash hand to have a gamble with, but ace queen for David. 20 bigs. Gonna raise it up. Give it a raise.
here with jacks in the small blind. This is going to be getting in pre-flop tower with sub 20 bigs, ace queen versus jacks.
All into the call. What's happened to my laptop?
So David with the ace queen. Facing the jacks. Oh, it's not a good flop for the ace queen. Could see David Doherty out the door unless he finds a 10 or backdoor hearts. Well, there's one of the hearts.
There's one of them.
And can he find another? 10 would do the trick as well. Otherwise, he will be out the door. And it's a red 3, but it's the 3 of diamonds. So we're going to lose David Doherty from the tournament. Michael Chesal busting him with the pocket jacks. And David going to head to the rail.
Unlucky young man. Always good to see him. But unfortunately, gone by the wayside. So the bounty starts at 6. We're getting closer to the money with 58 left. 47 get the Wonga.
Half hour left on the clock, and don't forget, guys, this after this level is when we are going on our hour dinner break.
Yep.
It will change in proceedings today.
Hoping your soccer ball team won today. Unfortunately for us, we didn't manage the Towers treble. We were getting close, we were getting excited at half time, but it was just one of those that one of those. What can you do? Not a lot. We were unlucky. We were unlucky. We'll try again. And we'll be there again in Coventry in 3 weeks' time. Mario in seat number 2 raises it up with ace 10 suited. 260,000 stack at the start of the hand.
Makes it 9k. Liam not going to defend the ace deuce, facing a 3x open. If it was 2x or just over, I'm sure we would have seen him defend, but just lets that one go.
You can have your phone, I just can't watch the stream. No, I don't think so. Give me some over now. Can't answer the phone on the stream, can I? Not definitely not. No? What about your trust people where everybody's gone?
1.5, 3. Big blind ante of the same. 3,000. One level session for us, with there being a dinner break at 6 o'clock for us. We're not in its usual spot.
Hello, buddy, got this ball.
So Jean moves all in with the Cowboys. Don't think Mitch is going to be calling in C9 for the extra 31. He could do. Here's 7 suited. But you're thinking he's going to be doing it light with his tournament life, even the biggest GUKPT Manchester's ever seen.
Yeah. So ring me Thursday.
Got to be thinking not.
Give me a ring on Thursday, yeah? Perfect. Cheers, Ron.
And on to the next. 148 started today. 148.
Ferraldo not choosing to open the ace-3, and good decision because Aline, with the ace-queen behind him, does come in for an open.
So many good players have got decent stacks, but so many of these decent stacks were all final day players in London as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Aline, Chris Johnson. You know, there's a lot of. I know they say it's a form game, but when you have got the game as well, Aline Kanji is good to watch. So the 5 pairs. And he has to fire the river, as Mitch can see. Number 9, Mitchell, at 16. This would be a great call again. How many times have we seen a fantastic call? Aline Kanji. How many times have we seen good calls today? And the bigger stacks get bigger. Aline Kanji, 350,000, one of the chip leaders in the entire tournament.
Kings for Jean. It's 17 bigs.
Again?
Yeah, no need to just instant
2
shove
hands
here.
in 3.
Want to be opening. Oh, okay, he is going to shove. I'd prefer just over 17 big blinds there, Tower,
Yeah.
just to come in for the open. Obviously, someone can wake up with something and call us behind us. We've got the whole table, but as always, talk about how wide the big blinds should be defending nowadays, and we just come in for a min clip and we start getting value from big blind defend range, and then when they catch a piece, then we can potentially get our double up through that. But Jean, different ideas, just moved in. Yeah, Jack 2 suited in the cut-off here, 10 bigs.
Hanging on his trig with his 30,000 and his 10 bigs.
Yeah, he's going to move in, looks like Tower. Neutral folds the A7. Mario here, A6 suited, 10 big blinds.
Yeah, he could call this with his stack size as well, couldn't he?
He could potentially, especially we know Trig's shoving as wide as Jack do suited here in the cut-off. Always talk about these raggy aces calling all-in situations. It's one of them situations it's very rare you're ever going to have your opponent in a dominated spot. The times you are ahead,
yeah,
we're still only going to have about 60% equity, whereas the times we're behind and we are dominated,
well, he just managed to get
we've
it
got
through.
around 30%.
With his stack side, was that more marginal than what it should have been?
It depends how you perceive Trig, really. If we know Trig's shoving all those type of hands, and we can have him in a dominated box. If he's got Jack deuce suited in there, he's going to have Jack 6 suited, Queen 6 suited, King 6 suited. Some hands that we can potentially dominate with the all in, and then we can start leaning more towards calling. But nice pick up for Trig. That's the thing. Sometimes if you can't get a hand and you're short, you've got to start making moves to keep your stack above the danger zone. And King's out again, this time for a Seif under the gun. No. Hand. Look at this hand.
Aces for Mario. John's got ace king. What's going to happen here?
There's kings here.
Where?
There's kings here. They're not coming out on the graphic. There's no under the
Has he
gun.
folded
got
the kings?
No, he's got kings under the gun. It's kings into aces.
He's
into ace
folded the
king.
kings as Dave.
It's kings into aces into ace king. A Seif with the Cowboys. He's all in. And Mario, this is going to be a huge pot.
And there's
Mario
the
says, I call. He goes, have you got aces? Yes, I've got aces. This is huge.
Wow. Wow,
Kings,
wow.
aces, ace, king. What a setup this is. Cold deck alert. This is a massive pot. He's already on Twitter. Look, he's already tweeting out. Aces, he's got the phone out. He's ready to take
Everybody's
the picture.
standing up. Who's got what? Would love to see. Here we go.
Oh my, it's a 387k pot. This is huge. And it's just a stone cold caller.
Mario in seat 2 has them all covered.
Oh, imagine the backdoor diamonds for the ace king to scoop the lot. That would be scenes.
Wowzers. Mario's got them all covered.
Oh,
the ace of diamonds is in play, ladies and gentlemen.
Imagine. Oh, it's a 3 of hearts. And the aces are going to scoop a huge pot.
Mario
has the lot covered.
is chip leader.
He's up to 500,000 just under at this stage of the day. That is a huge stack. 161 big blinds, level 15 of a GUKPT. It's unheard of. Wow. That is just a cold deck, guys. You don't see that very often. Aces, kings and ace king all in the same hand.
They're just checking the stacks, but that's definitely contains. Wow.
And see shaking
You
his head.
don't mind them counting the stacks there when they're yours. Just wow.
Yeah, John Baxter even is still in.
Oh. We didn't actually lose seat 5. A Seif is still in. So the chip stacks must have been way wrong.
Well, they're both very deep tower, so
Yeah.
either way, he's going to have chunks, Mario, no matter whether the stack size was slightly wrong or not. Both players had 2 huge stacks of yellows there, so it's...
The Seif is still in. Unless he's just sat there and he's out and he's... oh no, he's got chips in front of him.
Just a setup. It happens sometimes, it's a cooler.
We think he's got 1 big blind. It looks like he has got 1 big blind. Indeed he is. He's all in for less than a big blind.
Which makes it 12.
Excuse me. Ace 8. Not a bad hand to be all in with, even though it's for a really short stack.
Michael.
Are we going to see a side pot? Yes, we are.
Michael and Mitchell both with ace jack.
Chip in a chair, as we say.
Oh, he's hit the 8.
Oi, oi.
He's hit the 8, and there's only 2 jacks remaining in the deck, so...
Do it again, he says. Put another one of them down, he says. Don't give anything away. Text your mates, you're still in.
9 of hearts.
Text your mates, you're still in. Yes, sit back down, son. Sit back down. 16k pot. There's no need. You're betting into a draw. What was the side pot? Was he a side pot? There you go. Sits back down. If he was all in for 3.5, surely he gets 10.5, doesn't he? Yeah.
You think that?
Yeah.
And more, plus the small blind as well that weren't in.
Why has he only got 9.5? Surely he's got more than that. Should have 16,000, shouldn't he?
He's all in for 3.5k, tripled up, and his stack says 9.5k now.
And that's not including small blind. Should be 13,500.
Ace 10 suited for Mitchell.
Ah, no, he was the big blind, so there's no ante.
Ah.
Tell you what.
Here he goes again. Let's see, King Jack. This time 9.5 he's all in for. And we're going to be up against the Ace 10 of Mitchell.
Yep.
Once Ferraldo gets out of the way. And he'll be happy to see he's got 2 live cards. And if he wins this one, you never know, the dream is back on.
Let's have a, as Steve says, come on, let's have a bit of a story.
Well, yeah, 2 big blind spin up it would be. Oh, that's not a good flop because now we lose our king and jack of diamonds as an out.
Any king of spades about?
So only an offsuit king to save a Seif, and it's the 7 of diamonds, nut flush on the river, and we're going to lose a Seif from the tournament.
Unlucky as Steve, no story unfortunately, young man.
It's just a massive caller for him, that hand. Aces, kings, ace, king. And unlucky for a Seif. Callers are part of poker. It's horrible
Aces,
when you're on the
kings
wrong
and
end.
ace king. Close to the money here in Manchester. God. What a bit of a coup that was. It's that live poker, you know. It's all rigged. 15 minutes to go until the end of this session and the end of the start of the 60-minute dinner break. Why is... Oh.
Trig's going to get all in here. Sub 13 big blinds. Just want to be open shoving this hand. We had 17, 18. I'd like to see an open, but...
Oh,
as I say, small margins.
800 apparently.
Huh?
Are we 800? Break to 8s on day 2. Well, there you go. So now we're 800. Awesome.
Ferraldo, he's going to look down and he's going to ISO.
Trig's all in with the hooks. Ferraldo's going to ISO with... Well, he's just going to... Can't really ISO with 51k though, can he?
Well, he's not going to flat, so he's going to move all in.
Yeah, he's definitely moving all in. And if Aline wakes up with a hand, then it's just unfortunate for Ferraldo.
To be honest, you wouldn't mind Aline waking up with a hand like ace queen here or something.
Yeah. Aline looks down as to Ferraldo moves all in. Aline's got ace 4. He's not calling. He'll let him fight it out. But one of Ferraldo's outs has been sent into the muck. Wow. 8, 9, 3, 2 hearts.
So this is a flop flip usually. The old 2 overs and flush draw. Just basically flipping here. 4 of clubs on the turn. So jacks go back favourite, just fading an ace king or a heart, and it's the queen of spades on the river. And how's Trig got out of that one? You see that flop and you think you're halfway out the door. But,
absolutely.
Ferraldo now down to 14k, and he's less than 5 big blinds, very, very short. Going to need a spin himself.
Oh yeah. I was like, I'm gonna pop it.
How many feels this fucking ball, man?
So we're on a bit of a shorty. Oi, oi, just defending champion from London. Oi, oi.
Still in the mix here.
Still in.
Another one looking for back-to-back final tables.
Proper form game.
Forget the back-to-back final tables, actually. I'm sure he's thinking of the back-to-back titles.
Yeah.
Never been done before on a GUKPT. Looks like he's got a fair amount there as well, Tao. I see a full stack of yellows in his tray. It's round, probably 120k. Oh, no more, 180k. Must have some little orange chips in there. Sorry, red chips. 25k's.
We even sent you the picture.
Yeah,
of it
no,
as
no,
well.
they are red. I thought, to be honest, I thought they from here they do look a bit orange,
Yeah.
but when you show me the picture, they are red. I was thinking of the what you said, the Goliath
The
25
Goliath
chips,
25 kgs,
the
yeah.
smallest denominations.
Which were orange. We had an orange and red debate online about them as well.
Yeah, we did. I think I won. I think I won the poll if I remember correctly.
Race to 9 from Mario. Think he's chip leader in the room? Got to be thinking he's chip leader in the room at 474,000. There can't be many bigger than that.
Oh, that he's chip leader.
In the room?
If there's anyone with more chips at this stage, then Mario will be
Yeah, he's
shocked.
definitely chip leader. 474,000, 491 now. I'm guessing we'll hopefully get a full chip count at the break with there being around about 55 players left. Oh,
Yeah, he's got 25.
confirmation.
25x starting stack tower, so basically he's got average stack for around 18 players left. He could,
That'll be day 3.
yeah.
There'll be more than 18 players back coming back for day 3.
What a hand.
Any updates on Brandon, says Nate Poulton? Brandon had 300,000 at the start of this level from initial buy-in for day 2.
On a bit of form as well, Brian. I know you always say form way tower. He final table the Battle of Mortar online. Done a chop for
Really?
over 6 figures, yeah. Over 6 figures.
Oh, fantastic.
I think 119,000 euros he cashed for.
Got confirmed that the Battle of Malta live is cancelled for 2021. That was confirmed yesterday. So Grosvenor Poker next year will be sending all the satellites for that. I'm sure they'll be doing it for next year. Potentially it could be in May next year, the Battle of Malta. But they're going to have a chat and find out and hope things get back to normal. But Grosvenor sent over loads in 2019.
Lovely flop here from Michael after opening 7-5 suited EP. Flopping bottom pair flush draw, smashes the flop, but Ewan with just king high, not going to be able to put any chips in the pot.
300. But regarding satellites, there are hundreds and hundreds of seats for Goliath running every day. Next 10 days, absolutely huge amount of satellites for Goliath, which starts on the 25th of August until the 30th. 5-day ones, a day 2 and the day 3s on the Monday. Terry Jordan has got 500,000
Okay,
chips.
I forgot Terry was still in the field. Mario's not the chip leader. Terry has also got 500,000.
It is going to be very close between those two coming towards the break. We've got about 8 minutes to go until the end of this session and a 60-minute break. Videos during the break. What we're showing, Andy? Rotherham United's greatest hits. Best goals from Rotherham United in 1977.
We've got an hour to fill.
Oh. All right, calm down.
We've got the Final hour of GUKPT London.
Ah, brilliant, brilliant.
Rerun.
Yeah.
Went through to the win.
Excellent.
I think 3 players back.
All right, Mick the Mod, there's no need. There's no need. Rakesh, how are you?
Oh, wow. What is happening on this table? What is this dealer doing?
No, I'm fine.
Trig's aces v kings again.
He's good.
What is going on? Trig with the aces, Ewan with the kings. It's an all-in and call, and it's the
Wowzers.
second time we have seen this occur.
Trick's not confident, is he? He's seen him crack.
Trig's never confident. Aces for Trig. Another double up will get him up to 170,000.
Oh, he's going to be pretty... Oh,
Ooh.
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. I saw the window card.
Uh-oh.
But he needs to fade a diamond now. Jack on the turn. So, Ewan needs to find a diamond to bust Trig, otherwise he will double up, and it's a 7 of clubs. It's never easy.
Never,
is it?
ever easy.
But Trig, who was down to 40k, has just gone double.
Yep.
And there's a smile on his face now, back up to 172. Ewan sits down, first hand he gets involved with. He looks down, he's got kings, and he's no good.
So we have 6 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a new table. I don't know if they'll keep this same table, to be fair, or will they move them after 1?
I'm not sure actually. What's going to happen? Because we've got an hour spare. Are we going to have a 3-hour session, or are we going to have another hour session?
No, we ain't going to have a spare, have we? Oh yeah, we have. No, we're going to have another extra. We're going to have an extra break. We're not finished till like 4 in the morning today. two extra breaks, isn't there?
We could be finished.
So,
The way this tournament's going at the moment.
yeah, there has to be 2 extra breaks during the day for having the dinner later. So it's just, it is what it is. When do we hit the money in London?
Usually we always hit the money level 17 or 18. So that's always around that sort of remit. Level 17, 18 is what you expect from the bubble to burst. And Michael going to call here. And what a spot for Aldo. Loves to see that.
Yeah. He likes to see the 4s against the 3s as he's all in. Could be another double up for another super player.
Oh,
my word, if you're going to go out, you might as well go out in style. Wowzers. Feraldo, we're feeling for you, my man.
I doubt he's going to be even being...
We are feeling for you, my man. you know how you all tap the table and say good luck? He's just said, I hope you all lose. Well, I hope you all effing lose.
To be honest, I love the hope there. I would have been off the table when the flop comes 6-3-3. He was still sitting there looking for running 4s.
Chiesa, how did Fiorentina go on last night? I saw it was 3-0 at half time. What was the final score?
I'm guessing they won.
Living in Florence, it's 38 degrees, it's getting up to 40. They were 3-0 up at half time. How did it finish yesterday? Good to have you on board. Watching in Italy.
Trig with 10s now. Really hit a little mini heater back end of this level. Makes it 6k. And
6,000.
Michael gonna let this one go in the small blind. Trig's open under the gun here. Really want to continue. Probably have to free bet, but just want to muck it most of the time. Trig opening under the gun, and Aleem with 330k himself is going to make the call.
Trig sees the flop against Aleem. King, ace, 4.
So Trig getting out flopped here, but an ace, king, 4 rainbow board. Want to have many bets on this as the under the gun opener. Liam makes the call. Six of hearts on the turn. So Liam going to check again. Trig checks behind.
Yeah, it's going to check behind Trig to see the bad news.
Frankie just coming over.
So Fiorentina finished 4-0, nothing special against a Serie B team, but happy. Yeah, 3-0 at half time, going to be happy. Take the foot off the old gas. 2 or 3 minutes to go until the end of this session. Not sure what they're doing with the table, whether we keep the same table for the next 2 levels. We'll just have to see. But the way it's going to roll. Is obviously this is level 5. We've then got levels 6 and 7, 8 and 9, and then 10. So we'll find out where they stick the extra break in. They just don't want us to go home, Jay, that's what it is. Just have a break after every level. Just go on, just stick it in. Stick them all in. Cooler Fish says Liverpool 1-0. How many players are left? 54, I do believe.
Yeah, we are 8-handed now as well, so down to 7 tables. As, we see Ewan open the ace queen here. It's not actually Michael opening button, it's Ewan opening cut-off, guys. And Trig with ace-8 suited in the big blind. He'll make the call and heads up to the flop between Ewan and Trig. Likely to be the last hand of the session.
Queen 7-7.
So that's top pair, top kicker for Ewan. Michael not in the pot. I'm sure Ewan had ace queen. Maybe not. Maybe Michael is in the pot. He is. Yeah, it's got cards.
Michael has got
strips.
Yep.
So it's just button open versus. I'm sure I saw Ewan fold ace queen there. I might be going mad, but.
We're going slightly mad. Check, check. 5 of clubs on the river gives the 7 the.
Yeah, once Trig checks this over to us, we want to come in for some value here as Michael.
Yeah, this is when bet fold. Ewan did fold ace queen. Kieran Cook has confirmed. We did that on the final table in London. On a queen eye flop. And won it. So. Yeah, this is level 5 of the day because we had. Normally have the dinner break at end of level 4, but there was a little bit of miss in the restaurant area, so they add an extra level, which made it level 5, which is this one, level 15 of the day, of the tournament. And then we've got 5 more levels, so I don't know how they're going to work it regarding the breaks in the extra 1 level, so they might do level 6 and then an hour, but I'm guessing they'll do 6 and 7. Eight and 9, and then 1 level, and then come back for the final hour of the night.
Tom Midi back at the table. Oh, he's lost some chips. He left the table with over 300k, and we've got action here as well, which is likely to be the last hand. I think it has to be.
Yeah, looking at the clock.
Yeah. And, Michael going to 3-bet the jacks here. And action back on Midi with the ace queen suited.
Everybody started to move around.
Hijack versus button cut-off dynamic here. Midi makes the call. $53K in the middle here.
As you can see, people standing up. This is the last hand of this session, and then a 60-minute break on its way.
7, 5, 6 flop, 2 spades. So Michael with the overpair here. Going to reach for some chips and continue. 18K into what was 53, so he's gone third pot. Midi 2 overs backdoor diamonds, going to make the call here. His heads up to the turn, which is the 8 of hearts, and this should go check check almost always here. Midi's got all the sets here after opening and calling the free bet. He's got more straights in his range as well, so happy to see Michael check this one behind correctly. And
chop it up.
Yeah, and if I'm Midi here, I ripped our, I just ripped this simply because Michael free betting here. Yeah, this is so good. This is so good. He heard me.
Very good. You ought to play this game, you know. I think you make money at it.
Just because Michael should never have a 9 here, and we've got all the 9x here, so we just want to try and get him off with a chop. So really, really good move this from Midi.
Well, he folds as well. Well done, Midi. Absolutely brilliant, and certainly done by Jay yet again. That's it. We will see you back in 60 minutes after the dinner break at the end of level 5. So around about 7 p.m. We'll see you then.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kelly.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah,
you know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kelly has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that with the deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club, and yeah, it just
Disgusted he is, isn't he? Throwing his cards away. I'd be feeling pretty sick too. They're kind of fairly similar in stack size now, aren't they, Danny? Get down to that kind of stack. For someone that's kind of high stakes cash player, like, that doesn't want to do a deal, I'm surprised he's not just shoving into the stack, to the big stack. It's time for the fun and games.
Fun and games.
Ace Queen for Danny. What? What do you mean? All in. Got to be shipping it a bit more, no? At what stage would you just be putting them all in every hand? How many chips would you want to be putting them all in when they got 12 bigs to stop them doing it?
Just put him under the sword.
Yeah.
Put him under pressure all the time. If he's got 12 bigs, just make him make the decision.
All in, all in, all in, all in, all in.
Get him making the decision.
All in,
if he wants to fold, he'll soon be on 10 bigs. Then he'll be on 8 bigs, and then he has to make a decision.
I mean, short. What is folded King 10? The chip leader opens, and you're folding King 10 free-handed.
Exactly.
I mean, he actually doesn't need to push all in every hand. When he gets the information about the hands that they're folding, he can just min-click every hand. And if they fight back, give it up.
Give it up.
Learn ICM. Listen, ICM. I'll tell you what I'll do with ICM.
Ice cream.
Ice cream. It's not about learning ICM and 50k jump. I'm not saying push every hand. I'm just messing about push every hand. It doesn't need to push every hand. You can just open. They're folding hands. If they want a ladder, they should talk a deal. If they're all sitting there waiting, freezing to do a deal, to ladder 60k, just do a deal. But they don't want to do a deal, so if you don't want to do a deal, it's going to blind yourself out. To try and make another few quid.
67.5 next out. 114 and then 165.8.
You're right, I would be all in every hand. Yes, keep the short stack in and put the pressure on the medium stack, but they're both small now.
9.3 to 1.3 and 1.
Ewan doesn't have to give them a deal. That's what they've done. If the two of them are looking for the pay jump, they can do a deal between each other. Ewan they can give them first place money and chop second and third. There's their deal. There's their pay jump. They can swap 50% of each other. They could come first and third, first and second. If they swap 50% of each other's two short stacks, they don't need to do a deal.
Ewan's putting the pressure on, moves all in. Small blind to Das gets out of the way. He's down to less than 10 big blinds.
That's not a thing. I've done a thing like that, so it's a thing. It's been a thing. Maybe not a thing for the young kids, because they got shares left, right and centre. Who knows?
Now give an all in and a call. Then he's all in with King.
All in.
Oh, I love Status Quo. Last time I took my mum to a concert was Status Quo. It was, honest. Last time I took my mum to a concert was Status Quo, Sheffield Arena, about 1990.
I last cashed the last comp I played. I think that was the last comp, final table of the 1K in Nottingham. That's it. Listen, 50k, don't talk peanuts to me. I don't get out of bed for 50k. But what difference does it make, 50k? I haven't got a clue. Do you think if I knew how to play poker, I'd be sitting at the table?
These three are.
Sylvia's got it spot on. I play cash. I know nothing of what I could tell you about poker tournaments. I could write on a stamp.
Let's go to Das, the real happy fun.
Here we go. That's in it, isn't it, bruv? I don't care. Do you think I care, Brad? Life's too short. Let the haters hate. Let the lovers love. It is what it is.
3 left. Big blind is 100,000. 9 for Das. These are going in.
Ow.
Jack Queen. Here's a thought.
Here is a thought.
All into call.
Ewan. Have they reset the stats for a 35%
I don't know.
VPIP?
I don't know, you man. I didn't know.
You doing origami?
Yes.
Oh, you should see what the tower's making.
I just had ace king every hand. I had you bluffing me with ace king earlier. Remember? I thought it was a good hand, yeah. Nice bluff. I take please. All them please. Get your hand take. Sometimes, yeah.
He told him how ace king every hand.
Not quite, not quite.
Jake, I want to go.
Fair enough.
3 left. Here in London. What a super tournament to return with. Not being funny, but I know it was going to be busy, and I know the numbers were going to be good. But it's been incredible.
It's been phenomenal.
Absolutely incredible.
What a turnout. If you build it, they will come.
Yep. Lines 50, 100,000. When we do get heads up eventually, no running ante.
I like some places that put the ante in as well. Just makes the dynamics, because the button is the small blind, and the big blind ante makes it like a ×4 small blind, big blind.
The money's back. Jamie Nixon cashed here in London. We had a couple of bullets, so you had a great week, Jamie. Good day in London today before you set off back. The closer is now tomorrow, Monday and
two-day event.
Two-day event. It's now a two-day event, so it's Monday and Tuesday. 50,000 guarantee plus £5,000 added by the lads because of what happened tonight. So a little bit of extra value, and for those that couldn't play tonight, you've got a chance of playing it tomorrow and Tuesday. Yeah, Johnny Eames. Johnny Eames, 147. Semi-pro snooker player, Johnny Eames.
Really?
He's in the Q school and everything. Fabulous snooker player. Yeah, fabulous snooker player.
Well, I've got an hour till my prediction comes true.
Right.
Can I win the prize?
We have an all-in and a call.
We have an all in the call. Ace 9 against King Goose. Tadas is in front. He's got 9 bigs, but he is in front. He has a chance of doubling up. Hold, shout the board. Hold, shout the... Oh, that will just about do. Any art on the turn for a sweat?
Jack or 10 of hearts.
Oh. The river. Oh, it's a 7 of diamonds there. The crowd groaned. Double up for Tadas, back up to 20 bigs. Danny Pike is now short stack.
That's going to buy him half an hour.
Danny Pike is now short stack.
Oxygen. You and Min clicks. Sure, I saw an A7 in there. Flush draw, gut shot. There you go, blinds going up this hand, 61.20. $61.20 with a 60 ante. All seems very serious, and it's fair enough. There's a lot of money at stake. John Kelly there. In the background, quite a few of Ewan's pals that have all got shares of him. It's a long way back. This big chip lead. See many players with a chip lead this size not manage to finish the job. It happens. Dan is all in with ace 8. Gets it through. The Grosvenor Poker Room in the London Vic. It's got a bad big jackpot all around the country, 65,000 if you're playing in any of the Grosvenor card rooms. And you're at the table, signed in playing cash. You do get a share. It went just last week, I think it was 160,000 was the bad big jackpot. The GUKPT, the schedule is out on the app for Manchester. The Goliath at the end of August. And tomorrow night you got the closer. Yep, it's going to run until the finish. We're on a 45-minute clock. Pocket eights. £1,250 the buy-in. 11 plus 150. 591 runners given this huge prize pool. And a first prize of just over 165,000. If you've just joined us, welcome. No deals have been done. They are playing for the prizes at the bottom of your screen. Danny all in with King 10.
Caroline.
I think it's talking about having a little break here. Alright, we'll be back shortly.
What's happened?
To follow the action.
What have they said? So we'll leave it running. I don't actually know what and how long it is. They're obviously looking at the figures because they've been asked to check the chick counts, so I don't actually know what's going to happen. Not sure if there's a deal. PK is there looking at the ICM calculator that's on the app. So, hope everybody's evening's been a good one. Great effort from all the finalists. Well done to one and all who made it a fantastic, fantastic tournament. Don't know what the outcome of this is. I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, no change. Yes, nice one, Gary. Coming down for the Omaha in Manchester, which is on the Tuesday night. They'll be there for most of the day, I reckon. But Manchester for the Omaha. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to the next. Looking forward to the next festival.
Alrighty, players ready in this evening's 300 tournament. We will be restarting in just over 3 minutes. Just over 3 minutes of the break. Players, you're welcome to start retaking your seats. Oh yeah, the most important one. Yeah.
Pass it again, yeah? Standard, yeah? Pass it again, yeah? Standard fucking shit. Hey, can't make it like two. Please, mate, switch off. You should do a fucking lot. What are you doing?
What's happening? I thought I just nipped it low. We'd come back for the final three. I thought they were just talking for 2 minutes.
I think they've gone out for a little tobacco break.
Yeah, well, if you find out anything about... Well, Jordan Mack's just obviously shouting them back. So he's made the way. So they are on the way back. So whatever they were talking about, we'll find out if there is a deal. If there isn't, we shall let you know as well. Whatever the decision is. So the guys are on the way back. I don't know what's being said or they've been shouted back, but they are somewhere around. As soon as the dealer sits down, we know they'll be on the way back. Good to be back, good to be back, hello. No, if they do the deal, they don't have to leave any money whatsoever if they don't want to. Some places, if you do a deal, leave 10%, 20%. Some people say you can only deal for so much. Some places say you can't deal. But last time on the GUKPT, it literally was, it's your money. If you want to chop it up and play for the trophy, then that's what you will be doing. We will have to see. And we'll have to find out and see what happens. Thanks for this week, mate.
No, thank you.
Thanks very much.
It's been emotional. It's been lovely.
Paul Zimbler with us as Jay had the old corona. He's out in isolation tomorrow, actually.
Good timing. Doesn't have to work. Bang, the work finishes. He's free as a bird.
So, he said. So, a bit of fist bumps going on, so I don't know if there has been something done. No idea, although that's just a good look. Ewan McNicholas to Das.
He's got his sunglasses on. Where's his umbrella? You've been out there today, Tower?
Outside? Oh my word, thunder, lightning, torrential downpours, floods. It was bouncing earlier. Tadas, Buddha, Zika and Danny Pike. 3 left. Danny Pike. Well, not heard anything yet regarding if PK there. We'll just ask away. But
PK knows it all.
He does. He knows everything.
I think that's why Grosvenor only had a maximum bet allowed for the book, so they couldn't do anything. They can do a deal because it's the players' money. They've opened a book to make it a bit of fun, so there was a maximum bet allowed.
Ah, right, got you. What you mean an influence regarding?
Well, if somebody stuck 1,000 on 100 to 1, he could do it. He could tell them any deal they want if he's going to be the winner.
Well, that's true. That is true. Why is there no deal and no cards? Because there's no deal apparently.
No deal.
I don't know if they do the red card, black card scenario anymore. I'm not too sure.
No, I don't believe so.
But we haven't heard anything regarding deal, and cards will be in the air very shortly. Is it 61.20 now?
No, we've been at 61.20. I think 81 must be 61.50. I guess
61.20. It flashed up.
The Vic used to have a policy that you could only discuss a deal once in a level.
Oh, right, okay.
And after you'd done that, you couldn't even talk about it again, even while the clock was running.
I know in different tournaments you can't. If you have discussions about a deal, you can't speak about a deal until somebody's been eliminated. But I've heard that before.
Yeah, until the next player's eliminated. Yeah.
That's what I think. Thoughts?
Tadas with Ace King. Danny with Queen 10. Not going to call it.
All in for Tadas, 1.8 mil. 15 big blinds. Blinds are 61.20. 8.3 million.
I had a student,
the big 12 million play.
Easter Classic, had the same issue. One guy was going, nah, no deal, and then he didn't realise, and then afterwards wanted to do the deal, and they said, you can't do it now till the player goes out, and I went a bit mad. I was like, it's their money, surely they can do what they like. And we were all kicked out of the room, that's when they had the room at the back open. God, this is going back a few years. You said you'd agree to the deal when you put the red card and you put the black card in.
We have an all-in from Danny with King 8 against Ewan's Ace King. This could be heads up, ladies and gentle people.
Ladies and what? Gentle people.
This is it. Hold the baby.
8 ball needed.
Danny Pike, King 8. No opportunities. Jack 6, Jack. Turns the 10 of hearts. The river is a 6, and the ace plays.
Danny takes third. We're heads
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Danny Pike. What a fantastic effort. If they did anything, we're not sure, but £67,500 for third place, which means we are heads up for the title of the first GUKPT back after what seems like an eternity.
At 2.7 into 9.7 becomes 5.4 into 7 million. One hand and they're close. All these people telling me about ICM and chip counts, leave me out. Leave me out. He's one hand from getting it level. Anyway, the heads up.
Danny is moving into C3. Tadas is in C7.
I love it.
So it's going to be 2 mil against 7 mil, is that right?
It's 2.7 against 9.7, I believe.
So, heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Ewan McNicholas 12 to 1. He was 14s. Tadas.
I think he's even money right now, isn't he?
Tadas Budzeki was 100 to 1.
100 to 1.
It was 100 to 1 in the bookies. What will the bookies be thinking right now? Oh, Grosvenor Sport this morning. Everybody was on it. There are 3 people on at 100 to 1. Somebody's got a tenner on.
What was you?
14s. 14s and 100 to 1 heads up. Shame we couldn't have the forecast. The reverse forecast would have been insane.
Danny Pike, though, fair play to him.
Yeah.
Played great.
It's been, yes.
He's put a show on for us for a couple of days, hasn't he? He's had some banter, he's had some chips. He's played the game. He's been a bit hyper-aggressive, and he's taken 3rd place. I'll tell you what, when he turned up on Thursday to play, if they give him a slip and said, you're going to come 3rd, he'd ask, where do I sign?
Yeah. Well done to all concerned. 9.5 to 2.3 is the chip count.
You got a friend who's backed both. Well, chicken dinner.
I know
Winner.
I know somebody who's backed both of these. Well, there's only 3 people in the world back Tadas. So he's one of 3 people.
To be fair, with 20 runners and quite a few of them at 20 to 1, you could have backed near enough the whole field and been in profit. There was only a few shorties.
Ben Elmore, the closer, is £110. 50,000 guarantee with £5,000 added because of tonight's cancellation. So 50,000 plus 5. 50 plus 5 with the extra put in from the online team. It's a 2-day event. Ben, if you're playing, good luck. People that couldn't play Sunday might be able to play Monday, Tuesday.
Just maybe.
So the closer is on 50,000 guarantee. They gave us £250 as a free roll today. That was one. They're all GUKPT tokens. So they will be done.
You know, they're still playing for 50,000. It's the same 50,000 they were just playing for.
Yep. Alright. So, heads up, Ewan McNicholas. First time he's played a GUKPT. Tadas has got 3 live caches. Ever.
What time does it start tomorrow, the closer?
7.
7 o'clock. So you can get get to work, you can get home, you can have dinner, put the kids to bed, turn on the computer.
Yeah. Starts at 7, it's a 2-day event, so just be careful. If you are playing the closer, it's a 2-day event, don't forget.
I might ask if there's... Oh yeah, I gave someone a ticket,
He played for 7 minutes.
I do know. Do you have you got the name?
Tadad's surname is Budzika. Budzikra. Budzika. Tadas. Budzika. If I said it wrong, I do apologise. We say it as we see it. Budzika.
Paul Anthony Kennedy.
Heads up. Ewan McNicholas. He has all the chips. But like you say, a quick double up and then another double up and we have a new chip leader.
Just a double up.
Come on, Ewan, says Audi. Bring it home.
Far behind.
Bring it home.
Do you know what I think when I'm in this situation on a dog like this? 1.6 to 10 million. 3 hands I've won the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, the closer's online.
Or 2 and I've lost. I mean, depends what way you want to look at it, Andy Booth. Or 3 and I've lost.
There is a massive difference in chips, but as we know, there was an event last couple of months where somebody had a huge chip lead and lost. Well, reading something. I think it was one of the events in Vegas.
See, all the time.
One of the big ones.
I tell you,
this year, right, in the last month.
I was going to say, do you remember back in the day, he used to play up here, Gary, coloured his hair a bit. What was his name? Gary. He was a rock grinder. He was 40-1 chip leader in a high-low Omaha, heads up, World Series, and he lost. Now that's sick as well. In high-low, wow, 40-1 chip leader.
Well, how many times did Dean Eggs have Barry Shulman in all in for a bracelet in London back in the day in 2009?
No deal. We can confirm no deal was done.
No deal has been done.
And we're not just saying it. This is the.
Yeah. Tadas has the 6s. The all-in is 1.4. King 3. No, I think I thought King 3.
I remember years ago someone telling me King 3 suited was a call, but that was a long time ago. Some German player said King 3 suited was a call.
Okay.
And I didn't know how to understand.
Even Simon folds King 3.
Yeah, I would too.
Tell you what, it does.
What's a fold?
King 3. Definite fold. It is a definite fold.
What about King 4?
We're going live at 5, Tower.
What's half 11?
Bedtime. I got 25 minutes till I'm the winner.
What's live at half 11? There's nothing that rhymes with 11.
Heaven.
In heaven at 11. Shall we have that? In heaven at 11. JK, there has not been a deal. There has not been a deal. No. No deal. Then Ace 5 Queen, the very next flop. Tadas, where's his cards in the box? Tadas, get him in.
Doesn't want to show us his cards now. His heads up. A little bit.
Why are they not in the box?
Small
well, they are
pop.
in the box, but they're not sure. Whatever the reason. Ace, Queen, 5, Queen on the turn. Can this be turned around by Tadas?
Sweat with Tadas.
100-1 this morning. He had 7 big blinds. What was it, 8? Something like that.
He had 8 at 10 at 5-10, but we were going to 6-12, weren't we?
Bagged 8 big blinds with this morning.
7.
100-1 was a fair price.
They won't be giving it again.
His heads up. He has a big deficit. 10 mil to 1.8. Ewan McNicholas. Ewan McNicholas. Pocket fives. This could be in. The triangle is in.
Well, you asked about King 4, let's see.
The King 4. 1.7 to
I
call
think
the
he's folding.
suited.
He's folding.
No, it gets out of the way. So the heads up battle, Ewan McNicholas. First ever GUKPT. And he's heads up for the biggest leg one prize ever. Wowzers.
I love the banter in the chat box.
It's been great. It's been one of the best weekends we've had.
Fantastic.
It has been so busy, so good. It's been live. We've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed all your comments. You've made it what it always is. We love you all because without the chat box,
we'd have nothing.
We'd have nought. We'd have notes. But you guys in every chat box, on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube. It's even been on the homepage of the Hendon Mob. GUKPT.com, loads watching. Thanks very much for sticking with us all 4 days. We'll do it again in 3 weeks. 3 weeks today, we'll be crowning a champion in Manchester.
Say your name, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Yes, Jeff.
All right, Jeff.
What happened in Giza?
Huh? Yes. Yeah, so
Blackjack.
5th of August.
Talking of mushrooms, it's fungi. Jazzy Jeff. JK, what's up?
Good afternoon, everybody. We've just had the 60 minutes. We're just about to sit down with the players. The players have been called in. Trig sat back down, so we're on the same table as we were before. The 30-30s in Walsall.
He just sat down as well.
And Portsmouth and Leeds next weekend.
2 hours of this table.
Play on online, like get through, and you can play any one of those 3-day ones. You can pick it.
You know, just
pick
about set the same table as we had before. So London champion Ewan McNicholas is still there.
Yeah, Ewan's going to be in seat 1. It's Mario Serrano.
Your dreams will come true, bum catcher.
Bum scratcher. 4, Michael
Thanks
Chessel.
for all the nice comments. Slinks.
In 8, Lynn Kanji's going to be taking the 7 seat, and it's Mitchell Hynham.
And at the dinner break,
Andy 1947.
there was
It's
49
1 hour watching,
left.
listening to you two every
And
minute.
the money's
for the last 4 days,
47.
but it's been good fun.
So we're 2.
When's the
off
Reading
money.
main event?
So
not this season.
During this level, I'm pretty convinced you'll hear,
Unfortunately,
deal and
Reading
stop
is
the
not
deal.
Reading's a great place.
Can still hear the sound from the.
Tell all I want to know is the football bits. That's all I want to know.
Towers Treble will be back for Manchester.
Do the job.
We will be back for Towers Treble for Manchester. The
I'll be
football
winging
season
it. I
will have
don't really
started.
want to touch PK's laptop.
Even
and the whole
Spanky to
stream
my right
work,
will be
so,
having a little bit of a
we'll
gamble.
sort it
We'll
out.
keep quiet, so there's no echo.
I'm just texting PK right now. We're on the phone.
Thank you.
What's happening over there?
They think it's all over.
Oh, that's it.
Hear you twice.
Pint. Straight to the bar. They want a quick pint.
We'll sort it. We will.
Ace 6-5 is the flop. £1,000 for the hungry gamble if Tadas wins. You've got the tenner on, have you? There is one person in the country. There is one person in the country with a tenner on Tadas, and 2 more people have backed him.
Oi, oi, please let us know if we're twice.
There are only 3 people that backed Tadas.
Give you a clue. I was not one of them.
Cristiano Sayat trebles Towers. Towers treble is missed by setting fire to a tenner every week. Just to let you know, for the last 3 seasons,
he's got one
the
right.
first Towers treble of the season has come in.
Things happening, Freeze.
I'm under pressure. That's a plus. Cheers, Gary. Gary says, great coverage, enjoyed it, enjoyed the week. It has been awesome. Thanks ever so much to everybody for joining in. No, because it's coming out and everybody's saying it. Does it stop now? Ba-da-bum. Are we back? 47, Coolerfish says Liverpool 3-0. 3-0? 3-0 Liverpool. So we had a 5-1 Man United, we had a 3-0 Liverpool. I know. Pokemel says Towers talking about the last 3 seasons, the first one of the seasons coming. That was down in London when I was bigging it up. Pokemel says Towers talking about the last 3 seasons, the first one of the seasons.
We're good.
Apologies.
I think we're good. I think that should be it, guys. PK's sorted that all out for us, and we should be up and running again. No overlap from Tower talking in London, talking about a treble that come in when I weren't there. What's that about? I'm not there and one comes in.
Oh. What can you say? Right, fingers crossed. That is it. Sounds good now, says Mick the Mod. Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. We're on it. We knew we were. But we're now here.
It's the same table as before the break because it was only an hour session due to the added break today.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen, we're going to have 2 2-hour sessions, and then the last session of the day is going to be an hour, taking us up to around 1 in the morning today. It's probably going to be about half hour later than the usual finish.
We've basically got 2 extra 15-minute breaks in the live stream. One at level 4, one at end of level 4, beginning of level 5, and then one at end of level 9. So it's in half an hour when we get no overtime. Evening Slinks. Sylvia Hewitt says Limbo Montone in Souls. Yeah, she knocked out Jack Hardcastle, who tried triple barrel bluffing.
No, he led turn with bottom pair as a bluff, and then shove river as a bluff.
Apologies, Jack.
And Lynn called it off.
I got told you had no hand, and then you just tried triple barrel bluffing Limbo Montone, finished 6 out of 30,000.
That's
right. No, not you. I saw somebody else on the rail. Somebody else on the rail talking about it. Said that Lynn just owned Jack Hardcastle. But you get talked about, so it's all good. It's all part of the experience.
If you play this game enough, Tower, you're going to get owned eventually in spots.
And you're going to get talked about a lot. People just talk about me to my face. Boy, what are you still doing here? That kind of thing, you know.
Evening, Brad. Evening, lads. All great. I'm here for the night. You got any good news, Brad?
I've had a few photos of winning bets though today from different people who tried Towers treble and it didn't come off, but you know what it's like.
Are you in the same seat as the video from him on the final table in London? No, we're not on the bubble yet, Brad. We are approaching the money bubble.
2 off the money. 2. We're 2 off the money, which I'm amazed at during level number 6 of the day. 2 off the money. Amazing. The bounty. The start. The bounty. 103 runners.
103?
Yeah.
Still late,
the
Rich?
Bounty.
Wow. Queuing out the card room to get in
103.
No problem, mate. No problem.
103.
Jack, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow flop after Mitchell opened the King 10 in the cutoff. Thomas defended the big blind with the 7-4 suited. 10 on the turn. So King 10 and Mitchell turn into pair here. And he's going to check again. 5 diamonds on the river. And midi here, with just 7 high, thinking about potentially bluffing. It does look a lot like Mitchell's hand here. Here's like an ace high holding. So if we're going to have to bet here, we're going to have to go big and get snapped off. And 7-4 is shown. And snap call from Mitchell with the King 10. Checking back turn for that reason. Try and induce something from Tom on the river, who went 14 into 22, so 3/4 pot. But tried it, just didn't get through. Dan Cholton is not still in. He's probably
93rd minute winner for Macclesfield.
Oh, I bet he's loving that.
To win 2-1.
Trig ace 10 suited, making it 8k to go. Mitchell on his direct left with the ace queen in the hijack. Comes in with a 3-bet to 20k. And action now on Thomas. Going to get out of the way with a 10-6, and Michael going to do the same with the King 8 of clubs. Mario just flattened the button here with ace king. I've just realised that, and surprised Mario hasn't come in for the cold 4 here. Really nice spot to do it. Both these players between 40 and 50 big blinds. We see a 6-4-3 flop. Not much for anyone here. Mitchell does have the backdoor nut flush draw. He's going to come in with a check. Obviously a bit wary of Mario's cold call here on the button. It checks through. It's the Jack of diamonds on the turn. And a trig. Now going to come in for a bet with the worst hand. Obviously Trig's going to have the 3s, he's going to have the 4s, he's going to have the 6s here in this spot. Hands that you don't expect Mario nor Mitchell to have, so just understanding we can have the more nutted range here on this board. And nice lead from him, picks up a nice pot uncontested there. That's a fairly sizable pot. Puts him up over 200k.
When Trig lost that hand to, who was it against? 280,000 pot on the outer tables. It was down to 6,000 at 1-2. Trig.
6,000. 3 big blind spin up.
He was down to 6 big blinds at 3 big blinds at 1,000, 2,000.
It can be done. You can spin it up. And Mitchell with the pocket jacks. Going to be raising it up here. Makes it 8k to go. Ewan in the hijack here. King Queen. Could potentially move all in here, but against undergun +1 open decides not to. Ewan was playing 18 big blinds at 2-4. And Thomas going to make the call on the button with the deuces and a Liam, who's got a lovely hand to defend with here in the big blind. Especially getting 6.5 to 1 the call, and does flick it in. And it's 3-way action to this flop. 6-5-8. 2 clubs, so the deuce is 3 overcards for them. The jack's overpair to the board, so Mitchell wants to be continuing here with his pocket jacks. Bit of 12k, and should see 2 pretty swift folds, and Liam gets out of the way.
So when we lose another player, you will hear, dealers, pause the deal. Because all tables will then become 800 and we'll have a 6-table bubble.
Bubble.
Babble, dabble, toil and travel.
Bubble level 6 of the day on day 2. Are you
Crazy.
sure, Tower?
Crazy, man. Crazy.
Have we not made a mistake here?
Well, it feels like a GUKPT turbo
Yeah.
for $500,000.
So Mario just choosing to limp the king queen here, pings the nuts on the turn after flop goes check check. Trig does pick up a 2-way straight draw, but probably not going to be continuing, just lets it go correctly. So was drawing stone cold dead. So what I expect to see now, Tower, that we're so close to the bubble, the players that have got the 300k stacks, they can really start applying pressure to the players with like 25, 30 bigs, because in their head, the players with 25, 30 big blinds, they're pretty much a lot for a min cash if they want to just fold their way to the money. So that's when you can really start making some chips, applying the pressure, coming in with some lighter 3-bets. Thomas opens in the hijack and Aleem just chooses to flat the queen jack. Mitchell going to call with the 8-5 for 3-way action.
King 7-3, rainbow.
No player connecting with this board. A lot of the time it's going to be Thomas who takes this pot if he does choose to continue. I don't know why I'm calling him Thomas, it's Midi. It's just what I'm reading is his name. So used to calling him Midi. Tom didn't choose to continue. The ace-5 suited, maybe worried about Aleem's calling range on the button. Going to have plenty of king X in there. The 8 on the river gives Mitchell the best hand, and Aleem with the queen jack here. We're going to check, and the 8-5 is going to take this one down.
Terry Jordan was chip leader at the break on 490,000. James Clark, 381,000. Mario Serrano, 378. Aleem Kanji, 350. Stuart Lord, 340. Ethan Brown, I told you on day 1A to watch him.
Yeah, you did.
333,000. Alain Bisail Ugbo, 325. Mikhail Cesal, 311. Lynn Beaumont, 306. Brandon, 300. Brandon Shields. Stu Rutter, 289. Macapac, Chris Johnson, 280.
Trig, opening 10-8 suited on the button. I expect Ewan to defend the 6-2 suited here, even though we have only got 15 big blinds. Obviously, we can hit some flops that we can go with. He's just going to count his stack, see what he is playing, but I really don't mind a defend here, getting 4.5 to 1 on our money. But no, thinks better of it, makes the tighter decision, which is fine as well. Obviously, Trig, very good player, going to be going post-lock him out of position. We are very short, but you will see some players flick it in there, see a flop for an extra big.
How many players are left? 49. 2 off the money. The short stacks at the break. Rob Bickley, 40. Greg Hunt 50, Paul Pachalore 52, and Julien Martini on 60, hanging in there. Ewan McNicholas was on 82. Trying to get into the money, 2 legs running. 100% record for 2021 would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So Midi continuing here for 10k.
You know, Yanis, who was struggling along for a long time on our feature table, he's on 200,000 now.
So approaching the money bubble, one more player. We were waiting to lose, and then it will be hand for hand. Min cash 2,050, and we are playing for first place prize of £134,000.
I've got a good one now, actually. Okay. We nearly did it before COVID time there. I'll let you know. Big one. Hey, open the press.
Mo Salah.
Yeah.
Flipping. Mo Salah is the first person ever to score on 5 successive opening games of the season.
Oh wow, that's a stat.
Ever.
What, just Premier League?
Yeah, 29 years at Premier League. Unless that includes old football as well, in the first division and all that malarkey. That's not a bad stat.
I'd be surprised to see Trig flat here tower. I think we're going to continue. He's going to play much better as a 3-bet this hand, facing under the gun open, and there is the 3-bet from Trig with the ace 10. And it's going to come back to a Liam, and these two fairly deep, 50 plus bigs, may choose to peel getting this price, but he's not going to get involved because Michael here got a lovely spot to come in for the cold 4. Probably. This is just unlucky for Trig here. He's picked a good hand to do it with, good size. It's just someone's woke up with it behind us, and as I always say, you just can never account for someone waking up with a hand behind you. It's just going to happen sometimes. It's just unfortunate in this case, and Liam gets out of the way, and it'll be a quick fold from Trig. And Liam smiles at Trig, little wry smile. Look at you, 3-betting me light.
Hi Jake. Jake Rowlands. Good afternoon. And Usain Zeus says he thought Vardy was 7-7. Well, I've just seen Twitter, because I was just checking my Twitter to see if I got any abuse for the Towers treble.
No, Vardy has the record for 7 successive games scored in, doesn't he?
No, that's 11.
11, but it's, Vardy's got a record for that.
That was on Twitter. It was on the Premier League Twitter. Mo Salah makes history again. I was just checking to see if I had to delete my Twitter account for abuse, but I haven't. Towers treble was just unlucky. We were close at half time.
And my tweet obviously
could have cashed out for 120.
My tweet obviously hasn't come through yet if you're not deleting it for abuse. There's always next time.
Yeah.
As Mitchell makes it 8k with the Kings.
Watching the match at the moment. 3-0 apparently Liverpool. Final 3-0. All the big boys win. Watching football, watching the live stream, watching poker, having a little bit of a flutter. It's what Saturdays are made of.
Yeah.
Wait till we can have a flutter on the poker on Sunday. the final however many players.
So it goes check here, and Liam now going to come in for a bet with his ace-x holding. Mitchell will have some check backs for ace-x, we do need to be aware of that, but obviously he's got the 9s and kings in there as well, and some like Broadways have just decided to give up a Liam, choosing to check the river for that reason. Like if you open a hand like ace-9 suited early position, that could be a decent hand to check back on the flop. Liam would be aware of that.
Bazano's CFC on YouTube. Is Ben still in? Which Ben we talking about? I'm guessing if it's Ben Maragets.
Yes.
Yes, I think he was. I shall let you know this chip count at the break. And we didn't get a chance to run them through because the guys are busy outside waiting to see. 195,000 at the break, Ben Maragets. The guys are waiting on the bubble outside, filming it if it's on one of the outer tables. That's why there's no chip counts scrolled up at this moment in time. Apologies for that, but if you want a chip count from the 49 players that made the break, give us a shout and I'll run through them. We've got them all. Or just check Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. They're all on there, which is what I'm looking at right now, to be fair. Well, we're just being told to pause our deal, which means
bubble.
We're on the bubble. Toil and trouble, we're on the bubble.
An interesting hand here, because it's blind on blind between Liam and Trig, and both players catch a decent piece of the board. Trig got up and down backdoor flush draw, and Liam with top pair, decent kicker. Turn card, which is the 3 of diamonds. If we're a Liam here, going to want to continue betting this one. Oh no, he's gone for the little check. I'm quite surprised to see that. And Trig gets there on the river. We will be checking this river though, 100%, as Liam and Trig want to get value from his straight. So we're going to come in for a bet. And Liam here, got to try and work out what hands Trig can be value betting in this spot. And it's basically straights and 2 pairs. Not really going to value bet a 9 here. Too often Trig is very hard to get paid by worse, but it's coming up with bluffs that he can have as well, and for 12k into 36, giving us 3 to 1 on our money. Only needs to be right 25% of the time to make that a good call. Flicks it in, and Trig going to take that one. I think blind on blind there though. I know Liam will have his reasons for checking over to Trig, but I think we'd be betting that turn more often than checking.
So we're hand for hand. They're just announcing it in the room. They are hand for hand. Don't turn your cards over straight away. If you are hand for hand, a pair of trainers coming in. We are now on 48. 6 tables of 8. We're on the bubble in Manchester in level 6. The blinds are 2,000, 4,000. Deal the first hand. Who's the unfortunate person going to be?
Queen Jack suited under the gun, 15 big blinds. Just full ring. Well, we are 8-handed. We can potentially shove there, but Ewan on this hour clock, going to wait for a better spot to get his 15 bigs in with. As Michael opens the king 3 here, Liam with a7 off on the button. He wants to continue here. We're going to have to put in the 3 bet. We've obviously got the ace blocker as a removal to strong hands, and I hope it's a free bet. Yeah, it is a free bet to 26k, and this time, talking about waking up with behind, it's Trig with the goods in the small blind, and definitely going to be seeing the cold 4 here from Trig. Hijack open, button free bet from a Liam who's more than capable, and Trig with the ace king here, probably around the 60-65k mark, sort of the size we want to go here. Maybe a pinch bigger, so we're out of, maybe closer to 70 as we are out of position. He's just going to have a little count of his stack. He's got 50 bigs here. Just trying to figure out how to proceed here. Maybe if he had a little bit less, he may just rip the lot in, but definitely going to be cold for betting. It's just whether he does just move all in, but I think the best thing to do is just make it around 70k, but he does just move all in, which is fine as well. Just counted his stack up, so I've got 50 bigs, all this dead money in there, in it goes, and Aleem, he's going to fold pretty quickly, he's not going to snap fold. Don't want Michael to know he's free betting him light, and Trig takes that one with the ace king.
Stone Steve on YouTube says he's Joe O'Donnell still in. At the break, he had 85,000. That's only 30 minutes ago. So 30 minutes ago, he had 85,000. So if he's still in, we're not sure, but he is on the chip count at the break. We don't know who finished 49th because there's only 48 left and 47 get the money. Penny Newby, we're one off the money, which is why we've paused the deal, and then we deal at the same time, so nobody gets any advantage by slow play. There was a bit of a complaint in the mini. Well, it was a mini or the 30-30 that they only played like 5 hands in like an hour on the bubble.
Yeah, it was in the mini. It was,
there was like 10 all-ins.
It was a horrible bubble in the mini because the clock was paused. There was 70 places paid, and the clock was paused at 72 players, with 2 players left to bust. And it was just no one was busting. All the short stacks were doubling up, and getting like one hand in every sort of 8 minutes or so.
There was 10 all-ins and there were 10 wins from the short stack. That doesn't happen very often.
No.
Remember when we used to do it at Goliath?
Yep.
Running round the room. Running round the room. Can't wait to be doing it again.
Just rushing through all the tables and running one around to the other. We got an all in the call. Everyone gathers round as well, don't they? All
and the oohs and the ahs.
The worst thing is, if you're the player at risk, you've got 1,000 people in the room rooting against you. It's a great time, the Goliath bubble. It's best bubble of the year.
Yeah, I think the last bubble at Goliath was over in one hand. It was great. And there was like 4 all-ins and they all lost. How many's in the amazing side event of the bounty? Oh yeah, 115. 115.
Look at the back. Balls in England today. What's that? Balls in England today. Yeah, they might come. Yeah. Raging, they've done Roman 2 will be in there,
So, going to be a lot of this guy's just in between hands.
Yep. Not a lot we can do about it. Every table has to start the hand at the same time. So basically players know that you can't just drag it out and drag it out and drag it out and expect somebody else to lose on the outer table. So on that note, would you like a cup of tea, young man?
What? I would love a cup of tea, please, Tower.
Good lad. Cup of tea on its way. It better not go next time.
But in this scenario, I'm sure a lot of you tuned in have played many a bubble, but the way I think like to see it go is the big stacks starting to open a lot more and really applying pressure to them like middling stacks between 20 and 30 bigs who in their head, as I said, want to try and potentially lock up that min cash. It's a £2,000 min cash. As we see Aleem, like even Aleem here versus, I know Middy's a pretty fearless player, but we could even incorporate a little free bet in here with the 7s versus Tom's specific stack size. But Middy's pretty fearless, he won't be too bothered about a 2k min cash, and that's also what you've got to try and figure out as well, who's sitting at your table playing a bit too snug. It looks like they're going to be overfolding hands, some people that we could potentially exploit. And king on the river. And Middy has the best hand here with the Queen Jack. So we're going to come in for a little value bet and action on Aleem here. Let's check the whole way through. And Aleem with the 7s makes the correct laydown. Didn't lose any money post flop.
Where was he then? Went down to London. Oh, okay. Some drafting there on the ID. Oh. Still doing alright on there? Getting closer to the week.
So, dealer's going to shuffle up and we will wait for all the outer tables to finish their hand and we'll be on to the next one. This is really a time for them. Straight on to the next one. But really a time, as I was about to say, for the big stacks to put a foothold in the comp. If they can navigate the bubble correctly, they can really increase their stack size and have a monster stack by the end of it that can put them in contention for a very, very deep run. I'm not sure, PK. I think I'm done. I think everyone else is done. Yeah, no, I'm alright. So Andrew, under the gun +1, unaware of what hand holding here. I'll tell you why we're unaware. He's got his cards in the wrong box. He's got his cards with a 9-handed in seat 6's box. But we're going to sweat with Middy here, and from Middy's perspective. So we're going to call here with the gut shot and backdoor flush draw facing the 10k bet, and we'll see a turn card. We've got to start thinking about hands in our opponent's range. Obviously opening early position, all the knighted hands are there, queens, kings and aces. Ace jack, king jack, queen jack suited. 8 on the river. Well, ace jack is shown from Andrew, unaware of his holding. Someone's hopefully going to tell him that it's the box on his right and not the left, that one he needs to be putting his cards in.
No, I took over from Dave.
Yeah.
And it happened in between us getting on.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't realise until Paul came over that he'd actually, because Nick on his handed, that we had an empty box.
Yeah. Lovely, thank you.
It's alright for some. In waiting on hand and foot. Can you give a shout out to the White Lion? Have you done that?
I haven't.
No. Oh, it's on YouTube, Paul Fletcher. Can you give a shout out to the White Lion in Wrightington? Where's Wrightington? Rooting for our Thursday night poker brew boy, Chrissy Maguire.
I hope you're all enjoying the live stream. Everyone watching the White Lion.
The White Lion.
Where's Wrightington Tower?
I don't know where Wrightington is, I must admit. John Lowe. What in the hotel room you booked in advance in Coventry for the Goliath? That's a bit early. Non-refundable. So treating the girlfriend to a romantic week in Coventry. P.S. She asks if the Goliath can be moved to Paris. Where's Wrightington? I don't think I've ever heard of Wrightington. The White Lion. I've heard of the White Lion pub. Red Lion was the most famous used name for a pub back in the day. No, the Red Lion. The Red Lion had the most named pubs back in the day when pubs were pubs. Spittoons in corner. I don't use Google. Google it. Wrightington. I might just have a look at the maps. I want to have a look on the maps. Well, anyway, Paul Fletcher, while you're in Wrightington, rooting for Chrissy Maguire. Is that Chris Maguire as in?
Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it? Oh, there's not another Maguire in the field, so
Is he
only
still
be
in?
Chris. Yeah, he's still in. He's flying, Tower.
Is he flying, is he?
Yeah.
Good lad.
240k, I think it was, on the dinner break.
Wowzers.
Be lovely to see Chris make a deep run. Came fourth in the mini main. Final table that. Looking for mini and main final tables.
Please deal the next hand. The White Lion at Wrightington is just off the M6 near Charnock Richard. So there you go. Junction 27 of the M6.
Mario making it 10k to go. And Mario could potentially free bet this as Michael. I think Mario's probably been the snuggest player at the table and potentially put some pressure on him, but folding is just as good. Gets out of the way. One thing you don't want to do there is call. Ace Queen 6. So Mario flopping top pair, going to come in for a continue, and it's going to be a quick fold from Andrew with the Jack 9. But Ewan is our short stack on the bubble here, 12 big blinds. So when he is in the big blind, I think either a lean, maybe midi, trig when he comes back to the table, going to be opening a lot lighter. But still, hand for hand. All these players playing for a min cash of £2,050.
Can I get a shout out for my poor mother-in-law who fell down the stairs next week? Oh, that's good.
Trig finds aces on the bubble. And
oh, that's awesome.
Midi with the ace 4 of diamonds here. Just going to make the call. Liam not going to defend the whip. That's going to go into the muck. And it's heads up to the flop between Midi and Trig. And Midi does catch a piece here on the King 4 deuce board, and Trig like it a lot. I really do like to see stuff like this. Aces here, not always just going to bet, got to mix in some of the time, and these aces are probably the best ones to do it with. Well, an ace, a spades in our hand, so one of the three combos.
He's got one
the
right.
first Towers treble of the season has come in.
Things
I'm
happening for him.
I'm under pressure.
Turn is the Queen of Hearts, so Trig's still going to play and flow here.
Cheers, Gary. Gary says great coverage. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed the week.
Become the king of diamonds.
It has been
on the
awesome.
river,
Thanks
and,
ever so much
Trig
to everybody for
and
joining in.
well.
We've had a good
Simply
laugh.
for the fact after
Yes,
the
we
bets
promote a
flop.
lot of things Grosvenor. And
Unless
yes,
he's gonna go
they're
small.
obviously online and the main things and live what we promote.
Always mixing up Trig. I find it very difficult to play against someone like him. Very hard to predict what he's going to do in every spot. Taking good unconventional lines, and this is a really nice value bet from him, and it's actually going to get paid off. And the way Midi's holding his chips, looks like he's just ready to throw them in the middle. He's probably got maximum from his aces here, Trig, playing them in this certain way. Midi thinking hands that Trig can have for value, maybe a hand like ace queen that check called flop. Okay, he does get out of the way, thought he was going to flick it in, but obviously He shows him the aces. He says, show me, and Trig did show him the aces. But from Middy's perspective there, Trig can have, I guess, a hand like ace-queen to check call flop. But the fact that he's got aces in his range there, he can also have a king or some top pair checks backs. That's always what you've got to be doing, mixing it up, make it so unpredictable. And just every decision an opponent makes against you, then it's going to be a tough spot because you can play different hands in certain ways. Just thinking outside the box, especially when you're up against a good opponent like Middy, you need to be mixing it up especially.
Next hand, please. Chef Brady says he's got 2 videos playing again. Don't think we have. Don't think anybody else has. Don't think there is. Must be Chef Brady's got multiple tabs open. That's where his problem is. Old Bradders. Next hand, we're still on the bubble. 48 left, 47 get the money. It stopped. I hear it too, says R.I.P. Cheetah.
Mario just choosing to limp the king queen. Mick the mod said it stopped. So we've got contrasting opinions about it.
We all did hear it again, but only for a few minutes. Well, Baldy is working on something, so I don't know what he's pressed.
Could have pressed anything.
It does own up to it. It does says I just pressed everything. Alright, okay. It's gone now. It's gone. It's okay now. It was on YouTube and came here instead. Oh, so it might be the YouTube one. Can you just check the YouTube channel, please?
Trig cold 4 with the king 3 and 84k in the middle. We're either going to check or bet very, very small here as Trig in a 4-bet pot. And he opts for the first option check, and this perfectly fine here. Got to be aware of Michael's range. He has pulled a 4-bet against us in position. Both players flopping a pair. Goes check, check. The turn is the 6 of hearts. And Trig may even check this again. It is a 4-bet pot. Oh, he does check it again. I like it. I like it a lot. And river does actually look like a 10. 10 on the end. Now Trig is going to come in for some value. 6 on the end. So Trig now comes in for some thin value. Half pot here, 40k. And this is a 4-bet pot. Need to bear that in mind as Michael. And obviously Trig will have some double checks here with some hands like King, Queen, King, Jack, and maybe a hand like this that he turned into a bluff pre, and Michael needs to be aware of that. Obviously we beat Ace Queen, but Ace Queen's probably going to come in for a delay continue a lot of the time. Oh, he looks like he's going to pay it off, and well played Trig. Just checking that twice there gives him maximum. I really, really like how Trig plays. It's good to watch him on the feature table. It's good but unconventional, and that's what you don't want to be up against. Just so hard to try and figure out where you're at in the hand against him, especially like the double check there on the King 10-9 board in a 4-bet pot. If it's just a normal pot, it's a completely different scenario. It's just a single raise open, but because it's a 4-bet pot, the range of hands that our opponent should have putting us in position on the King 10-9, that board is usually going to be pretty good for him, but once it's checked twice, we can then come in for the comfortable value bet with our top pair.
So, still on the bubble for the money.
So Ace King for Michael. Oh, thanks, J-Mal. Was a free bet. So it was a limp, obviously, from Mario in seat 2, and then an open, and then a free bet from Trig. But either or, still played it very well and got the maximum value from his hand in that particular spot. As we see the 8-4-4 flop, 2 hearts, 6 of clubs on the turn. So ace king of Michael, still the best hand here, but Mitchell understanding that this board's going to be so much better for our range than it is our opponents. And a bet of 9k, and ace king here for Michael. He will make the call. And deuce diamonds on the river, and yeah, this is good from Mitchell. Very, very good. Just once the flop goes check, check, we come in for the lead on the turn. Ace high will probably call once some of the time, and then need to come in for that second barrel on the river to fold out ace high hands.
Yo, Rich, is there an all in and call there or something? All in and call? Why is it about 10 people still up there? All in and call. So there's me hoping now.
There is something happening in the background, but there's apparently an all in but no call, and all the players are stood around apparently, which is why. It's facing an all in apparently, somebody on the outer table. Go over to it if we get any action, we'll let you know. Even Action Tracker Dave's interested. What place is Lypris and the chip count, please? Panos Stavrou says. At the break, I can tell you where he was. We'll get chip counts and a lot of chip counts on the stream. We didn't get a chance to do it at the break because the guys were out there waiting to film the bubble and still are. So the chip counts didn't come on the screen. Apologies for that, but at the break, we can tell you that Yanis Lypris had 200,000 chips at the break, which is about 50 minutes ago. So I don't know his chip count at the moment, but as soon as the bubble bursts, we'll try and get a load of chip counts from around the room and flick them onto the live stream.
And Mincash £2,050. Next hand, no bust out there.
No bust out, no call with the all in.
I think blinds are going to be going up in 8 minutes time. That'll take us into level 7 of the day. There's see Andrew opening the Queen 3 suited here in the hijack. And Mitchell with aces here in the small. Free bet to 30k here. And Andrew just not going to get involved, lets that one go. And the aces of Mitchell, no action for him.
Short stack on our table, Ewan McNicholas champion in London on 10 bigs. Time for a spin. He'll be grinding to the money. If he gets in the money, it'll be time to spin.
Look at everyone on their phones, whole table.
Yep. We're in the money soon. We're on the bubble. We are on the bubble. Unless they're all just watching Liverpool. Norwich 0, Liverpool 3. That was the final result. Okay, next stand please, shouts Geordie Mike, our floor supervisor.
So Andrew raising the ace-10. And Mario going to be defending this one. King 10 in the big blind. That's ace, jack, jack, 2 diamonds. So Andrew wouldn't mind seeing a check here from him. Once checked those for us. It's a really good board to check our ace 10 here. Like I say, it's one of them situations where we're well in front or way behind. Really happy to see him check this spot. Especially against a big blind defend range, but once it's checked us again here now, we want to start trying to get a little bit of value. Bet of 11k, yep, takes it down.
So the grind is on for the shorties. The real league starts again next week, says Kiers. That must mean the Serie A starts. Premier League started today. Shane Addy says, do we have a YouTube channel too? Yes, we do. YouTube/GUKPT. Click on the live icon and watch. Yeah, we're on Twitch as well.
As well as the GUKPT website.
Yep.
GUKPT/live.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, GUKPT.com. You can watch it on the telly, indeed you can. And if you've got the Twitch app, you can watch it on Twitch.
Liam opening, 9-7 suited, makes it 8k. Ewan, ace-4 suited. If we weren't on the bubble, I'm sure we would have seen him shove that over and open, but completely different circumstance here. Wants to try and lock up his min cash. As we see Mario make dubious pill in the small with a jack 10 here, but it's going to bring midi in the Jack 9 suited. Comes King Jack 4 2 clubs. And Liam near the bottom of our range here. I'm expecting to bet once and then probably just give up when this doesn't get through. We're just 9 high here with the pre-flop aggressor. We're going to have a lot of strong hands on this board. Just going to be continuing, giving ourselves a good price to take it down, but once we get called, I think we're just going to shut down here. And, Midi will make the call. I'm surprised the Jack 10 didn't actually call in the small, but
yeah, me too.
Midi definitely going to call here. 13k.
Check, check.
Queen of spades on the turn.
I don't think Liam's going to get too busy now, is he?
Well, Midi can have a whole host of hands here in the big blind that he would call flop with. Obviously got some flush draws.
Well, he's
got lots of Jack X, maybe some 4X and 4X of hearts with some backdoor hearts are in there as well. So Liam just goes with range and barrels for that fact of the matter. Liam's got all the strong hands there and Midi doesn't, so just picking up on that and managed to get it through with just the 9 high. Well played from Liam.
Brendan was on 300,000 last time we saw Shane. He span it up from a day 2 buy. Nick Woods on YouTube said just booked for the Coventry stop. Brilliant having a hotel at the venue.
We have immediate seating on a 1-2 Delavan Gas. Does anyone interested? Make your way to the opening then. Please be for immediate seating on 1-2 Delavan Gas.
Chef Brad said Man City are the favourites. I would say Chelsea are the favourites this year. Brad, yeah, Brad says it's Man City. Man City, yes, they've just spent 100 million on Grealish, and with the way Man United played today, I don't be funny, but Man United played really well today. They could really be in the mix. I think the top 4, myself, will be Man City, Man United, Chelsea, Liverpool. They're the top 4.
You seen that Lionel Messi contract for PSG?
No.
Do you know what he's on a week?
No.
$1 million a week.
A million a week. Why did he leave Barcelona?
I don't know.
Because they won't pay him $1 million a week.
$1 million a week. $1 million a week. It is euros though, it's not pounds.
Aye, we've got a bit of action here. Aces, Midi to call with pocket 5s. He gets out of the way. No, he doesn't. He calls. So Midi does call. Brings in the big. 10-9.
Eight, 4, 3, 2 diamonds. Nice flop here for Andrew with the aces. Ace of diamonds as well. Bit of insurance. Midi going to call once here with a pocket 5s. Only 1 overcard.
Still bricks everybody.
Yeah, 10 of clubs on the turn. Good card for Andrew here. Still going to have the best hand almost always in this spot. So has a quick look at Midi stack and probably it's quite awkward really. 92k, we come in for like 2. No, he's just shoved for 1.5x and Midi gets out of the way with the pocket 5s. But, huge bet there from Andrew. Not sure what we're kind of targeting to get called by. Maybe just wanting to price out some flush draws.
You reckon with Lionel Messi, his contract's something like 35 million for the year, isn't it? And they sold 21 million euros worth of shirts in 27 minutes.
There you go then.
Easy done.
Pays his wage.
Pays his wage.
But they sold, not making 100% profit on the shares, we get shares for that.
Well, no, but...
That's a big tax on the sales. So,
But,
we've done 40%.
yeah, and by the time first day of the season comes, you can guess that's probably doubled as well. So if anybody was going to say who would you bet on winning the Premier League, I would either say Chelsea or Man United. Man City third, Liverpool fourth. Yeah, last season. I know, I won money.
So Ewan shoving his 8 big blinds here in the hijack, and Midi would have called if we weren't on the bubble, but Ewan's range is going to be much, much tighter. The fact that we are on the bubble here, so Midi correctly gets out of the way with the ace-9. Sure, you would have seen him call an 8 big blind shove with ace-9 versus hijack on the button if it wasn't a bubble scenario. Ace-King was down to 3 big blinds after getting unlucky against Brandon Shields earlier on in the day, but he has spun that right back up.
He has indeed. This
right
is one of the best
it.
spin-ups. He was on 3 bigs at 1-2. He was on 6,000 chips at 1,000, 2,000.
Makes it 8k. Mario makes the call. Midi, ace deuce of clubs, not going to get involved. Michael out of the way as well. And the lean 5-4 off should be defending here, getting this price closing the action, and does make the call with it. And it's 3-way action on the bubble here in Manchester. 3-4 deuce. Great flop for a lean. Top pair up and down. He is in second place though to the 8s of Mario. And expect Trig to check this flop 3-way. Yeah, just in terms of, as we always talk about, range of hands that we have against our opponents, and Mario with the overpair here got a clear bet once checked to us. Want to deny equity to all the overcards.
Trig not in this hand anymore. Trig's got rid of his ace-king. Don't know whether he,
So lean raising to 40k, and interesting this from a lean, because you often see him flat here. You'd see him flat here, but maybe it might have something to do with the fact how tight Mario's been playing. And there we go, Mario folding the pocket 8. So a lean picking up on Mario being pretty snug on the bubble here, and just raising there and getting him to fold the overpair. Didn't even think about it. Mario's just out the way.
Yep.
And nice little play from the lean.
yeah, Trig was down to 6,000 chips at 1,000, 2,000 when he doubled up Brandon Shields. So made Brandon 300,000. It was a 300k pot, apart from 6,000 that Trig had, and he's now on 350,000. Tower, do I think Rotherham will win the Premier League? Rotherham have never been in the top flight football division in the entire history of Rotherham United.
So 8 diamonds on the turn. Trig turning the nuts. Wow, wow, wow. I've just seen this action here, and Mario has a set and Trig has the nuts, but Trig not choosing to fast play it, just chose the flat. If he actually raised here, he could have won probably a lot better pot, but he's not to know that. And Mario here with the pocket fives, bet 25k. And if we're Trig here, especially with a 10 of clubs, bit of insurance, I'm definitely going to be raising this spot. Can't be too worried about...
Trig's going to bet pretty healthy, I think.
Can't be too worried about front door flush. If I'm Trig, I'm probably making it, especially with this ace on the river, that's going to hit our opponent.
No, he's just called and shouts straight.
Just called. Guess he thought he's never getting called by a better hand.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then you can just flick in the flat. But with the 10 of clubs in there as well, and you think about the combos he's going to have opening under the gun, it's 10 jack of clubs, 10 king of clubs, king 10 of clubs, 10 9 of clubs. They're not in there no more, so there's only actually a few flush possibilities for Mario. I'm surprised, really surprised Trig didn't raise that tower for that reason. With the 10 of clubs in his hand, I think we can lean more towards the raise. Do it after this hand. Do it after this hand. Do it after this hand. Mario with the ace king. Makes it 15k and he's all in.
So Middy's all in with ace 10 against ace king. There's a bit of confusion on the floor, and we'll show you what's happened very shortly. But unless it's a 4, then we don't have a bust out.
Or a 10?
It's an ace, but this has just happened.
Wait there. This.
For information is the bounty tournament. Just to confirm, this is the last level for the entry and the re-entry period. That's the end of level 4. You'll have a 15-minute break. 4 levels for the entry and the re-entry period. So last level.
Okay, yes, please carry on along. Congratulations, you're all.
UKPT. Wowzers. And Middy has just bust as well. We're in the money. And the comeback king, the spin-up king Trig, is bang in the middle of the field with about 400,000 chips. What a play from 6,000 in the money. Everybody's in the money. The bubbler's gone. Julien Martini has gone.
He's the bubble boy.
And he is the bubble boy. We're now in the money.
And the hand half that we did see on the featured table, Middy busting with the ace 10, but he will lock himself a min cash, £2,050. We are in the money now, everyone.
I think it's time for Ewan to give it a spin now. Now he's in the money. Time to spin. Played 2, cashed in 2.
Not bad, is
that's
it?
That's like Eddie. Eddie one push.
No Eddie, is it? Eddie's 4 and 4, I think.
That's true. Eddie one push.
3 and 3 or 4 and 4 is one of them. I can't
think
remember.
It's 3 and 3, but Ewan's now 2 from 2. Played 2 GUKPTs, cashed in them, and they're both over $500,000 prize pool. When we don't hit $500,000 prize pool, he'll wonder what's going on.
Yep.
Well done, one and all. It has been amazing, and now everybody is in the money.
Liam, another one that cashed the first leg of this year. Actually final tabled it, was one of the big stacks coming into day 3. He's still well in the mix, and as I say that, sent a bit of good luck his way because he's got the kings in the hijack. And fold it round to Mario. No going to be any action there for Aleem.
We're in the money now, you can drop it to queens. We're in the money now, you can drop your range to queens. Okay? Aces and kings. So we're never going to
But we are in the money, and we've got 45 minutes of this session, and then we will head out on a 15-minute break and rotate the tables. Do need to let everyone know today there was an extra added break involved, so the way it's going to work after this session, we will have another 2 hours after the break, but we will be back after that 15-minute break for just an hour session at the end to conclude the day. Going to be finishing up around 1 AM today, a little bit later than usual because of that extra break involved during today. We've got the action covered all the way through as we see Ewan finally get it in. His last 8 big blinds, moves all in with the ace king, and Andrew with a pair here, already got 2 bigs infested. He's got to put 6 more in. He's not going to be folding the pocket 4s, and we're off to the races.
Off to the races.
And Andrew. So Ewan needs to find an ace or king to keep the back-to-back GUKPT champion dream alive.
Does he get there?
We'll find out, Tower. Oh, and that flop's looking very tasty for him.
Here we go. Here's the spin.
So just fading a 4 now, or backdoor 3, 5, 6 on the turn. So just the 4. And
here's the spin.
And it's it's a 3. I thought that would have been a 4, and it's a double up for Ewan, back up to 90k. He's still in the mix here.
He's never out. So well done, one and all. £2,050 locked up. We're in the money in Manchester. Players will start getting eliminated. So is Brandon, let me tell you. Brandon Shields sat there, he's doing well.
Okay, he's asked, would first place be the biggest cash for everyone left in? I highly doubt it. There's some superstars in here. I doubt it'd be...
no, because Ewan McNicholas won the last event, and that was for 165,000.
Triggs in here, who's had a 6-figure score. Like, there's so many...
I'll Triggs won $1 million.
I'd say at least 15 players left in that have had more than 100k cash.
I'm into that.
That's really, I'm going to go with that approximation, about 30% left of the field. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 1 or 2 that have had 7 figures, says Boovie. Obviously,
and the guy that just bust out
had
on the bubble,
3.1 million cash. Who's got 3.1 million cash?
Yanis Lippers.
Yeah,
was in Concord 260.
Yep, Yanis 260.
Trig came second in the biggest event on PokerStars ever. Yeah, Trig's one of the biggest cashes online. But no, it's still a decent score, isn't it? 135,000. It's not a bad score at all. It's good for the resume, that is for sure. There's plenty of people that have cashed big in this. It's prestigious in its own right, but there's a lot of good players in the United Kingdom. Lynn Beaumont in the background there on the outer table, top right. She came 6th in the first Goliath in Las Vegas with 29. What did the Monster Stack or something like that? 29,000 runners.
Colossus, is that it?
Colossus. No, you call it what you want. Just the big comp.
Big comp. The big comp.
The big comp in Vegas.
Oh, both players, River and Broadway. They're going to love seeing this River, but they will chop this up. And Trig checks it over to Mitchell, who definitely I'm going to be betting this for value after betting 10. And Trig was the original opener here, so doesn't really have to worry too much about hands like kings or tens or quad queens. There are some boats out there, king queens in there and queen 10 suited, although there's only one combination of queen 10 suited, which is queen 10 of spades. So we are Trig here, could perhaps come in for a raise, but no, just flatten again, playing cautiously. Obviously pocket sevens are part of Mitchell's range as well, but Trig just makes the call. Got to think what we're going to get called by if we raise as well. The only hand probably in there is Queen Jack. There's not really too much Queen X that is in the boat other than Queen Jack that pills Trig's under the gun +1 open. So now I'm actually thinking about it. It's probably good to just call there in that particular spot.
Found it. Lynn Beaumont came 6th in the monster stack. Do you know when? 2014. 7 years ago, that we were there. We were jumping about things, doing stuff.
I got old.
$273,000 she got.
And went back.
Who came second?
Joe McKeon.
Joe McKeon
won the WSOP main event that year as well, didn't he?
Joe McKeon, and our mate Andy Bradshaw, who's played this event this week, he came second to Joe McKeon in the 1K Venetian main event.
Joe McKeon
on the same month. Unbelievable. Joe McKeon was on a bit of a heater then.
Yeah, it was. 2014 was his year, wasn't it?
Can't believe he came second in the monster stack as well. Thousands. That McKeon's all right, you know.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's only got 18 million in live earnings.
Yeah, a big chunk of that will be the WSOP win, though.
Well, yeah. It's not bad, though, is it?
Nah, that was a great year actually. That watch, the WSOP, the year McKeon won it.
7.6 mil.
Because Negreanu had a deep run that year as well, didn't he?
Unbelievable. Not a bad player, that fella. He's on a massive heater again this year, says Scott. Yeah, Chiesa. You can come over to the GUKPT. Miss your Fiorentina playing one weekend and come and watch some proper football. Jay will take you to Tottenham Hotspur ground.
Yeah, great ground. Best ground in the whole of the UK. Shame about the team that plays in it, but can't have everything. Can't have trophies and a nice stadium, can you?
No, if you ever come across, don't forget, come and say hello to the team if ever you make it across, and make sure you come and enjoy the experience of a GUKPT.
A7-5, 2 clubs. Here's the flop. Blind on blind here. Both players opt to check. 6 on the turn, giving a lean third pair. Going to check this again. Over to Trig. Queen high can be the best hand here. Might just want to get to showdown as Trig. And 8 on the river, and Lean not going to go for value with his 6 now. We'll be checking it over. And if Trig does put in a little bit here, might put Lean to the test, but gives up. And Lean with the best of it.
He shipped the Hard Rock in Florida for another 450,000. 750,000 in 48 hours for Joe McKeon. Wowzers. Yeah, he's not bad.
My car will good this time.
He's playing well, and he's probably running well as well. Glad that you get about now, Scott, and playing a bit of poker, especially in Vegas. We can't wait till we can get there. It's looking like 2022 for us. We know the restrictions changed for United Kingdom travellers on Monday, where they don't have to isolate after coming back into the country, but nobody wants us in the country. So it's just one of those cases where it's wait a bit longer. I'm glad I wasted a year buying a brand new passport last year. You only get 9 years on your 10-year passport now anyway. So you only get a 9-year passport now, so, and not 10.
Really?
Yeah. Because you have to have 6 months on your passport to start to go anywhere.
Yeah.
And then you have to have 6 months at the end to come anywhere back. And if you buy your passport now, you don't get the time back on your passport. They don't give you back anymore. So if you buy your passport 6 months early, you don't get the 6 months added on the end anymore. So in 9 years' time, you have to buy it 6 months early again. So your 10-year passport's only 9 years. But for £100, it's not bad for 10 years. It's only £10 a year. It's not bad really. It's just the way that they've done it. But I did buy mine last year and I've not even looked at it yet. In fact, I don't even think I've signed it, which is illegal, apparently. Well, not illegal, but you can't actually get to if you can't.
What are you on
about? if you don't sign your passport before you get into the airport, you can't go.
The camera
so
on
there you
and
go.
my face was like.
I was on it then.
That was a confused look.
See?
Very confused look from me. I had no idea what Tal was going on about then, but something to do with a passport.
Basically, they took a year off you for nothing, and you can't get it back. Is Greg Murphy still in, says Christina Smart. Well, we're definitely going to get some chip counts at this next break, and definitely every single person will be on that list at the break. As soon as we come back, the lot will be on.
Yeah, we've got 35 minutes left of the level and this session. It's flown by, to be honest with you, probably because we were on the bubble.
Yeah.
But 35 minutes and then we will head out on a 15-minute break. Rotation as well will be happening. So we'll have another feature table when we get back, as always, as we see Ewan and Michael tangling here. Ewan with top pair on King 6-3. Michael with the second nut flush draw, and Ewan expect him to just call here. He's mixing it up, raising top pair. It's against the early position opener, and Michael here has all the king queens. He has king jack, he has ace king, he has aces in his range. And now what do we do? As Ewan just snap it off with the top pair, and Michael with the flush draw going to need to find a diamond, and if Ewan holds here, he's back up to 180k, and the dream is on. The dream is on. Just fading a diamond seemed to run very good in a lot of all-in spots in London.
Yep.
Can it continue here in Manchester? Turn.
Yep.
4 hearts.
Still does so far.
Oh! 5 of diamonds!
Diamond flush!
And we're going to lose Ewan from the tournament. That pot would have been crucial for him.
Unlucky.
But Michael Chessel.
Yeah, the dealer put the all-in triangle on the wrong cards then, but we'll forgive him just this once.
Do you know for main event table, feature table, C1?
Yeah, Ewan had.
Well, lucky Ewan, but a good game. Cashed twice in 2 with GUKPTs. He is 2 for 2.
Yeah, Ewan had 15 big blinds there on the flop tower, so maybe just thinking about that, we just want to get king 10 in against that range, so he's just happy to raise, call it off. And just unfortunately for him, got very unlucky. The thing you learn in this game, if you do play a lot of tournament poker, you can run very good, but it can change in an instance. It can be a brutal game. Variance is a beast. You always want to be on the right side, but when you are on the wrong side, it's not nice. Especially if you're doing all the things right, if you're getting the money in good and still not winning. It can be a painful one to take, but I'm sure he'll still be happy with the 160k he won 3 weeks ago, so it won't hurt too much for Ewan. As we see Mario get the boots in the big line. And,
the boots.
Love it, Tower. Like to see this. We know Trig's an aggressive. Oh, I thought he flatted. I thought he flatted, but he's 3-bet to 20k here. And Trig with the suited connectors going to play a pot in position against Mario, who's been fairly snug. So Trig potentially thinking he could take this pot away from Mario on later streets. 6-3 deuce here, so Trig has caught a piece here, and like the check here from Mario with the aces. And Trig checks behind with the 4-3. Jack of hearts on the turn, but start coming in with some value with our pocket aces after the flop goes check check. So 7 of clubs on the end now, and we want to come in for another bet here as Mario, 25k into 95k, giving Trig almost 5 to 1 on a call here. And the fact that we checked aces on the flop, playing it pretty tricky. I really like the check, but Trig's going to have a hard time here. Obviously, Mario's 3-bet pre, that's going through Trig's hand. And what hands he's going to 3-bet pre that he's going to check flop and then go bet with for value? Does Trig think that Mario's not capable of checking an overpair on this flop? Because if he doesn't think he is, then maybe he's going to make the call getting this price. But if he believes that Mario can have the overpairs here that would incorporate some checks on the 6-3 deuce, then he might just let it go. But the problem is, when you're getting this sort of price, it's so hard to make the lay down. Like, we're getting just under 5 to 1 on a call, so we only need to be right. He's made the call. There you are. Like, we only need to be right around 1 in 5 times there, so he's just made the call just in case he rocks up with ace king or ace queen and he's just made a bookie line. But then again, ace king, ace queen, they might choose to continue that flop, but can't blame Trig for the call there when you're getting such an attractive price. But there we go again, guys. We've seen it a few times already this weekend, the merit of checking your overpairs on boards that favours the opponent that you're in the hand against. You can induce bluffs, call them down, you can get value from worse hands because you're taking a deceptive line. There is a lot of good things that can happen. Yes, sometimes you may get outdrawn and get unlucky, but that's poker. It's always, your opponent's always going to have some sort of equity within the pot. Best hands are not always going to win. It's just the way it goes. As we see Andrew find big slick here under the gun. The ace king makes it 10,000. Trig 8-5 suited. In the hijack, Trig has come to play. He's really...
He has now, he's got chips.
Yeah, he's really put his foot down. He looks like 3-bet from the 8-5 suit. It makes it 28k and good hand selection for it. We've got a little suited gapper here. Fair amount of playability. We have position on the opener. But unfortunately for us, we've run into the top end of Andrew's range and going to be 4-betting almost always here back into Trig. I know we're very deep, but even at this stage, it's only 60 odd big blinds. So I'd like to see Andrew come in for a 4-bet here around to sort of 80k. But does come in. Snap fold from Trig, shows him the ace king. Trig hasn't even seen it yet. He's looking at his chips. Andrew takes that one down. But it seems like now that we have gone 6-handed, while we're waiting for seats to filter in, Trig is really trying to up the aggression here, especially with Mario at the table, who's been fairly snug, been playing pretty tight. Definitely some exploitable lines you can take, maybe up the aggression against him in C2. A7 of diamonds going to be getting involved again, wants to be opening this hand. Looks like it's a click to 10k. And Andrew with the pocket 10s here. Just going to call in the big blind here. We are 6-handed here, the ranges should be a bit wider. Maybe we can sometimes lean more towards the 3-bet here with the 10s, but flatting obviously fine as well. We can just take a flop. It does come 9 high, so it's a good flop for us with the 10s. Turn's actually going to get us a bit of money as well. We turn the flush draw, but Trig's also made a pair here, so Trig will have to call us once in position here with second pair top kicker.
He calls.
River, which is the 3 of clubs, and I want to be checking here with the 10s now. Don't want to bet and get raised as Andrew. So
he has got a flush, to be fair.
I like the check there from Andrew. Don't really want to try and get value from worse. We've got the 10. We've got the 10 of clubs there, but what we're trying to get called by the 8 of clubs, and likely to have some high cards in his range. So it's just horrible if we come in for a bit of value and get raised there with the 10. So glad to see Andrew check that one across, and Trig just took the showdown with 7, and Andrew's going to take that one.
40 big blinds as a short stack on our table. 8-handed tables all the way through to the end of the evening. We're in the money. 47 got in the money. We'll give you the eliminations in order at the break and the full chip count as well. 110, I think it was the last time we saw, playing in the bounty. A quick butchers now, see what it is. Wow, 138 in the bounty. 138.
So Mario opening cut off with the pocket 9s, King 4 deuce rainbow. And Mario chooses to check. On this board, a lot of the time want to be betting the King 4 deuce rainbow. Mario obviously the 1 overcard there, playing cautiously. So Aleem now comes in for a 15k bet. Aleem aware that Mario should be betting most of his King X here on the flop, so Aleem taking advantage of that. Mario kind of capping himself here. Yeah, he may have a trap in the terms of a set of kings here, but there's only 3 combos of that, so we don't have to be too worried. And Aleem drawing dead, but takes the pot. Chiesa says, how many will qualify for tomorrow? I am going to say 17. That's my line.
Yeah, we play 10 levels regardless on GUKPT day 2. So however many are left at the end of the Saturday are coming through to day 2, unless we get to a final table, which doesn't happen very often, to be fair.
Yeah, no chance.
Like once, I think. Like once in about 8 years.
With this sort of turnout, it's just not possible. Unless Terry goes on a rampage and busts the whole field in like 2 levels.
So however many are left after 10 levels of play, it's normally 2 tables, sometimes 3. And then they'll come back and start play again at 12 o'clock tomorrow.
I reckon between 15 and 19, somewhere around there, we'll have back for day 3. Could be wrong, it's just an educated guess. But we have still got another 3.5 levels to play. 25 minutes, we'll be heading out on that 15-minute break, then we'll be back for 2 hours more of the feature table, and then 1 hour to close out the day today. Yeah, I'll have a look for you, Cutie Van Woody. Let's have a look at Mario's resume. But yeah, just from what I've been seeing, how he's playing, it's like compared to the others at the table, he's just maybe he might have his reasons, but maybe just being a little bit too tight, overfolding in certain spots where maybe we need to make a call. And if the opponents are picking up on that, then just got to be careful, because especially at this table, a couple of good players can definitely exploit you in certain situations, like we saw Aleem there with a 9-8 suited. Just hello, Mr. Jordan.
How long we got left of this level?
For 25 minutes. But like I was saying, Aleem leading the 9-8 suited there, knowing that Mario's kind of capped himself on the King 4 Deuce Rainbow, because just expect him to bet all his value, like his King Queen, King Jack, King 10. So,
you know what that means?
That means 40 players.
Correct.
40 players, 5 tables left, and we've got the big stack in the room coming over to keep us entertained for the final 25 minutes of the session.
Well, you said that, but he was chip leader.
Oh yeah, he was. Yes, that's.
So we're down to 40. 4-0, 40.
Is that Martin Frey?
It is.
Now up.
It is. And what's so special about Martin Frey? He was the last winner of the last GUKPT in
Coventry.
Correct.
There we go. GUKPT trivia.
And guess where we're going back next month?
Coventry.
Yay! There we go. Martin Frey won Coventry in 2012, and we're going back just because Martin asked us to.
So Terry, 600k, flying, raises to 10k, sits straight down and in with an open. Aleem with the Queen 7 here in the cut-off gets out of the way. Trig does the same. And action going to be on Martin in the big blind, facing Terry's under the gun +1 open. Martin fairly shortly, I think, yeah, he's just going to get out of the way, even though it is Terry.
Well, there's his stack. 613,000 has to be chip leader.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Martin Frey isn't.
If not, definitely been the top three chips. We don't know the chip counts, the out tables yet. We will get them when we go on the break for you guys, which will be in 20 minutes time. But Terry definitely going to be up there. Yes, Baz up. Featured table always gets rotated at the end of the session. So we will have one of the out tables for you guys when we return. So Terry limping 8-5 suited, and Andrew, I'm not sure if you realised Terry limped here under the gun and he's just clicked it to 10k. I think it may he may have thought he was opening here, and Aleem just coming straight in and attacking this. This is just good from Aleem. He's got an ace in his hand. As always, talk about removal to good hands, and obviously knows that people are going to want to get heads up against Terry's limp, so just putting the pressure on Andrew here with the ace-8 off. It's just good poker from Aleem. Enjoy watching him play. And Andrew, he has to be 4-betting here, Tower. He's counting chips out. He's come to play 4-bet to 80k.
Like it.
And action back on Aleem. It's a fairly small size. It's under 2x. Maybe we'd like to see a pinch closer to 100, but still the senses are right on point here. And if Aleem has an insta-fold, he actually picks up on this and comes in with a 5-bet. It will be some move, but at this stage of the tournament, it just takes too much to actually make that move. You make that move and you're wrong. On stream as well, you can look very foolish. So Aleem just lets the ace-8 go, and Andrew there maybe went the level more and thought exactly what I said, and the fact that Aleem knows that he's going to be lighter than usual. And very nice there from Andrew with the ace-10 with the old 4-bet bluff. Love to see it.
"20 minutes to go with this lineup. Terry Jordan, 600,000 in seat 3.
So Aleem, ace-9 suited. I want to be opening this one to 11k, and Trig with the ace-9 off, going to get out of the way. And Mitchell folds the ace-deuce. Martin with the 7-6 suited makes the call. And Terry not folding Queen Jack in the big blind, so three-way action. Aleem the opener with the ace-9 of clubs, Martin on the button, 7-6 of diamonds, and Terry Queen Jack in the big blind, three-way. King 7-5 rainbow, so Martin flopping the best of it here with middle pair. However, Aleem going to have lots of bets on this board as the pre-flop opener, and Martin not even calling once with middle pair and position, then just gets out of the way.
Kiers on Twitch says, I've wondered since I first heard it, why do you go by the name Tower? Is that your last name?
Have you seen him, Kiers? Have you seen how tall this guy is?
Back in the day, about 15 years ago, when poker forums were at a height and they were massive, you basically needed a nickname to join and for you to have a screen name. And I'd just moved to a town called Blackpool, and Blackpool has a thing called the Blackpool Tower, and it's 420 foot tall, and it stands a little bit like the Eiffel Tower, and in fact it's exactly the same as the Eiffel Tower, but a bit smaller. And I live in Blackpool, and I'm a bit tall. I'm 6'3", so that was it. Tower was born, and 15 years later, people still call me Tower. In fact, everybody calls me Tower. I know people that still don't even know my first name. Yeah, so that's how it was born. All the poker forums back in the day, before Facebook and before Twitter and all that malarkey. You needed a handle to so people could talk about you, and that was it.
Oh, Terry's going to get into trouble here. Queen 7 in the small. Just spells problems, but we have made top pair. But Michael with the 4-5 here after defending the big blind is going to come in for a donk, which we haven't seen too often today. I haven't actually seen many donks at all this weekend. Oh wow, how does Terry do it? He's a machine at the moment. He just turns a better two pair, and Michael's going to get himself in a world of trouble now, because Terry can have so many hands in this spot. And a bet of 27k, and Terry just calls there, and there's potentially some cards that can kill his action now on the river, like a 6-8 or 3.
Or a 3.
Because now, especially with Terry in the hand, who can have plenty of 6x,
yeah,
Michael's always going to be checking this one back. And there's a snap check.
Two pair. Yeah, me too.
Terry's going to see that he's missed the value on the turn. If he raises turn there, I don't think Michael's going to be able to get away from it. But it's actually a very good river there. It looks like a hot, bad river for us as Michael, but it's a very good river.
So what is it, 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. We will be changing tables after this. Then there's 2 levels, then there's a break, then there's 1 more level, then there's a break, then we come back tomorrow, then there's some more breaks and some more wins, then a bit of chatting, bit of poker, and a win, and go home. About right? What a great weekend, let me tell you. Absolutely stunning, buzzing, amazing weekend in Manchester. Over $500,000 in the prize pool for the second successive time. The only time it's ever been done. Amazing. Amazing. Coventry looks like it could well be busy. Tower, the Rodney of poker. They call me Rodney. Why do they call you Rodney? Because my name's Dave. That's one of the best scenes in Only Fools and Horses ever. So why do they call you Rodney? They call me Rodney because my name's Rodney. Is my name what's Dave then? Oh, brilliant. Kaiser says, glad he didn't go by something where he lives, or else he'd be called Volcano. Brilliant. Cheers, Robbie. Another great effort by all the team on Twitch. Yeah, it has been superb. Yeah. The floor staff have been amazing. They've worked their absolute socks off. And I mean, they've worked the socks off. The dealers have been excellent. All the floor staff have been fantastic at GUKPT. It has been a very big success here in Manchester.
And Kieran McNicholas for Stephen Ambassador. Kieran McNicholas, Guy Taylor, and Peter Allen makes way to Birmingham.
Do I have to specifically use this box? I didn't know. Cards over the time. Can I use this? I have to. Yeah.
I'm gonna. I'll put one there. I'll try.
Nate's nickname at school was called Pudding because he's from what, Treacle. Treacle raises to 11 with ace 9. Martin 11 to call in seat number 1. Got himself a nice stack now, Martin. A doubled up plus. Robert Henton was called Gandalf. Robbie, see you in Edinburgh. You are not wrong, my friend. I cannot wait to come up to Edinburgh. I know it's only a main event for the team this year, but and for you guys with the festival, I'm sure Ian and the team will be putting on plenty of satellites and even a side event or two before that. But for the GUKPT, it is just a main event in Edinburgh because the restrictions have just been lifted. But we can't wait to come back up there. It's a fantastic city. It's the only city in the world where you can get a deep fried Mars bar.
So look at this tower.
We are never going six-handed.
We are going six-way.
Six-handed in the money on a GUKPT. Write it down, Jay. Jay, write it down.
Featured hand this, whatever happens.
Six-handed.
King Jack 3, 2 hearts. So the Queen Jack actually the best hand here, I believe, of Andrew. Yes. Just had to double check that one. Queen 10 for Terry. He's up and down. Martin, 2 overcards his. This one checks through. 6 on the turn. We are 6-way here, so I'm probably still going to be checking again as Andrew here with our Queen Jack. You've got to tread carefully when you go multi-way. Lots of dicey situations you can get yourself into.
Terry calls the 21 with Queen 10 up and down.
And Andrew, I like the fold there from Andrew. I know we can see he had the best hand, but 6-way after it goes bet call, most of the time our hand there's not going to be any good.
Oh, Terry.
Look, Liam Rivers top pair as well. Terry's on fire, Tower. He cannot do no wrong at the moment. The deck, the way it's running out for him is just...
Here comes a bet.
Yep.
Well, 50k maybe, 55.
And Liam's going to pay this off, I think, unless Terry goes huge. Because it's Terry.
Is that 80?
Like Terry could have a 4 or 5 suited or something
it's
like this.
80,000.
4. Do you not expect Terry to bet Queen 10 in position sometimes on the flop? Maybe. Maybe he could have some flushes as well. So maybe it's a little bit tougher. But with the Queen of Hearts in our hand, we block Queen 10. This is like the best hand to call with as a Liam, and it's horrible because it's for around 20, well, just under 30% of our stack. So it's not a nice situation, but Liam's doing what I wanted Brandon to do yesterday. He's trying to have a little chat and a little glance at Terry, see if he can pick up on anything. And this is in these sort of marginal spots. I like it when players do this because you've got nothing to lose. You may not pick up on anything on your opponent, but the times you do, it can make you make the correct decision in a very marginal spot. So I like the fact that Liam's trying to interact with Terry here on the river and try and pick something up. But the problem is, from like a game theory standpoint, this is like probably the best bluff catcher hand. We block Queen 10. We've got the nut blocker to the flush, and obviously we've got top pair, top kicker. And the way the hand's played, and when Terry checks flop as well, it's not really going to have like, I don't know, Ace Jack might be in there. I guess Ace Jack's a possibility.
Is he going to pay him off?
I wouldn't wouldn't mind the call here, Tower. I know I can see the whole cards and it would be the incorrect call, but if I'm a Liam against Terry, like Terry can rock up with all types of hands. He could have like 4 or 5 here, 4 or 5 off.
You're a good guy. I'm going to pay you off.
And there you
wow.
go. There you go. But we got a great hand to call with there, and against that opponent, it's just so hard to fold against Terry when you've made top pair, top kicker, and you've also got the blockers to the flush and the straight there. So Terry just on fire. 821k at this stage of the tournament. It's unheard of.
Wow. 821,000 and Terry's just got paid off. Aleem, amazing. Less than 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. We will have a table change for levels 18 and 19. Is that right? Yeah. And then they'll decide what to do on the end, whether it's just worth it for the last 1 hour. Wouldn't surprise me if they didn't. It's a bit of faffing about to do for the final hour, plus players change on the table as well. A definite table change in 10 minutes time. After the break, we'll come back for the 2-hour session. We're in the money. If you're just tuning in Manchester, started with 148 runners, we are in the money.
And we're down to the last 5 tables. Everyone, I will put the payouts in the chat box for everyone, but everyone locked up at least £2,050 at the moment. We've actually hit a ladder as well, so we're actually up to £2,550 now, so a little £500 ladder for everyone still in, as the 10 of diamonds rolls off and Trig makes a flush. Just check, and Trig gonna win that one with the Queen 5. And 5 minutes time, just over, guys. We are heading out on a 15-minute break. Make sure you come back at 9:15 because we will be back for the remainder of the day. We've got another 2-hour session followed by an hour one, so you won't want to miss it. Everyone in the money now. We've got some good names left in. We've seen great action today here on the feature table, and looking forward to the rest of the day. Kev, my line, I gave a line of 17 left today, and yeah, if you want the overs or unders, let me know. 17 is my line. Overs or unders.
When was that line given out?
About 45 minutes ago.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes. It was actually funny after the pandemic seeing Kev went and played somewhere poker. I was just standing there, he just walked up to me and gave me 20 quid. I was like, what's that for? He was like, the overs unders, like a year and a half ago in Manchester. I was like, oh, cheers, mate, I forgot.
Is Rich Kelly still in? Yes. Nod from PK. Yes. Full chip counts will be up after the break. He has 135,000. Full chip count from everybody who's still in, plus the eliminations up to that time as well that are in the money. And if you want the chip, if you want to shout out for a chip count right now in the next 4 minutes, PK sat at the side of us and he's writing them up right now. So if you want anybody shouting out, do it now.
Yeah, hit the chat box, guys. You've got less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes to be precise before we head out on break. If you want a quick chip count of a friend or family member that is in the field, chuck it in the chat. And we got Maguire from Chef Brad. Sorry, Brad.
Yeah, just Brad.
Just Brad.
Maguire, please. 170 for Chris Maguire. And Dave Halliday says, wasn't Brandon down to 20,000 at the end of play last night? No, he got knocked out by the chip leader, Teddy Jordan, last night on the live stream. Came back as a 16 big blind spin up this morning on day 2, and he's one of the chip leaders. Not doing bad at all. Brandon has had a good day. 335, awesome. He's got 335,000 as Brandon. It is a great spin. One of the best spins is Rick Trigg. He was on 6,000 chips when he actually lost to Brandon, that gave him the 300k pot, when the blinds were 1,000, 2,000. He had 6,000 chips left and has span it up to, I think he's on about 250 now. Is Chris Bartlett still in, please? Yes. The big nod. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, phew.
138.
138,000. Mr. John Garlick watching on Facebook. Ben Maragets, please. 350,000. That's on Twitch from M-Fan. And is Lynn still in?
Lynn is coming to the feature table next.
Oh.
She has 196.
Lynn is on the feature table next level and she's on 196,000. Beautiful. Boba Fett's still in because he's coming to the feature table. Paul McTaggart with Ben, Paul Trotter, and James Clark, Dan Gormley and Simon Baker.
Raggy, is he still in?
Darryl Hannis says he's Raggy still in, please. James Clark.
James Clark,
Yes.
382,000.
382,000 chips. Yes, he is. Big player, Raggy. Plays a lot of Dustle Dun. And Philip Iden says, is Dano Cryer still in? Oh yeah, yes, we were talking to Dan at the bar, weren't we? Yeah, that's right. Dan Cryer went out before the money. He was on the feature table. He had jacks.
Yeah, jacks with 24 bigs ran into aces and didn't get lucky.
Yeah.
So we did lose him.
Yeah. And the final one, Chung Won, please. 170,000. That is just about it. Paul Trotter is on his way to the feature table after the break on 366,000. Terry's surname is Jordan. All the questions from YouTube, Twitch and Facebook just about finished off. We are heading towards a break. We're in the money. And all chip counts and eliminations in the money will be on the screen when we come back after our 15-minute break. There's an extra half an hour today for the live stream because we finish at 12:45 tonight because there's 2 extra 15-minute breaks because of the delayed dinner break.
So Martin didn't choose to 3-bet the ace-queen here out the blinds, facing a late position open, and now decides to check call the flop, but Liam here wants to be lining up a double barrel on this particular turn card, I think, but he's decided to check back. We've got 9 high, it's going to be difficult for that to win at showdown. But this king on the river, going to be a great card for us to represent as a league. Martin checks it over, and if we're a Liam here, we've got 9 higher at the bottom end of our range here. This king's going to be very good for us. I'd really like to see a bet, and we are going to see a bet from a Liam, and it gets a snap fold. Nice play from him. Can double barrel the turn after picking up heaps of equity there. And maybe he gave Martin credit for a 10x hand and just thought he wasn't going to fold that facing a turn double barrel. But we're going to deal the last hand of the session, unless it's a really quick one. This is probably going to be it, but we will be back at 15:15, guys. You won't want to miss it. Another great table coming up as we come to the conclusion of day 2. 3 more levels left to play, and then at the end of that we will have our field left for day 3 tomorrow.
How many's playing the bounty? Shall we have a look? 138 have played the bounty. £13,800 in the prize pool, £50 every time you knock somebody out. Susie Williamson has knocked 2 out already. That was the last update from Susie.
Go on, Susie. I saw Susie playing the main, actually. She played the main this week, didn't she?
Yep. Well, she played a bit of cash last night. Vicky's watching the live stream, Rick Triggs' partner. Evening, Vicky. Watching the live stream. Good luck to Richard. Mr. Rick Trigg. Hope you're well, Vicky. Hope everybody is good.
5 of hearts on the turn, king queen 7 flop, 5 of hearts on the turn, flop went check bet call, trig bet and AK, Terry made the call, turn's gone check check, 4 of diamonds on the river. So Terry with a pocket freeze, gonna take that one.
Looks like we'll get one hand more hand in. Chingu 97, good morning from South Korea. Good morning to you.
South Korea? That's a new one.
And what time is it in South Korea? And who are you rooting for? Who's your favourite player on the GUKPT circuit? Let us know. And just before we head out to the break, because this is the last hand. It's 5 AM and they don't know anybody. Oh, no, that's all right. Welcome along to the GUKPT Manchester. Over £500,000 in the prize pool.
I'm under pressure.
First place will get £135,000.
Cheers, Gary. Gary says
and we
great
are
coverage.
now
Enjoyed
looking
it.
at
Enjoyed the week.
the last flop of
It
the
has been
session.
awesome. Thanks ever so much to
Three-way
everybody for
action.
joining in. We've had a good
4-9
laugh.
king.
Yes, we promote a lot of things Grosvenor. And yes, they're obviously online and the main things and live what we promote.
Michael
we don't
Flock's
always
good.
talk about poker.
And one bet
We
should
are
win
a
it.
community that talk about everything. If anybody wants to talk about knitting, they can.
Just not with us.
Ace Jack for Tadas.
Video's on again.
Ace Jack
Said
for
everyone.
Tadas and against Ace 5 for
Well, we're on
Ewan.
break,
Well,
we'll
the
get it
money's
fixed
gotta
and
go
we're
in
back
shortly.
at quarter
Absolutely.
past, guys. We'll see
All
you then.
in and a
See you
call.
in 15 minutes.
Tower.
We have Ace 5, we've got a chance of doubling up.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, Ace 5, Tadas, Ace Jack. So 29% to be champion, 71% we double up. Flop time. Oi, oi.
Oh.
Never easy.
Any
10,
4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was
4
before.
out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double. A 4 out of 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild. We came into today with 8 big blinds.
Yeah, just it. I didn't expect this, but I ran good, you know.
It
I
was
ran
an amazing effort.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
No.
I don't believe myself, but
well, you should
go. But I did it, you know.
You've had,
Second place is good.
you've had a
Yeah.
great time. It's a
Very nice.
fantastic tournament. You must have played ever so well.
Yeah, very nice. It was very good tournament.
Yeah.
Good run today.
And you just said to me, make it short, so I'll leave it nice and short for yourself. Second place in a massive tournament. Be happy.
Thank you very much.
Tadas,
Thank you.
fantastic. Well done, buddy. Well done, buddy. Second place, Tadas. But, shall we head over to the winner? Here he comes. And you just said to me, make it short, so I'll leave it nice and short for yourself. Second place in a massive tournament. Be happy. Ewan McNicholas, champion in London. How does that sound?
Yeah, amazing. It's not really sunk in. I'm just.
It is straight away after it. Don't worry about that. It is straight away.
Fantastic. They kept me going. Oh, I was so exhausted for all of it, but big up the rail. Thank you.
You started today with 6. You went down to 2. You came to the feature. You then went up to 1 million.
Yeah, I was down at 150 at one point, which was not nice. But I just won lots of all-ins and then...
First ever GUKPT.
Yeah. Blessed.
First ever GUKPT. Cannot get much better than this because you got every single chip in the room.
That's amazing, yeah.
It is. It was a great effort, a fantastic effort. And these guys are going to celebrate with you a little bit later, and I'm sure the photos are going to be amazing. But can we please have, as Mike comes round, you come round this side, I'll come round that side and get out the way. Winner of leg 1 of 2021 after a long break, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ewan McNicholas. Fantastic effort. And these guys are going to celebrate with you a little bit later, and I'm sure the photos are going to be amazing. But can we please have, if you want to know what it feels like to be back, ask this lot in about an hour's time, because over there is going to be busy. First time GUKPT, first time winner of one of the biggest legs we've ever had. Thanks to everybody, and I mean everybody this week. And the numbers have been absolutely outstanding from start to finish. I'm guessing we'll see him in Manchester, because Manchester starts on the 5th of August and it finishes on the 15th with another main event. Most of those guys over there, I'm guessing you'll be there as well. Fantastic. First time GUKPT, first time winner. Doesn't get much better than that. Ewan McNicholas. Congratulations, young man. We're going to have a bit of a party. See you in Manchester, 5th till the 15th of August. From the Tower and the team, from the best GUKPT and the return of the best tour in town. Ta-ta. Fantastic. First time. Hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays the circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to do look a bit like Zach, yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, You're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh wow!
So now
Yeah,
that is a long time ago at school, by the way.
Yeah.
Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire,
Nice.
and we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts now. We used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, do you reckon?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. It's the skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are
I've had to unmute the mic first, so there we go. straight away. Everyone's on me. Tower's not here. I don't know how to unmute the mic. What am I supposed to do, guys? What am I supposed to do? But was just saying how we are on a 2-hour session now. We're going to go on a 15-minute break after that, and then come back for an hour. Probably finish up between 1:45 and 1 a.m. But new feature table just about to take their seats. Everyone's in the money. Going to run you through who we've got. In 1 is going to be Paul McTaggart, 2 Lim Bumau, 3 is Yangre Olhak, 4 is Ben Marigeds, 5 Paul Trotter, 6 James Clark, 7 Daniel Gormley, and in 8 is Simon Baker. So we've got about 2 minutes and then cards will be in the air again, and we will look forward to the remainder of the day. But what a day it's been, the bust out so far. To be down to 5 tables with 148 players coming back today is pretty crazy. There's been so many bust outs. We have seen a lot of callers on the featured table. We've seen people busting left, right, centre. Obviously something to do with it, but the average stack at the moment fairly big, still plenty of big blinds. So at some point it's going to slow up, and hopefully things will calm down, but you never know. There's a certain couple of players in the field that may change things, but we're just about to get underway. Everyone's taking their seats and we're going to head back to the featured table as Tower comes and joins you. Get your face on the camera quick before we go back. Guess what? Here he is.
Where are you? What's happening?
Guess what I've done?
Did you turn it on?
Well, not at first, but the second time I did. I keep forgetting I'll get it
second
eventually.
time.
Yeah, the second time.
If there's ever a third time, you need to walk out that door.
Yeah, probably. I probably do. But we are back and we're going to get underway. Dealer just shuffling up now, and the clock will start for the hour. Level 8 of the day, so level 18 of the tournament. Yeah. Obviously 10 levels today, 3 more left to play, and another good table for you guys. So enjoy this one.
8 and 9. They're running across the bottom. Who's finished in the money? Robert Nur, Paul Pantelaire, Ewan McNicholas, as we saw, he got eliminated on the feature.
Yeah, unlucky was Ewan.
Alain Bisset-Logbo. Not a French. They all come over with Julien. Paul Campbell. Paul Rigg. Oh, I've only got and won my bet for Blackpool of Russ Corley when we had the last longer between Riggy and Ben.
Ben's there, Tower.
Exactly. Riggy's out.
Oh, Ricky's out. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Riggy's out.
I thought, yeah, I thought you
Russ Corley. Russ Corley, get your money out, sunshine, and I'll see you in Blackpool. Unfortunately, I've just spoke to Riggy actually.
I thought,
he says,
I
he
thought
says,
you had Riggy. That's why I was going.
No,
I was like, Ben's there.
No, I had Ben, and Russ had Riggy. Unfortunately, I just spoke to Riggy. He went, it is what it is, just a flip min cast. That was him. But good to see the names. So 39 players left at the break, and we are now back live for the next 2 levels, levels 18 and 19. Good to see Lynn Beaumont still in. Doesn't play too much any tournaments anymore. He plays a lot of cash. He used to play a lot of cash down in Birmingham. And Raggy's in there. James Clark in seat number 7. Raggy to a lot of players, especially at Dustle Dawn. He plays so much poker up in Nottingham and the surrounding area.
So Ace Queen suited under the gun. Makes it 15k. We're now playing 3 and 6. And 2.5x open from James. Paul here with the ace-8 suited here in the hijack. Just comes in for the call here. Wants to play a pot in position versus James. We're going heads up to the flop. Paul in a dominated spot here, but does have position over James in seat 7.
8, 10, 4.
And actually makes the best hand here on the flop, does Paul. And James is going to check this over, and I'd like to see a bet here from Paul once it's checked to us from James. He's going to have a lot of Broadway holdings, ace high holdings that we are ahead of, so potentially can get value 1 street from them here on the flop. Although James may elect to fold this one. Maybe better to call when there's 1 heart on the board, but is going to float this one out of position, see if we can potentially hit an ace or queen on the turn, saying that it was 9k to win 54, so have to call. They're actually getting 6 to 1 on our money, and this is going to go check, and the 6 on the river. So the best hand is Paul's, and then it's down to James whether he wants to potentially bluff this spot. Obviously nut high hand, slight bit of showdown. Obviously a head of hands like Jack Queen, Jack 9 suited, may have bet flop and give up, but the ace-8 for Paul. Going to take that one down. First pot of the session.
Done well, McTaggart. It was a bit relatively short stake for quite a while yesterday, wasn't he, on the feature? That's obviously built his stack up nicely. Level 18 of the tournament, we're in the money. We're down to 39.
39?
Yep, Robert Nurr was 40th for £2,050. I think 40 was the pay jump, wasn't it? So now we're all locked up, £2,550. Very nice indeed.
Oh, we're back on. PK just gives us a sorry.
It's alright, none of that, don't worry about that. I was just pulling my water.
I was just looking at the screen, sitting here all nonchalantly, and next thing you know, I see my mutt on the screen.
Good job, you've had a trim. Paul McTaggart is seat 1.
Hard walk for James in the big line. He shows the Jackass.
Got 2 balls on the chat. It's on there.
No, I'm good, thank you. So there's some chip counts at the bottom of your screen as well, guys. Chris Maguire still in 170k. Nicolai been a lot on the featured throughout the day. He's up to 160. Chris Johnson's still in the mix, and Kellett as well. You can see coming up 135k. He started the day with a chip lead with 196,000. In the money now, but one of the shortest stacks left in the field, as you can see all the stacks running across the bottom of your screen. Lee Harlin, our short stack on 92,000. He'll be looking for a spin up at some point in this session. As it's folded around to James, blind on blind here, decides to raise the Queen 9, just clicks it up here to 12k. We're going to raise this hand. We want to perhaps go a bit bigger rather than just come and run for a min click. We're not going to have too much fold equity. Daniel was almost going to peel any 2 in position against this size, as we can see here, peeling the 4 deuce off. Although we do flop top pair on the Queen 6-3, and going to come in for a continue here. Daniel does have gut shot, getting 4-1 on the call and position, so expect him to call once here in position. If Paul checks turn, there's potential we can bet and take him off of it. He's going to be continuing a lot of hands on the Queen 6-3 rainbow. Hands like all his ace highs, King Jack, King 10s, even some like 10-9 suited that he's opened. So there's plenty of hands in there that he can potentially have. And Dan choosing to turn his 4 deuce into a raise rather than just a call, so raises it up and gets a snap call from James. James obviously not going anywhere with the top pair, blind on blind here. Very strong hand, range is very wide, as I always like to mention. And now it's down to whether Daniel wants to continue telling the story here. He obviously can have plenty of hands. Even Queen 6, Queen 3 are going to be in there. 6-3 suited, even 6-3 off if he's peeling 4 deuce off, and the river is the deuce of diamonds here. And James going to check one more, and it's a check back, and James going to take it with the Queen. But I like the raise from Daniel, like assuming James is going to continue very wide, unless he's got like a Queen X hand or at least better than a 6. It's very hard for him to continue. It's just, unfortunately, we did run into it this time. I'm just going to run them stacks once more for you guys. Across the bottom of the screen you can see that any of your friends or family in the field, see how they're getting on. So Paul Trotter with the nut low of the suited variety wants to open up in the cut-off. I actually don't mind this off of his stack size, assuming there's not 2 reshove stacks in the blinds. This is potentially fine, and Simon was actually very short there. Simon playing sub 5 big blinds, and maybe I'm not actually a fan of that open with the 3-2 suited there, because more often than not Simon's going to put in a large proportion of his range more. He's going to put in more hands than he's going to fold there, and obviously the nut low were behind every hand in the deck, so it worked on that occasion. But important to understand stack sizes in the blinds when you are opening light. So you want to tighten it up a little when there are them shorter stacks in there. But it worked on this particular occasion for him. And Lynn's going to fold this one under the gun.
Some big chip count scrolling across the bottom of the screen, my friend. A lot of chips starting to build up now. What would the average be?
How many left?
39.
39, so divide that by the runners, so that's that. So average going to be around between 240 and 250k tower.
Nice one. So we're guessing Yanis Leipzig will be exactly...
Yeah, about Yanis' stack, his average stack.
240,000.
What you've got to realise, if you're sitting there with like 200k and go, I'm not near the average, the average is pretty skewed because of Terry's stacks. Terry's got chunks, so it is obviously going to skew the average, but at the end of the day, you don't really want to keep your only average stack.
No.
I know it's good to see, but just concentrate on your stack in terms of big blinds and play the best possible poker you can play, depending on your stack size.
As a Phil on YouTube says, he's just joined. Are they in the money yet? Yes, we are. 47 got paid. We're now down to 39, and we've just had a slight pay jump. 39 gets £2,550.
Extra monkey for everyone.
Delicious. Nice to see Lynn grinding the stacks, says Barry. Yeah, she's had a decent day. Up to 300 at one bit, but she's down to about 180 now. Rich Kelly's still on 135. Joe O'Donnell still in, and the short stack, Lee Harling on 92,000 chips. Simon, what happened to Simon's stack?
I'm not sure, Tower.
Is that what he came to the table with?
He come to the table with that, so there I am again.
They're going to do it, aren't they, for when we're kissing and everything? Yeah. They're going to start doing that.
Always got a hand on my face when I'm off guard. Always leaning on my hand.
He always counted his money when he's off camera.
Oh.
3,000, 6,000 big blind of 6.
You should have put the camera on when Sal was talking about the passport earlier, Andy. That would have
I knew what I was on about.
That would have been the best time. My face then, I had no idea what was going on.
I knew what I was on about. Well, apparently you still have to sign your passport, don't you? Before you get to the airport. And if you don't sign it before you get to the airport, you can't sign it at the airport, and you're not allowed to use it.
Is he on that again?
No, I'm just trying to reiterate what he was. That's what I thought. That's what I thought you had to do.
What if it's already been signed though?
No, that's what I'm saying. Because I've got a new one.
Oh, okay. It makes a little bit more sense. I thought you was just talking about passports in general.
I've got a brand new one.
Right. Okay.
You know, one that you can't use yet because we can't fly anywhere. Because nobody likes us.
No more passports.
No more. Let's go back to Lynn. Let's go back to Lynn Beaumont with the snowman.
Oh. So Lynn gonna bet here.
These two will have played a lot in Nottingham together. That is for sure.
Both players counterfeited, chop it up.
Where do we chop it up?
Oh yeah, the eights. Sorry, I've for some reason thought it was aces and jacks, but it's aces and sevens.
Yep.
So Lynn, obviously with the best hand.
Raggy's playing the board. James Clark.
Lynn would have won it with 8 high actually, anyway, if it was aces and jacks. So James literally calling for a chop there. Shows the 3, says I got counterfeited, and Lynn's value bet.
Back up to 220,000 chips. Lynn Beaumont 6th in the monster stack in Las Vegas in 2014 for $250,000.
Yeah, that's some score that.
Yeah.
That is not just the score, the amount of runners in that field. got to play some good poker to get that far. Yep. You got to be on your A game.
Because obviously, don't forget, back in the day, when there were 7,862 runners in a $1,500 event 7 years ago, that'd have been enormous.
Yeah.
Like, when we look at our own Goliath, when we started with 1,795, and then we creep up, and the year after we creep up a bit more, and then by the time season 9 comes, it's 9,300. Just they were big events, big events. Is Dean Eggs still in? Didn't see Dean Eggs on the chip counts. Dean Eggs. Is that a short version of the surname? Or Dean Eggs.
Oh,
I like it.
Yeah.
Why have I read that out? Why on earth have I read that out? I can't believe I've even read that out. Been done again.
Well, Simon's got kings.
Back to the game.
Kings with 4 big blinds. What a life. And Yang here gonna make the call with the deuces in the big blind. No player behind him. We've got a pair. We've already got a big blind in. We've got to put another 3 in. I know we're going to be flipping almost always. Or obviously we're crushed against a pair, but most of the time we will be flipping. I can't believe he's still tanking about this one, but eventually throws the 25k chip in, gets the bad news. I'm up against kings, but I'm just going to have to make the call there. Unlucky for him. And Simon, chance to potentially get a little spin stack going here.
We've got a flush draw. We've hit the 2, but
it's never easy when
the kings have the nut flush draw, and we need to hit it, or a king.
You need a club or a king.
Oh man!
Otherwise, we're gonna be out the door.
Oh man! Oh, they're all black as well.
Queen of spades on the river.
Unlucky Simon.
And we lose Simon.
Came to the table as short stack, but he's got a great chance of doubling up. Kings against 2s. Well done, Simon. Good cash. 25.50 in the pocket. Does everybody keep checking the phone after hearing it vibrating on the stream? It's Jay. It's Jay. There's only Jay got any friends. Couldn't have scripted that, could you? What did you do? What did you get a text message?
No, literally as you said that, phone went zoop, zoop. So then with pocket 5s on the button, going to be opening this one. And Yang going to make the call. And the King 10 off in the small blind, and Ben here ace 4 suited. Lim playing just over 30 bigs, and Yang here probably not going to be able to withstand a potential 3-bet squeeze here because of his stack size. If he's got any particular hand he wants to go with, he might just rip through the 25 big blind. So Ben could potentially take a decent 3-bet bluff spot here. As I always say, we got the ace in here for removal. We obviously can flat and take a flop as well. We want to take the more cautious route, but 3-betting here is definitely an option, and I think it's the better option as well to out, especially against a button open. Lynn competent will be opening lots of hands from the button. And Ben free bets to 60k.
60,000.
And if I'm Lynn here,
I'd love to see a rip.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. These small pocket pairs, when you're playing in a sort of situation, button versus big blind or small blind dynamic, when you get 3-bet, these small pocket pairs can become very, very good 4-bet rip hands. Simply because you can get some better pocket pairs to fold to a 4-bet rip, and as well as that, you're going to fold out a lot of the overcards. They've got good equity against you. Sometimes you will run into it, but Lynn just takes the cautious approach, and really nice play there from Ben. Just knows what hands are good to come in with your 3-bet bluffs, and shows. Did he show a 4? He didn't show it. Is that the ace? Oh, I thought he showed the 4. Showed the ace, and very nice play from him. It's them sort of uncontested pots that make a difference. You pick up a few of them every session and can really help you chip up.
Big news from the outer tables. Big news.
Big news?
Big news.
Big news.
Rick Trigg.
Yeah.
Had 6,000 chips at 1-2.
Yep.
He's now got 850,000 chips.
Great story. Great story.
850,000 chips from 6,000 chips at 1,000, 2,000 blinds. Ian McGoldrick, when did they allow football tops in a casino? That's what you want these days, unless it's a mankini, I suppose. It is one of the best tops in the world, according to some people. I think it's really hard, isn't it, if you walk in with a hoodie on or a zip-up top and then you take it off in the casino. What do you do? Tell them to come out? Tell them to get changed? It's not really an issue, is it? Football tops in a casino anymore. If you walk in with a hoodie, I don't think it's a big issue. Has anybody asked? Really?
Why can't you?
It was just the old rule, wasn't it? That you couldn't wear any sports gear back in the day. But it's just one of those things now. Things have changed totally, haven't they? As long as you're not dressed as Borat, I suppose you'll be alright. Evening, Sean. We are doing well, thank you very much. You've got the overs locked on 17. Says Kev. Danny is in the green and white. I've been a couple of times, enjoyed myself a couple of times. Have to go back. So we're on 39. Any eliminations now, we will give them to you in order. Scroll them across the screen when we do get an updated elimination. We'll not be doing it in ones, that is for sure, but it's always good to know what position we're up to as we get closer and closer to the end of the day. But at the moment, we started this session with 39 players.
Yeah, I'd like to see Paul 3-bet this tower almost always. Ben going to go in variety of hands on the button. Paul 3-bets to 33k. Fairly small this. This is pretty small size in here from Paul. You want to go closer to the 4x mark here, facing the button open. We're out of position. Ben's probably still going to fold this this hand, but let's say Ben had Jack 7 suited, for example. He's probably definitely going to peel that against this size. But when you are out of position, you want to do size up an extra big blind than what you would when you're in position. And Ben does get out of the way, but basically because he's got near bottom of hands, he's going to be opening there on the button. But against that size, we would have probably seen him peel a fair few hands, but takes it down nonetheless. Paul's trotter obviously had the reasons for his sizing, I hope.
Not much communicative skills on this table.
the last table was great. The one with Aleem, Terry, and that. They were all having a
Very
great laugh
quiet
on
this
there.
table,
Yeah,
isn't it? I know we're in the money and I'm playing for chunks, but this is a quieter table.
Yes, Kev, I did see your bet. Mick the Mods cleared it up for me. I said I'll lock that in for you. You got the overs on 17. I've got 17 and the unders. I'll tell you, 17 we'll call a dead heat. So I've got 16 and unders. You've got 18 and above.
Like it. Well, the minute we're on 39.
So
Finished the live stream at 12:45 with the 2 extra 15-minute breaks in because of the delayed dinner. So plenty of poker and work still to be done. Three hours of live streaming still to be done. Even you're checking now, aren't you? Lynn with the old 3 deuce. Into the monk they go. Young yeah, Queen 10 into the monk they go. Ben, former champion of the GUKPT. Boom, into the monk they go. Paul Trotter.
pocket fires for James, raises to 12k. Then we've got an easy fold here in the small, and Paul should be defending the Queen 9 here in the big blind. Facing button open, getting 4.5 to 1 on his money.
And the call. Somebody said in chat box earlier, how come Tyson Fury's playing?
So ace jack 6 is the flop. James decides to...
It looks like him on that side. From the actual overview of the table.
So check.
I'm going to say one bet's going to win, but that just about does it. Any bets? No, it goes check. We get rivered. Any bets before then?
Oh, some more bust outs.
Wow, we're down to 33. Look at these names. The Kelster's out in 34th. 35th is Chris Johnson. 36th is Simon Baker. Stu Rutter's min cash.
How's Stu Rutter? He had chunks.
Chunks.
Oh my God, who have they gone to? He had about 400k, Stu, coming
Last
back from
Coventry
the break.
winner. Martin Fair was out in 38th.
Someone out there must have around 800k, because I remember looking at Stuart's. Was he on? He went on Stuart Rutter's table.
Oh, right,
he
well.
wasn't. No, I remember looking at Stu's stack. He must have had about 400k on the break. Love to know where they've gone. But
Ollie Nevin says, when do we get a new table? This is the new table that we will see for the duration of the tournament from now on in.
No change for the last hour?
No.
Okay.
Players will come and go, but we've just had the last change at level number 18. So this is it. Would be normally 2 hours, but there's an extra hour because of the delayed dinner. Sorry, Ollie, who's watching on Facebook. There will be players being eliminated and then coming onto our feature table, so you never know who from the outer tables will be joining us. Who do you want to, who are we in particularly looking forward to watching?
I'll just rip here as Daniel, guys. We got sub 30 bigs, all this dead money in the pot. I'm probably just going to rip this one in with 30 big blinds here. Yeah, we can free bet, but what size are we going to free bet to? Around 6x, what's that? Around 78, 80k, leaving ourselves 90 back. So hopefully Daniel just moves all in here. I think that's the best play in this situation with this action in front of us. Really like to see a shove from him rather than the 3-bet. That's what he's just running through his head now. Yeah, there's the all-in. Like it. Like it a lot. And this one's going to get through. Can't see Paul calling it off with pocket 8s here. This is a 29 big blind shove, just under. So from Paul's perspective, I guess if we think Daniel can have pocket pairs in here, if he's going to start incorporating deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s and 7s into his shoves there, then we can call with the 8s. But this comes down to how well Paul knows Daniel. He's been playing with him. Is he the type of player that's going to rip pocket pairs here with all this dead money, or is it just going to be strong hands? And for that reason, he does get out of the way with the pocket 8s, and James going to do the same. So that's a great little pickup. Look, 54k stack increase there from Daniel. Didn't even have to see a flop, and he'll be happy with that one.
Thanks, Ollie. Watching on Facebook, you guys do a great job. Good to be back, I'll tell you. 3 weeks' time, it's Coventry. Before that, there's a 30-30 in Coventry. Next week, there's one in Liverpool, Luton, and Liverpool, Luton, and Sheffield. Sheffield. And don't forget the online day one. If you want to play the online day one for the 30-30s, you can take your stack through and then decide where you want to go and play. So if you fancy a weekend away in Liverpool, you choose Liverpool. If you fancy going to the new CBS, well, not the new CBS Stadium, but the newly named Ricoh Arena, CBS Stadium in Coventry, then there you take your stack there. Satellite's running every night for the 30-30s. Qualify for the 5er, get yourself in, play day one, and just turn up for the day two at your designated place of thing. What you can't do is what I've been asked. Is if I play one of the day ones on Wednesday, can I choose what I want to play any time in the year? No. It is literally for that weekend. That might come up in future, but I doubt it. I was thinking about that. Would you be able to do that in future? But no. Just play day one, and then you've got a choice: Coventry, Liverpool, Luton, or Sheffield.
We're back in Coventry for the GUKPT in 3 weeks' time. That is our next leg. That's going to be a good one. Obviously, live coverage all 4 days for that as well, across all 4 platforms for us. Satellite's running every night for 250 mini as well, and the 750 main. 1500 package satellite every Sunday as well, and live coverage for the main event over Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and the GUKPT website. All 4 platforms we will be streaming from.
And in the main event here, we're down to 33. As you saw, Rich Kellett was last man out in 34th.
So a little ladder for everyone. Next time a player gets knocked out is another £500 ladder. We are on a pay jump.
Coco 21 asks, when is the Luton leg? Well, the Luton leg of the 30-30 is next week, or the main event of the GUKPT is October. The exact dates for GUKPT Luton. I think it finishes on the 17th. I'm pretty sure it finishes on the 17th because we could have been going to Malta on the 18th. But it's been cancelled. I think it's the 7th to the 17th of October, the dates for the GUKPT. in Luton. But if you want to play the 30 there, it's next weekend. And if you want to play the online leg, that's Wednesday at 8.
Back to the action with a pre-flop raise from Daniel in the hijack with the ace-jack. Got defended by Ben, but on this ace-king deuce, Ben has to fold. To the continue with just 6 high.
Craig Patterson on Facebook. Does anybody know how Danny's getting on? Well, Danny, we've got a Danny at the table. Dan Gormley. He's at the table in seat number 7. His chip count is at the side of his name when it comes up, when it's his turn to act. It also comes up on the chip count at the end of the hand. If that's the Dan we are talking about, Dan Gormley is sat right there with the Celtic shirt on. Ethan Brown was still in, wasn't he? At the
yes.
At the last break, he had chunks.
Yeah, 500 odd K, I believe it was. Harlow. Yeah, Ethan flying. As we see James open under the gun, the King Jack suited, makes it 12K to go. Folds around in turn. Ben going to get out of the way with this raggedy ace in the small. And action going to be on Paul Trotter in the big blind here. 6-4. Still lets it go. I wouldn't mind seeing a defend there with a 6-4. Getting that price, heads up pop. Equity's going to be running close heads up. But thinks better of it. Just going to let that one go.
And there you see, Danny has got 250,000 in chips. If you're watching on Facebook. So the final 3 levels. Live stream finishes about 12:45 tonight. And then more of the same tomorrow. There will be a book tonight.
Yeah.
On the final, or the remaining players in the field. It'll be open at 8 AM till midday, till we start for day 3. Have a little flutter on your favourite player.
I might put my Towers treble winnings on who I fancy for tomorrow.
Go ahead, good on you. Nice one. You'll have chunks on.
Raise to 13K from Lynn. She's got the pocket kings here in the hijack. James chooses to defend the ace-4 of diamonds.
Nice, as you do.
Queen 10-6, 2 diamonds. So action flop here. We got James flopping the nut flush draw and Lynn with the overpair to the board. So she's going to want to come in for a continue.
She's got backdoor diamonds as well. Which she'll think will be good.
So about 10K.
We know what Lynn doesn't want to see.
Those 6 on the turn. And in the big blind, James can have some 6x here, but Lynn not deterred from that pair in the bottom pair on the turn, and going to come in for another street of value against some Queen X and 10X, and obviously charging some King Jack, Jack 9 and flush draws that are out there. 5 on the river, and I know we can see she's not going to get paid, but I'd really like Lynn to come in for another street here. Yeah, this is good. Just really try and get called by a queen here on the end. Don't need to go too large, around 40, 50k is perfect. And just to sort of attack them Queen X and 10X holdings, try and get a call from those. And just going to be a snap fold anyway. But better 35k, like the size in there. Trying to get called by a queen or a 10, which James can have there some of the time.
Anthony Harrison on Facebook says, great to see poker back, great to see the live stream is back, and great work Tower and the team, keep it up. And Jay, did you ever speak to the guy who folded Ace King and Queens yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
And is he still in?
He's not still in, no. Next question, please.
No. We did have a chat. Jay did have a chat. He couldn't wait to get out, into the field.
Just couldn't wait to talk to him about it. And the funniest thing about that, having the chat with him, the table, couldn't believe it. The table that weren't getting relayed information, and I was like, "What? You folded? What? You did what?" But yeah, you never know if Craig play them hands a bit differently. He might still be in the field here today, but you don't get queens very often, or even ace king getting dealt a premium hand.
Yeah,
you want to be involved with it.
The Black Flash is back with us, Paul Gupta. How you doing, Paul? Can't wait to come up to Edinburgh and see you, my friend. Looking forward to seeing you in Edinburgh for their leg. Don't forget, it's just our main event in Edinburgh, but we will be there, the whole team.
So Paul, Jack 10 suited, lovely hand on the button. No action for him though. Amy A says, what was his reasoning? Well, the Queen's fold, he said to me after he called the original open on the button for two bigs, when Tom Hall squeezed out the big, he just didn't think Tom would ever have a bluff, so he thought he was slipping at best, so he decided to fold the Queens. I get the explanation, but Tom's going to squeeze tens and jacks in that spot. You can go and rewatch the hand on YouTube. It was the second from last session of the day, but yeah, it's just a bit too tight. And the ace king, he just didn't fancy it apparently, and sometimes I guess that can be the case.
Didn't fancy it twice.
You sometimes get players that like to play on feel.
Yeah.
And I guess that could have been it for Craig. I didn't really have much explanation at the time for everyone watching because it baffled me what we were seeing, but we went and had a chat with Craig and everything was legit. He did fold them hands.
I know one thing I don't understand is somebody folds something big like that, they all blame the table because the cards are wrong.
Yeah, everyone was
I don't
going
understand that in the
going
slightest. Why on earth would they? Oh yeah, table's wrong. Yeah, cards are wrong. You can't fold queens. Well, of course you can. Yeah, the reasoning was he didn't fancy it, and but I thought the queens was the one that stood out more than any of the others.
Yeah, I bet Paul Trotter fancies this flop though. Flops a 10 high flush and up and down straight flush draw. Going to get action from Paul as well, who has flopped the pair here with King 7.
Don't forget we have two Pauls.
Yeah,
So
McTaggart.
it's
Sorry,
Paul,
I'm going to go.
Paul.
I'm going to go McTaggart in 1 and
Yeah.
Trotter in 6 then.
Yeah. I wonder if he ever gets called Del Boy. I know it's a bit
or Rodney,
like stereotypic, but lad's got a surname that's pretty famous for a TV programme.
Yeah, and Trotter here, Paul Trotter, going to want to be coming in for another street of value here. Got such a strong hand, want to start building the pot, trying to get in many chips as possible. Bet 27k here, and McTaggart in the tank with third pair here. We have no redraws. We don't have a club in our hand. I think we'll just see Paul get out of the way here. Not really too many good rivers for our hand other than a king or a 7. Yes, we are ahead of some of Paul's bluffs, but we aren't going to be able to withstand heat on the river if he does come in again with this particular hand. But looks like Paul is going to count out some calling chips, and reasoning behind this has to be there's obviously a lot of ace highs in there with the ace of clubs, or some king queens with a king of clubs, those type of holdings, and that's the reason we've seen Paul call here. But if Paul's called here on the turn, this deuce doesn't actually change anything. So we had the best hand here on the turn, we should still have the best hand here on the river. So it'll be intriguing to see if he was actually calling turn to call on brick rivers. Bluffs that Paul Trotter can have here are obviously all the overcards with a club in them. So all the ace kings, king queens, king jacks with like the king of clubs or ace of clubs, ace jack with the ace of clubs, hands like that, ace 10 that turn up and down with the ace of clubs. These are all the bluffs that Trotter can have in this spot, and McTaggart knows that. And then it comes down to value hands. So what are the value hands that Trotter could have once opening in the cutoff here and going 3 streets? And obviously flop flushes is one of them. Over pairs maybe with a club in them, so like 10s plus with a club for a bit of insurance. And then obviously sets as well, set of 8s, set of 3s, turn set of 9s goes in there. And this is a really difficult spot, and these are the hard river spots in poker, the spots where your opponent can plausibly have a lot of bluffs as well as a lot of value, and this is going to be a tricky decision for Paul. We do just have third pair, It's a very marginal spot. But he's thinking about potentially heroing this off. But rather Paul be sat there than me, because as mentioned, there's just plenty of bluffs that we can be up against here, but also a fair amount of value too. Obviously we've got a king in our hand, so kings with a king of clubs. There's only 2 combos left of that. So that's one of the value hands out there. We block a set of 7s, so only 1 combo of 7s. He's going to make the call. He's flicked it in and calls with third pair, and he's going to see the flush. But a lot of you may be wondering why he's called 3 streets there with just a 7, but once he goes 3 streets there, Paul, his range does become a lot more condensed. It's like flop flushes or over pairs with a club in them, as well as sets, and we do have a blocker to one of the sets as well, flop sets. So that's probably a full process of Paul there, why he wanted to make the call. It just comes down to value range. It's pretty condensed and there's lots of bluffs. If he's going to be betting all his broadways or ace highs with a club in it, then maybe we can make that call. But on this occasion, it was the incorrect decision, and Trotter wins that one against McTaggart, the battle of the pools, and he's going to, I think, be up over 400k now. Nice pot for him to take, especially at this stage of the day. So we've got 10 minutes left of this level.
Top left-hand corner.
Oi, oi, what's that out there?
Oi, oi, look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, somebody guessed some numbers. It's how many times Towers Trebles comes in since he started doing it.
What, 33 out of 472? What's that? That's about 8%, Tower. That's not a good return.
Right,
That's
just trying to be funny, you know.
It's probably about right though as well. That's a funny thing. It probably is about 8%. Well, when I've backed Towers treble, that is, I don't run very well. You know, when Towers treble comes in, it's whenever I don't back it. Absolutely. That's when it comes in. It's madness.
We were on it at half time, weren't we? We had cash outs at £120 at half time. We never did it. And the weird thing is, my fourth team won as well. Daniel Leather is predicting Paul McTaggart's going out next. Okay. It's either inside information or just a guess. I'm hoping it's just a guess and it's not a spoiler.
It's a snap. It's a snap. What's he doing?
Yeah, just a guess. Fingers crossed it done. I mean, we like Bobby McFair. We don't see him too much anymore. Obviously, as people grow up, they get partners and kids and all that, and you don't travel around as much. But 10 years ago, he was everywhere. Bobby, Paul McTaggart, been there, done it, been around the block, and he's now slowing down a little bit. Top lad is Paul. Always gets it quietly at the table. not seen Macca for quite a while. I know I saw Ludo.
And player coming over to the featured, which can only mean one thing, Tower. 32 must be left now.
Oh, we must have lost one then.
Yeah. Lost
an
another.
update coming in soon. If we're making 4 tables of 8, there's 4 8s.
32.
32. Chung comes to our table.
So Chung straight into the action.
Yeah.
With the king queen suited in the hijack, and straight away raised it up, stood up. Before he sat back down, Ben had already folded. So there's the chip counts. Zhang, 18 bigs, still plenty of play for him on this hour clock. No need to panic. We're still perfectly fine. We've got plenty of time to find our spot to get it in. Chung here, Queen 8 suited into the muck. Lin not deciding to open an ace in the cutoff. An action on Ben here, blind on blind. Ace Jack in the small. So we can go either way here. I like to 100% complete my small blind with all of my hands blind on blind. Some players like that strategy as well, but everyone plays different. But it just means you can have all your monsters in there, and it just protects when you do want to limp in with your weaker hand. Your opponents can be less inclined to raise up if they know that you're limping 100% of your hands, because you can have the monsters in there as well. And Ben going to come in for a lead here on the 10-9-3 after 6-5 checks back, and Ben going to take that one down. But at a full ring game, I really do like the strat of just completing 100% of my hands in the small blind, just keeping it wide as possible, make it very difficult to play against if you got every single hand in there, other than the trash ones that you would just fold and give your opponent a walk. Then people may be less inclined to raise light up. Just protects your weaker hands, it's what it does.
So Bob McFett in seat number 1, Lynn Beaumont in 2. So Bob McFett in seat number 1, Lynn's. Top left hand corner, it says 33 out of 472. That's how many are left.
So Zhang not choosing to open ace-5 suited on the button. Must be watching match of the day. He looks very engulfed in his phone there. I'm surprised we didn't see an open there in the cut-off with the ace-5 of diamonds. As we see Ben make it 12k with an ace on the button, and Paul, he's not going to pill here, is he? Wow, he's going to pill. He's going to pill the 5 deuce suited at this stage of the comp in the small blind. And that's going to bring James in with the king 6. 10-10-7 rainbow. There's the prize pool at the bottom of your screen, guys. And expect Ben to continue here on a paired board. It's going to be hard for either opponent to hit here. We don't need to go large. We can go around 10, 12k. We go pretty small on this board texture, and a bet of 15k. And action on Paul here in the small. He's going to fold, and James going to follow suit. But surprised to see Paul pill with the 5 deuce suited there. Talk a lot about playing hands out of the small blind. It's worst position at the table, obviously acting first on all streets. The times that you do call an open pre in the small blind, the big blind then has a bigger price to come in, and a lot of times you're then going to be splitting equity three-way rather than heads up. And as well as that, you've also got post-flop problems as well. The time that the usual aggressor does come in for a c-bet, you're then sandwiched in between them and the big blind, and obviously if you make a call, you've still got the big blind to worry about behind you. There's just a lot of bad things that can go wrong, so it's important you choose what hand selection to play wisely in the small blind. It's very important.
Just scrolling along the bottom with the top payouts, 135,000, well, £134,250 up top. If you play the final hand and lose it, you get £91,600, 54,450 for third, and then they go down all the way down to the final 33 as our left. We were locked up at the minute, 2,550, and this is the last spot before we get a pay jump to 3,050. Gary Howells, all the best, Lynn, and a pleasure of sharing a tale with her a few times in Birmingham. Nice one, Gary. Yeah, she's not played too many GUKPTs in the last 2 or 3 years, but well, no, played last year, but it's good to see her back at the tables. And we know she can play, we know the scores she's had in the past, and she's in the money. And apparently, Chung sat in seat number 9, his nickname's Joe. I'm going to have to ask him.
Okay.
Because I take everything as gospel, what you lot write into the chat box.
So great flop here for Paul. No need to get trapped here. I know it's a rainbow board, but we want to start betting our hands, start building the pot. We've got Queen 10, so not blocking any of the pairs that our opponents can have here. So we want to just start betting and potentially try and go for 3 streets. But in this case, not much you can do when neither opponent catches a piece. But Paul going to take that one down with the Queen 10.
So we're on 33 out of 472, and don't forget, however many are coming back tomorrow, you can have a little flutter on one of the players to see if we crown whoever crowns champion. If you can back. Ewan McNicholas in London was 14 to 1. Quite a few people backed him and won a bit of money.
Second place was 100 to 1.
Second place was 100.
Don't forget about that.
Yes.
Second place in London was 100 to 1. If he went one spot further, if you had a tenner on him, you would have nicked the bag. So have a look at it tomorrow when it does open up on the Grosvenor Sportsbook. Obviously not just betting going on tomorrow, there's plenty more. There's Goliath satellites, there's GUKPT mini main satellites, as well as the live stream free roll and the 50k closer, which is online as well. So get yourself on the client, have a look what's going on, and see if you can potentially make yourself a bit of money or get into an event for the fraction of a buy-in. So blinds will be going up, either this hand or the next one. Clock is just about to tick to 0, and then that will take us into the penultimate level of the day, level 19 of the tournament, and leave us 2 hours left to play.
BV Mark says his English name, Chung, is Joe. He's played cash with him a few times with him. Thanks a lot, BV Mark. Wow, Chiesa's off to Slovenia to play the €300 main event over there. Oh yeah, over to the UK eventually. Chiesa, will be good to see you. Some fantastic events over in the United Kingdom when you can get over. Flights are cheap. if you can actually get in the country. And flights to Spain and stuff like that, it's just like for nothing. But restrictions will ease and we'll get back to normal eventually.
That's Daniel here, ace 10. Ben opening under the gun +2. King 4 suited. Maybe a bit on the loose side. He'll have his reasons for opening this though. Maybe believes the table's playing a bit too tight, so going to start opening up his range a little bit. But Daniel has ace 10 on the button, just chooses to call here. Ace 10 off, definitely a hand that we can incorporate into our 3-bet range, but flatting here with position on the opener is fine. And now Paul with 10-9 suited got an easy defend here in the big blind, so it's going to be 3-way action to the flop. King 4 suited for Ben, Paul 10-9 suited, and Daniel ace 10. Ben does have the betting lead.
3 deuce deuce is the flop.
So this is a flop that you expect Ben to continue fairly often here, free-handed. It's come deuce deuce 3. It's going to be very difficult for our opponents to connect with it. Yes, the button can have some pocket pairs in there that we'll call once, but a lot of the button's range will be like some Broadways, some suited connectors, some ace highs, those type of holdings. The more worry for us here is Paul in the big blind. He can have some deuce X and 3X plausibly. Daniel here with the ace 10. I think off this stack size it's a bit too optimistic to come in for a float here, but he is thinking about it potentially. Maybe we had like ace 10 of hearts here with the backdoor hearts and we'll draw. We could maybe flick in the float, but just goes fold fold. And nice pick up there from Ben with the king 4. Don't always need the hand to win the pot. Proof in the pudding there.
So Razor Kev wants his pound on trig if he's still in tomorrow. That's locked as well. Might have to remind me. And then Chiesa says hopefully soon, depending on restrictions. It's a 4-hour drive from where he is to Slovenia, so that's not bad. I don't think you'll be able to, Chiesa, to be fair. It's on Grosvenor Sports, which is a UK based, obviously Grosvenor Casinos is where we are. The Grosvenor UK Poker Tour is what it is, the GUKPT. And the Grosvenor Sport is a UK based website, and obviously it's only for UK based players, so you might not be able to, you might have to have a friendly bet with yourself and tell us who you're going to pick for tomorrow. And tomorrow there'll be say 15 to 20 players left. A book will be open tomorrow morning, they'll have priced you up overnight, and then you can have a little flutter on your favourite. And yes, they have to win it they have to win it outright. They can do deals and what have you regarding the money, but there will always be one person lifting the trophy, and that person that lifts the trophy is crowned the champion, and bets will be paid out accordingly. So you'll have to tell us in the chat box when you come in the morning, if you're still watching, who you fancy, and we'll root for him. Because also you miss out on the £250 live stream free roll at 6 p.m.
Exactly.
Because that's for UK based players as well. But I'm just glad you can understand us, because my Italian is nowhere near as good as your English. That is for sure. Yep, top left hand corner 90 on Twitch. Top left hand corner, it says 33 out of 472. That'll get updated, and the next time the guys give us the list of players eliminated from the outer tables. But yeah, 33. Great number turnout, isn't it? 472, over £500,000 in the prize pool. Four deuce 5 on the flop, back to the game. Queen of diamonds on the turn.
And essentially, this is the final call for the following players. If you wish to play,
Lee Kelly watching on Facebook. Good afternoon. Well, good evening now, since it's 10:30. What are you going to do on Saturday nights now as well? You stop sending, yeah. What are you going to do on Saturday nights now? There's no X Factor. What are you going to bet on?
Yeah, what PK said.
What did he say?
Love Island.
Love Island. Oh yeah, that's true.
No, I haven't. I've been watching it. I haven't been betting on it. Didn't even know you could bet on it either.
So, Chung, aka Joe, in seat number 9, raises it up. So flop time. Jangir Coles out of the big blind. There's 5, Queen 10 deuce. On the flop, 2 diamonds. Chung takes the lead. So just check.
Trips on the turn. The King 10 of Joe.
And the bet's about. Jangir comes in. Drawing dead.
17k. And with position here, Chung may just choose to flat. Probably going to get value from a Queen X hand on the river anyway, and want to keep some bluffs in here. Unless we feel like we played a lot with Jangir and feel like he's pretty tight. He's been playing pretty solid. We feel like he can have some 10x here. Maybe we can come in for the raise, but I just think it's better to flatten this particular spot, keep all the bluffs in that he can have, and at times he does check it to us on the river, we can then come in for our value bet. Be interesting to see if Jangir is going to go for it, but no, he checks with the ace high, and we've got an easy value bet here as Chung, but just need to decide what size we want to go here. Queen X is probably the hand we want to target here. Obviously Jangir is going to fold all his bluffs on the turn here anyway, so we want to come up with a size which is going to really put the Queen X in a tough spot to fold and try and get them to call. So around half pot, I think, so about 40-50k sizes I'd probably choose here as Joe on the river, because he's been pretty tight as well, Jang. We don't really want to go too big and scare him around about like 40-50k, the right size.
That's minute 33, snap fold.
Yeah, it's even smaller. Smaller's fine. I just didn't want to see a big bet there.
Yeah. And as you can see, top left, down to 29.
Oh, down to 29.
Down to 29. Eliminations will follow shortly. Here we go, look. 33rd, Michael Sazal, 25-5. Aleem's out. Aleem Kanji's out. In 32nd, James Shervington in 31st. And in 30th, Manpreet Singh for £3,050, which means we're down to 29. Get yourself on Love Island Tower. Do you know what? If there were anybody over Love Island that ate a kebab and fish and chips and 2 portions, I'd be in it. There's too many svelte bodies on there for me. Nobody eats. They exercise 10 hours a day. They all look like models.
You wouldn't need to get. You'd win it by yourself, Tay. You wouldn't need to get in a couple. You would win it by yourself if you went on that show.
Exactly. I feel sorry for Femi. I really do.
I feel sorry for ITV. They don't know what they're missing.
Yeah, exactly. Watching it side by side with the Real Madrid game. 3 goals in 7 minutes. That takes some doing. Has the Spanish league started tonight then, has it? The old football. What does everybody think about Messi going to PSG? Anybody who follows football? What do they actually think? Is it a good thing for football? Is it
It'll be nice to see him.
foregone conclusion that they're going to win everything?
Well,
or not?
It's just nice. I think it'd be nice to see how he performs at a different club. Personally, he's been at Barca his whole career, and I think it would just be a bit of change of scenery for him. See if he can do it in a different league and with different surroundings. Obviously playing against different opponents week in, week out. But obviously PSG, I reckon, big shout to the Champions League. But we're going to go back to the action here because we've got 2 hands going to the turn with nothing. Paul turning top pair here though, so probably going to come in for another bet after continuing this flop. Going to be firing again here, I hope. Especially Ben calling in the big blind. Want to start getting value from some hands like 9x, 5x. And obviously charge the hands like 6-7, which is a double gut shot. 6-4 suited in there, 4 deuce suited. There's plenty of hands here that give us reason to bet here as Paul after turning top pair, and Ben just sitting here with a gut shot. He's getting over 3-1 in his money, but can't call in this particular spot here, and does just let it go.
Paul Trotter, 388,000, over $500,000 now, 521,000. Atty009 on Twitch says playing against farmers every week. Even Tower could do it in France. I were a great winger in my time. When I was about 11. And then I didn't like getting dirty, so I stopped playing. 29 out of 472. That is a number. You've just seen the eliminations go across the screen.
Oh, Kev's sitting at home like this. He's shaking. He's shaking. He's seeing them numbers go down. He's about to do £20.
Brandon is still in there. Brandon is going along well. But one of the bigger stories is Brandon Shields had ace queen, Rick Trigg had kings for a 300k pot about 4 hours ago, and Brandon Shields won it and left Rick Trigg on 6,000 chips with the blinds at 1,000, 2,000. Rick Trigg is now on 850,000 chips. That's the story.
Ben here, line on blind, see what he opts for here. Now this time he's going to come in for a raise, so not opt in with 100% complete strat. Going to raise it up into Paul Trotter's big blind. He's got 9 deuce of hearts. Paul not insta folding here, so he's going to make the call in position. Another 10k. His heads up to the flop. 9 deuce for Paul. Ace 5 for Ben. King Jack deuce, 2 spades. And Ben decides to check here. And Paul has caught a piece of this one. Looks like he is going to come out firing. And Ben just with ace high here. Lets it go.
Even Swifty, she's even opted for our live stream rather than Love Island tonight.
Oh, thanks,
good
Katie.
choice, Katie.
It's a great choice.
And then Rakesh says, "Don't forget Love Island, you need to get yourself on Man vs Food." Adam Richmond is a legend, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Richmond is an absolute legend.
Do you remember when you done the calzone?
Oh, the calzone challenge in at the Goliath. Oh. It was a lovely free dinner. That, oh man, 9/10 of a calzone. Yes. Yeah, Adam Richmond. What a programme that was. I thought it was great. And Swifty, yet again, is in the Goliath satellites, and she's on the bubble again. 5 seats guaranteed and hit 11 plus money for 12 to 15. You got a seat last night that we saw. Let us know if you get another one. Scotty Klaus has got it absolutely spot on. Anything for free food, I'd say. It was a challenge. It was for charity. That's what it was. Had to do it. Scotty C, see you in 2 weeks.
Jiang raises the Queen 10 and Ben pounces on it with the Ace Queen on the button here. Obviously free betting to call off here. But Jiang here obviously not going to be continuing with Queen 10 once Ben 3 bets him. So 4k, 8k, this is level 19 of the tournament, guys, level 9 of the day. We've got 40 minutes left of this one, and then we will head out on the final 15-minute break, and we'll be back for an hour left to play. But bust outs have been crazy today. We started with 148, we are down to 29 players. We have lost 119 players so far, and it's been a really, really good day as well. The first couple of sessions on the feature table, there was callers thrown out everywhere by the dealer. It was really, really good watch. And don't forget, if you did miss any of the streaming, you do want to watch it back, they are always uploaded on YouTube, so you can watch it whenever you like.
Absolutely. You can even watch Craig Dawson back.
I might even watch that back myself.
I think Craig Dawson might watch it back.
That was probably the best 20 minutes I've seen anyone play poker. Really, like, just the fact he was correct every time as well. Just correct. The 4-bet with the Queen Jack, the fold with the Queens, the fold with the Ace King. It was just, it was just sorcery. It was like, I couldn't believe it.
$29 left. 47 got the money, so we're all in it. Payout for 29 is £3,050. That changes when we get to 21.
So McTaggart opening to 18k, and James pills the 10-9 suited here in the small. Flop of 8, 6, 5, 2 clubs, so not much here for Paul. Does have some backdoors and 2 overs, but I was just about to say, probably going to check this one in terms of range, probably a little bit better for our opponent here. 5 of spades on the turn does bring us a flush draw here with a King 10, so like to see a delay continuation bet here now from Paul, and in it comes, and it's going to get the job done against James, you suspect. Oh no, he's going to call with his gut shot on 2 overs, I guess for 10k, seeing the price he's actually getting there, 6 to 1 on a call. Just going to see if we can get a 10, 9 or 7, but it's a deuce on the river. And action over to Paul now. And he thinks he's bluffing at this potentially, but he's actually got the best hand. At 25. And we're just 10 high here. James can't do anything but let this one go. I can't wait to see you, Scott. It's going to be really good to see you in Coventry. It's been so long, mate. I can't remember the last GUKPT I saw Scott. Must have been back in 2019 sometime, way before the pandemic hit. But it'll be good to see you, mate. Make sure you come say hello. We'll have a pint one night at the bar.
Absolutely.
I'm going on a golf trip with your mate Colin Scott, Mr. Bidwell, very soon.
Oh, no. Carl Davis on Facebook, is Chris Bartlett still in? Yes, he is. He's on 138,000 the last time we saw the chips. And there are 29 players left. He is still in. Will we list the 29 players left on the break? Yeah, I don't see why not. They'll either scroll across the bottom or we'll flick them up at the side of the TV screen. What time's the break, young man?
Break is in around 35 minutes.
35 minutes. Yeah, fingers crossed. If he doesn't get on the feature table, we won't be changing the clientele for the last 60 minutes. But if people get eliminated and we move people around, that'll be the way he gets on tonight. Other than that, he could well be on day 3 if he makes it through to the final day. Fingers crossed.
So James opened button here with the king 7 off as flop bottom pair. Going to come in for a better 20k. Joe not going to be going anywhere with the 10-9 suited, up and down both ends to the nuts, as well as a backdoor flush draw. May potentially be thinking about raising this spot. We've got plenty of hands out the big blind we can rep for value. 7-8s in there, Queen 8, Queen 7. Maybe pocket 7s or 8s that didn't elect to 3-bet here. But choose to just call and take some turns.
Turn is a Queen of Spades.
Yeah, that's an interesting card because Joe's now turned flush draw to go his up and down, and action on James here. He bets 25k, and it's quite interesting here from Joe. He's betting 25k into just under 100, so going a quarter pot here on a double flush draw board. Is he really going to go that size with a queen here? Maybe he'd go with a nutted hand like a boat, like a Queen 8 suited or Queen 7 suited, but with just a Queen X hand, I think he's definitely going to size up. So if Joe can figure this out, this could actually be a really nice spot for a check raise, simply because the fact we've got so much equity to get there the times that we are called. And just looking into the sizing of James here, it just seems a bit weak, but he is going to call. I think we could potentially raise that spot just going on the sizing alone, and the ace of clubs on the river, and this will go check check now. Joe's going to check it over, and I think James will just check this one back. But I think we potentially missed a spot there as Joe on the turn. I know it's very, very hard to do. You're just sitting there with 10 high, but just looking into that sizing on the turn, I don't think anyone's ever going to go quarter pot there with a queen on a double flush draw port. And thinking about leading this and repping the club flush is Joe. Action is on him. He hasn't checked as of yet. And look, James has just gone towards his chips and sort of started playing with his chips. Like, if you bet, I'm going to call, and that is a pretty good live tell right there from Joe. But no, he has checked it, and look, a snap check behind. And you see a lot of players do that sometimes when you're thinking about leading rivers. They'll quickly grab their chips, like, oh, if you bet, I'm going to call. But a lot of the time, that's just very, very weak. But he's going to take that one with just a 7. I really would have liked to see Joe raise that turn. I think that would have been a really lovely spot for us to put in a raise, just because the sizing that we are faced with on the turn.
So 29 from 472. 3,050 locked up. Evening to Stoneface, watching on the GUKPT website, rooting for Lynn as they were playing the Venetian on Christmas Day a couple of years ago. As you do.
Swifties in the chat, won another Goliath ticket. Whoop whoop.
Well done you.
More seats than Wembley at this rate. As Ben got the chips and got the hand here, pocket kings, makes it 16k to go. Paul with the walking sticks and the hijack calls to 16k. Paul's going to defend here with the 8-6 suited, so 3-way to the flop.
3-way to the flop. Cowboys. What happens with kings? What happens with kings against ace 6? Always an ace apart from this time.
Apart from this time, love it. Love it. Great flop here for Ben.
That's a fantastic flop for Ben.
Yeah, and like this as well. I talk about these spots a lot. I probably sound like a broken record, but finding these checks with your over pairs on boards like this when you've got the insurance with your king of spades, and it's just very, very deceptive. And it always
Checked it round and there's an ace on the turn. One of them things.
It's one of them things.
There's only 3 outs, but it's one of them things.
It happens. I'm still a fan of the check. I know a lot of people will be watching. Why has he checked this? Why has he let the ace come off? But checking this flop's perfectly fine as Ben with the king of spades in our hand, and obviously we're going to have to overcall here, getting 5-1 on our money with a second nut flush draw and a king being good as well most of the time.
Yeah. With a bet and a call, Ben can easily get away from this, but he might just see a turn.
He's got to see a turn tail.
He's got the spade.
See a river, sorry.
He's got the spade draw. He's got the out with the king.
Justice? Is there justice in this game?
No. Not this hand.
And this will check through. Check, check, check. And Paul will take the pot. It's unlucky for Ben, but I'm still a big fan of the check on the flop. It's just how poker goes sometimes.
So Bobby McFett, Paul McTaggart wins the hand. Chiesa says, how much is Goliath entry and will it be streamed on here? It's £110 in, it's 250,000 guarantee. It's normally live in Coventry, but with the restrictions and with the pandemic, it's impossible to run live. It's the biggest event in Europe, and it has been for last 6-7 years. So it's going online this year, but unfortunately yet again,
Tired, man. All day.
tables. Thank you very much for that. One of the chip leaders now, Rick Trigg, from 3 big blinds. Oh my days. Yeah, Katie, Chiesa is from Italy, so he can't get the online stuff. But he has promised us that next year, when we do Goliath Live, that he's coming over in his Fiorentina top, and to come and he's going to introduce himself to us. That's the way he's going to meet the team. Goliath 2022, 90% going back live. Dates to be confirmed. Jim said there might be an announcement when we get to Coventry for the GUKPT.
So Lynn's opted to 3-bet the 10s here out of the big blind, 2.5x. Like to see a pinch bigger. We could potentially just shove as well here as Lynn off 25 big, sub 25 big blinds. There's a cut-off open, perfectly fine to just move in with the pocket 10s. And the thing is, going this size, I think if Dangle was a bit deeper here, he'd probably peel the 8-7 suited, getting this price on his money. But unfortunately for Dangle, he's sub 20 big blinds himself, but he's still going to make the pill. And it's actually really good for Lynn because she's got someone to put in an extra 2.5 bigs.
Oh, that's a nice flop as well.
Yeah, and if she checks it.
And Danny will be thinking, well, that's not a bad flop actually. For me 7-8, open down. Deceptive check. I think Dan might check this one as well.
Yeah, he's got to be wary of what hands Lynn's going to rebet so small there.
If the turn's a 6 of spades.
Or a jack, even a jack tower, 6 or a jack, it's...
that's...
And if we're in now, we want to start betting our hand. There are some hands we can get called by, some potential 1 diamond hands that have a flush draw.
Checks
She
again.
checks again. He's trying to induce. But Daniel with a 7 now, he's got some showdown.
I don't think he bets. I think he checks again.
Well, Lynn looks a lot like she could have a hand like the way she's played this ace king or ace queen here. So we might see Daniel come in for a very small bet here, Tower, to perhaps deny some equity, but he chooses not to, and the river is an 8. Now the 10s are actually lose to the bear jack or 6 of diamonds. So Lynn checks again.
Yeah, it's checked all the way down.
So flops 10s full, but gets no action at all.
We're moving one.
Yeah, we
Get
saw.
off.
Yeah, we saw on the pan a minute ago that came up 5 minutes ago with this Jiang on the outer table with Chris. It was because he had literally just sat down there as he got moved. Obviously, we're on our half-hour delay here. It's not his twin that we saw on the outer table, but he's off. So that means we've probably lost another one if we're balancing some tables here.
No. It's a nice hand. It's a nice hand. Nice floor.
So it's it says 29, but we're what 4 7s? Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Seems though we've just moved one of the players.
Yeah. I reckon you're spot on there, Tower.
Yep.
I reckon we could be down to 28, but we'll get that all clarified and update it when we can for you guys.
Yeah, it was hard for the 10s to get a worse run out, to be fair. She never folds with a bet, even a bet on the river. If there's a chance he does have the straight flush.
So James making it 18k with the ace-5 suited. And action going to be on Ben in the big blind. So haven't actually taken Zhang here out of here yet, so we're actually unaware of what Ben's got. So we're sweating with James this hand until we get that all updated for you guys. Just a quick little reset of the hand and get it all, hopefully some hole cards up for Ben. We're just going to have to, right, all right, there we are. Oh, that's a really good turn. I ain't used that yet there since I've been back. But
really good turn.
Really good turn for James, and not going to get any action from Ben though, just as king high.
So it says 29 on the table. I think there's 28 because we moved one to make it 4 tables as 7, but we'll update that when we get a few more eliminations so we can scroll them across the bottom of the screen. There'll be a full chip count at the break, which is in 40 minutes time.
Colin Bartlett asks what value are red and yellow chips. The red chips are the 25k chips,
25.
biggest denomination in play at the moment. The yellow chips are 5,000, and if you're interested, the yellows, the white, sorry, are 1,000. Tomorrow, maybe even after this level, if they chip up, we will see some of the black and blue chips coming in. The Duddies, the 100Ks.
Big shout out to the White Lion.
Evening, White Lion.
Evening, White Lion.
How's the brew boy doing? Chris is flying on the outer table.
Yes.
It looked like he had over $500,000. Really good to see. Be nice to see Chris run deep in this really good guy. And it's nice when you see the good guys do well. Plays very well as well as that. Obviously, very well known now. One of the young guns upcoming in the UK poker scene.
Yes.
As we'll hop back into the action as we see James flopping top set against the 5s of Paul and 8-7 of McTaggart. So about 30k. And Paul McTaggart is going to make the call here after turning a pair, and he also has a gut shot as well. Interesting. I'm not sure of the flop action at the moment, but I'm assuming it checked through. If it didn't, I can't see how we can call this as pop.
Black Flash is looking for a punt on Terry. Well, tomorrow morning there'll be a book on Grosvenor Sport. You'll have to find out what price he is tomorrow. Mark Byro on Facebook. Good evening, guys. Mark from Portugal. Oi, oi.
Evening, Mark.
How's the weather? Well, apart from dark, obviously.
Well, you're itching news back all the way from South Korea. We've got Portugal, we've got
it's-
South Korea, we're going global, Tower.
Yeah, that's it. Managed to sleep a little bit more after waking up at 5. It's now 6. Going on, Chingu, 97. We've got Portugal. We've got Wigan. We've got Wrightington. We've got the White Lion watching. We've got Katie down in Margate. We've got Fiorentina watching. Florence.
We've got Sir Bondi in Sicily.
Well, we've got Sicily watching.
44 degrees.
Well, it was 44 degrees yesterday. We're going global.
There's Ben going to open button. He's got a king. Going to raise it up. James just going to call the ace-9 in the big blind. Can potentially mix in a free bet some of the time. King 5-3, 2 hearts, and this is probably one of the check back candidates for Ben. Yep, snap checks it back. Oh, it's done it again.
Done it again. just check ace, obviously.
Oh god, it doesn't look good, but it is the right play. It's just both times the ace has rolled off on the turn. Both times pinged the free outer.
Yep.
And the right smile from Ben has happened twice. 14% job twice goes against him. It's about 70 to 1 shot for that to happen twice. You check the flop, only hoping not to see an ace on the turn and it rolling off.
No. Well, let us know how Josh gets on, will you, 90? 1874, he's watching the boxing. Let us know how he gets on. Good prospect is old Joshua Boatsai. Manchester calling. Derby's on, Southport's on. The Scottish boys are on tour. The Grosvenor Global Poker Tour.
Well, that's got a nice ring to it.
It has. A great ring to it. Like that.
So guys, we have got 20 minutes on the dot actually before we go on the final break of the day, and 15 minutes after we'll be back. This table will be staying because we're only back for an hour. Don't forget we had that added break today. We'll be finishing up around 1:45, 1 a.m. So a bit extra viewing for you guys today.
I'm watching from the Travel Lodge Burnley. Says Gary Howell. No casinos. No, there's no casino near Burnley. I'm guessing the closest one is Bolton, Blackpool, or here in Manchester, I suppose. But Bolton would be your closest. Gary Howell. Watching from the Travel Lodge. The exotic Travel Lodge.
who do you want to see win Tower out of who's left in the field? Who's your fancy?
Well, I think the story has got to be Trigg, hasn't it?
Yeah, Trigg, obviously.
I know he's won one before in Blackpool.
Yeah, one of the Grosvenor pros.
He has won one before, so that will be a brilliant effort.
I'd really like to see Chris have a good run in one of these. I'm not sure the DPC's got in a GUKPT main so far, but plays very well. Really, really nice guy. Good to have at the tables, good sportsmanship, and one of the good guys in poker. I'd like to see Chris have a very good run, as well as Ben. Same for Ben on here. Very, very nice guy off the table. We always like to see people like that do well, who play well as well. But plenty of names in the field, could go to anyone. We'll obviously have mine and your pick tomorrow. We'll probably have a little cheeky tea bet on it or something like that.
I've met them all. You can't lose.
King 8 deuce rainbow. So James flopping the best of it here after opening the button. Going to continue. And Joe in the big blind does have 60% of a straight flush. Back doors here. 3-1 and a call. But I think off his stack size, we're playing sub 30 bigs here now. We're going to get better spots throughout the hour clock, and yeah, rightly so.
Yep.
Just not getting floaty with that one.
Kieran Cook on Facebook says, is anybody over $1 million yet? There's a couple of stacks very close. Terry Jordan and Rick Trigg very close.
Trigg looked like,
There'll be a full chip count at the break. They'll be on screen when we get back to run through them with you.
James in the cutoff gets out of the way. Action on Daniel on the button. He's going to fold. Joe in the small. Blind on blind between him and Paul McTaggart. So we're on the river here. It's blind on blind. Check, check, flop. Better 9k from Joe on the turn. Paul called here with his one pair, and he's going to call river as well. And it's a good call as well because it's just 7 high for Joe here, and Paul going to take a nice pot, making the call with just a jack.
today's penalty tournament, please make your way back to the guarding area. Just the 3 minutes remaining on your race. That's all penalty players, please make your way back to the total. Just the 3 minutes remaining on your race.
So it's blind on blind here. We've got Paul completing in the small with the 3 deucer hots. Check their option with a 10-4. Does Lynn. And Paul, after flopping a piece here, is just going to lead into Lynn. And she can't do much here with a 10-4. Oh, she's going to pull out the float. She's going to call. No, she's not going to call. She's going to raise here. So Lynn raises to 17k. Value hands, she might choose to raise top pair here blind on blind because Paul's going to have a whole host of hands, but Paul not having any of it at the moment. She's not going to raise a 9x hand. It's pretty hard to have 2 pair when we have a 3 in our hand as Paul, and we've actually turned 2 pair here ourselves. So if Lynn does continue to barrel here, she's got to think about what hand she's supposed to be repping. Obviously she has got all the 2 pairs, Queen 9 and Queen 3 and 9-3 once she checks her option, but that's still a very thin value range for her. So important when you are bluffing to think how you can credibly rep these value hands. But Jack on the river, so she's just sitting there with 10 high and blind on blind. If she does come in for a 3rd barrel here, Paul's just never going to let this one go, and he's going to show the 3 deuce, which is good. And Lynn had a little go at a bluff, unfortunately it didn't work out for her, but credit where it's due. She tried to take the pot away from Paul, but Paul, after turning 2 pair, wasn't going anywhere.
What side? KO in 11th. Does that mean he won or lost?
Knocked out in 11th.
He got knocked out in 11th?
Yeah.
Was he?
I'm guessing so.
What side knocked out in 11th? So he lost? Or what it? What side knocked out? Oh, it means he won by KO. What side knocked? Well, to me, I read it as what side knocked out in the 11th. Means he won by knockout. Nice one. I read it as what side knockout in 11th. I couldn't decipher which. Anyway, I'm gonna watch it. I'll watch it on replay.
I didn't know you was talking about boxing. I thought he was in a tournament. I thought that was a typo for Buster.
Oh, right.
That makes more sense.
Oh, Sylv, so slinky. If Lynn makes it tomorrow, she's coming in for that tower hug. Well, get in there.
So Daniel in the hijack, he's got Queen Jack. See him move all in here. They've had 13 big blinds, I should say. And he's going to get that one through. Nice little pickup for him, uncontested.
Nice, he says Lynn's phone's got the biggest battery in the world ever. She's never off it. Yeah, there'll be plugs on plugs. I know somebody that makes these poker tables with chargers in them, so you can just plug your phone into the table. It's a great idea. You know anybody, Andy? You might be writing a vlog. You never know. Doing one of them vloggy things. Price pool 519,200. Don't forget 2% for the National Poker League. Amazing effort. The NPL is flying at this moment in time. £134,250 up top. 91,600 for second. Third is 54.4.
If you make the final table and you bust first hand, it's going to be 9,200. So just under 10k, you do make that FT and manage to bust first hand. But you can see even coming in the top 14 here is going to make you 5.1. So plenty to play for everyone left in. We have got less than 10 minutes left of this session, and then we will head out on the final 15-minute break of the day. Late here in Manchester, it's Saturday night.
Manchester. There's some very, very good players left. You're not wrong, Sylv. Not wrong at all. And even the likes of Raggy, that people just think is a cash player, is very competent. Paul Trotter, holding his own. Boba Fett's been doing well. Paul Matega in C1.
Lynn's not stopped typing in about 7 minutes.
Well, War and Peace. Can you give me an update on today, Lynn? Well, I came in at 12:15. I sat down, I had a cup of tea at the bar. I composed myself, I got sat down.
Good to see her.
It is.
In the field still.
It is so good.
Really good. There's lots of ladies come and play this event more than you usually see. It's good to see that more girls are getting into poker and coming to the table. Lynn, though, been around for a long time. She's got some great results, good resume. Obviously had that great run in the monster stack in the WSOP a few years back, 2014, for over $200,000. Not a bad payday. Now she's here in Manchester looking for over 130k first prize. A lot of players still in her weight. Some good names, as mentioned, left in the field. It's not going to be easy. As we see Ben open the button to 16k and James defending with the Queen 6. Here we go, guys. Some more bust outs as we see Ryan O'Sullivan and Brandon Shields head to the rail, 29th and 28th respectively.
Good
both
effort
taking
from Brandon.
home, yeah, £3,050.
Bought in this morning, did Brandon. Got himself his buy-ins back. Just about broke even on the trip. But a great player, and it's always good to see him at the tables.
Ben flopping top pair this time, going to continue. Sometimes we bet top pair, sometimes we check it. Makes us very difficult to play against. Always mixing it up. So 5 minutes on the clock.
1250 total was the buy-in 90. 1250 total, 200,000 guarantee. They hit the guarantee early Friday morning, and there is now 500, over £500,000 in the prize pool. £135,000 up top.
It's in the top left corner of your screen, Logan. 27 left out of the 472 entries we had.
I'll just give you the last two bust outs. Brandon Shields, the last person out. So we're down to 27.
So lose 3 more, and that's when we will break for 3 tables. Obviously not going to happen this session with 5 minutes left to go, but could possibly happen last session of the day.
Look who's on telly at the top.
PK. What is going on with that hair?
Here's a young lad. That's about 12 years ago. Hardly looks any different. Still gets ID'd for beer and cigs and all sorts. True? Yep. Unbelievable. At what age do people walk, when you walk into a shop, do you think they don't look 17 in?
Challenge 25, so if you don't walk 25.
The mentality of it's just ridiculous. Walks in with a beard, grey hair. Are you old enough, mister? Got any ID? Do I look 17? King on the river. For Dan. Going to take the pot from Paul Trotter in seat number 6.
The thing is, if we're done here, Tower, I wouldn't actually mind seeing a check. I know we bet our up and down straight draw, but this king is a better card for our opponent's perceived range. So if we check over here, he may try to represent the king himself rather than coming in for a lead.
Winning.
Yeah, I think he's gonna bet. I don't
Can't
think
leave himself 10-20,000, can he?
I think we don't really want to go over pot with this hand, Tower. King with the 5 kicker.
Yeah. Well, let's put a bet in.
Really,
like 50k.
Really wouldn't mind seeing the check, but
14.
14, yeah, very small.
I thought there were a red chip at the bottom.
Action on Trotter on the button. Who's counting out chips, and looks like he's going to raise this up here. Maybe try and rep that king that Dan has. And if Dan's actually done this to induce, he's actually very, very good, because he's not going to fold. If he's betting this size, he's not going to be folding to a raise. If we're opening the door to induce when we go this small, we can't be folding once we river top pair. So if this is what Dan thought about doing, it's actually pretty good play. We're trying to get our opponent to bluff raise us here, going that tiny on the river, trying to look weak, but
yeah, good pass.
Just let it go. Just let it go.
Sylv says Lynn Beaumont wins first woman to win a GUKPT, and Man United destroy Leeds if Carlberg made weekends. It was an absolutely brilliant display from Man United today, I tell you. If that's the sign of things to come for the season, you're in for a treat.
Proper team plan tomorrow, though.
Yep. Newcastle United on telly tomorrow.
The Spurs and City, that's going to be a game.
Spurs City.
Spurs City, that is the game to watch.
Wowzers. Do you think Grealish will start?
I'm not sure.
Taco Logan says Newcastle United win or lose. I don't even know they're playing, to be fair. I must admit. I don't know who they are playing. Heading towards the break.
Yeah, this is the last hand, Tower. And then we are on that 15-minute break. We'll be back just after 11:30. Back for the last hour of the day because of that extra break we had earlier for the players. Raise from Lynn to 18k. Ben with the pocket sixes here. Going to come in for the call. Wow, has Paul just flatted ace king here? Can't be a flat from Paul, I don't think. Especially Lim playing sub 30 big blinds, sub 25 big blinds. In fact, actually just over with the 18k raise, 202k.
That's certainly more than 18,000 chips, unless you put them all in ones.
Well, it could be two 3 fives and
3 fives and 3 ones.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, it could be. We just can't see because of the lighting, but I thought it was a raise.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Trotter just come in with a flat here. There's this dead money in here. We can potentially just get it in against Lynn.
Yeah, you don't really want to be flatting 400 either.
And we're going to bring all these hands in. And
where are you 400?
Strange one. Strange one from Trotter.
Where are you 400 with ace king? We'll soon find out. On a flop like that, we are in front.
Yeah, king, queen, 10.
He must have known.
Must have known. Yeah, again, it's a pretty dicey flop four-way tower. You've still got to tread with caution here with ace king. We've just got one pair. Obviously, behind to a lot of hands that will be in pre-flop. The ace jacks, the queen tens, king queens, king tens, jack nine suited. So do need to tread carefully. He's still going to come in for a bet. just to try and thin the field down, get an idea of where we are, start putting ranges on players' hands. But in this scenario, I don't think we're going to get a call out of anyone. Oh, we are. Lynn will make the call with the Broadway draw and the backdoor spades. I guess we are getting 5-1, so that's perfectly fine. I think I wouldn't have seen the call if we didn't have the backdoor spades. Queen on the turn. So I'd like to see a check here now from Paul, simply because this queen's going to hit Lynn more than us. We're not going to bet any of our Queen X on the turn unless it's a 2-pair type of Queen X. So the Ace King hopefully will be checking back now. I'd like to see that. And Lynn's going to have all type of hands like Queen Jack in there, and
that's why you flat Ace King.
And a king on the river, yeah, Tal, that's why you flat Ace King.
Yep, there you go.
And both players with Ace High.
See, if only Craig had just realised that's what you do with Ace King, then he could have stubborn it.
Yeah, and Lynn's bet here. Lynn's bet 50k. And Paul's going to raise, and Lynn will get the bad news, and she's going to leave herself with what is 11 big blinds coming back after the break at the 5-10 level. Hopefully she can spin it, but that's going to be that, guys. We'll see a snap fold from Lynn, and we will see you in 15 minutes time.
Yeah. So we'll get out of the way.
After some posturing, we'll see her fold.
Yeah. Unless she wants to be a hero. No. Oh. Lynn. Lynn. Can't be doing your chips in with ace high. Cannot be doing your chips in with ace high. Good fold. Back to recoup. We'll see you in 15 minutes for the last level.
Sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and, the games are very, very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008. Before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So yeah, this one I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So yeah, that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but yeah, like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and yeah, definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But Yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. We went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebuy tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of what my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's.
So Gala
second for 1200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Tour. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far.
Third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like, it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. And this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind.
Good evening all, the mic's on, you can hear us, we're ready to go for the last hour of the day. It's going to be the same table and we are all set and ready. Tower.
Yes, we've not changed tables. It didn't make sense just to do it for 60 minutes. So it's the same table, and obviously if anybody gets knocked out, we need another player coming in. That's exactly what will happen. So it's the last 60 minutes. Split the breaks earlier in the day because of the lateness of the dinner, for whatever reasons it was. At the moment in time, there's 27 left. Let's get straight to the table and get back to action and play some poker for the last hour.
Who's the first player over $1 million, do you reckon, Tower?
I've not seen the chip counts from the last break.
Have a little look at the bottom of the screen here.
Oh.
Terry Jordan,
wowzers,
1.1 million.
TJ.
Oh, Yanis has chipped up as well. Good to see. Nice to see Yanis.
Chris Bartlett.
Well. Yeah, Chris Bartlett.
Chris
right
Bartlett was only
well.
130 at the last break.
Don't forget, he's the one that busted us out of the tag team at the Goliath.
Yes, we're not rooting for Team Mushroom in the slightest. We'd have cashed then and everything. We'd had a night off playing poker and all sorts. Oh no, get back to work, Tower. I'm going to do you out 3 outer.
Chris Maguire in there with $500,000. Ethan Brown 450k, and the rest of the chip counts coming across at the bottom of the screen. But we've got an hour to play, guys. Level 20 of the tournament. Final level of the day, an hour left for everyone watching, and hopefully it's a good last session for us.
Well, I say good evening to John Bonadies. Great stream, lads. Enjoying the commentary. See you next year at the Goliath. We cannot wait. We cannot wait. Well, we're all expecting for the White Lion in Wrightington to say, Tower and Jay, whenever you want to come round and have a game of golf round there, might go to Hart Common or something like that, you know, you'll just nip into the White Lion and we'll sort you out. Just saying. Lovely course, lovely golf course, Hart Common. That's near Wigan, Junction 5. Lovely play, lovely course.
Well, you get around the golf courses, don't you, Tower?
Yes.
Are you one to play the same course, or do you like playing?
No, it's with the society golf. It's great. We travel around and play different courses.
We'll just come back to that in a sec, Tower, because we're going to have an all in here from Daniel. He's going to move all in for just sub 16 big blinds over this hijack open from James. Want to be just shoving the ace king here. It's the only play that we've got, and he's just going to tank. I like to actually see that. Last time he had it, he tanked for the same amount of time, just making sure that he's not giving anything off, and eventually there is the all-in. And won't be getting any action unless Paul or Lynn wake up with it in the blinds, because Joe's going to get out of the way with a 10-4. Oh, speaking of waking up with it in the blinds, Lynn has got the lady with the ladies, and it's going to be a flip. And she won't like seeing ace king because you know she's in a flip situation now when you got queens. It's nice when you see your opponent's got 3 outs, but we're off to the races here. The classic ace king v queens, back end of the day here in Manchester. Who's going to take this one? And it's a 6 deuce deuce flop. Good flop for Lynn here. No back doors for the ace king, so fading just an ace or king on river and turn. And a 4 is a great card. So the queen's nearly there.
The ladies for the lady.
And it's a 10, and
it's
Lynn
a double.
Will double up.
Sills still on the course for a Tower cuddle tomorrow. Lynn doubles. She's just writing in the blog that she's just had queens. I said seed open table 25. I don't know what or who that was. Give you the eliminations as we get them around the room. Excuse me.
Paul want to be opening this one under the gun, especially off his stack size. Queen Jack suited for Paul Trotter. makes it 22k. And James here with the ace jack, under the gun +1. Got 2 options, well 3 options, could potentially fold this one, depending how wide or tight we think that Paul is going to be opening. But James just chooses the call here. Does have position on the opener, but do have the rest of the table behind us. Some players may just choose to fold the ace jack to the under the gun open, which is fine as well. This is one of the spots where you can take all 3 options, depending on your opponent. And Ben got an easy defend with the queen 9, and it's going in a 3-way action to this flop.
10, 3, king, rainbow.
So not much for anyone here, but all players have a straight draw. Paul with the up and down, and Ben and James with a gut shot. So checks to James here. We have position. Incredibly rep some strong hands here, calling the under the gun open. Going to come in for a bet. Ben just with a gut shot here, going to let that one go. And Paul not going to be folding the queen jack for sure. We're not checking to fold our up and down straight after opening under the gun. So comes in for a raise right back at you, and this is quite nice on a rainbow board here. Don't expect us to have too many bluffs, but we can incredibly rep a lot of strong hands opening under the gun. Maybe get tricky with ace king or aces. Obviously 10s, 3s in there as well. King 10 suited. And nice little pick up there with the queen jack. Obviously knew why he was checking. He was checking to check raise if a bet did come in. Always important to think ahead. Know what you're going to do facing certain situations.
Is Nick still in? Nick who? Yes, I think he is, isn't he? Nick who was on our feature table earlier. We'll try and get the full chip counts running across the bottom of the screen. I know PK has done them. If they're on the social media blog that Jay is looking at right now, they could well be there because the chip counts were there, weren't they? 1.1 to Terry.
Yep.
Only just the top 10 counts there, but had just been done.
No, it was the whole counts in the room. I'm trying to find it. I've just gone way too far. There we are.
There we go.
Way too far now.
27 left. Nick has got 225,000.
Yep. Nikolay Ponomarev. Saw him on the table a lot today. He played very well. Jack Oliver's still in the field. I didn't even realise that.
Yeah, Jack's good player.
Yeah, I know Jack's a very good player. I saw him at the bar. I just thought he was here rolling.
Stuart Lord, local lad, still in.
Didn't actually realise Jack was still in the field. So good luck to Jack. He has got 210k. Another one I'd like to see do well.
Yes. Sylvia just said, looks like tomorrow's going down. Nice handling. Where is Ethan on the chip counts?
Ethan has 500,000 Gio.
500,000
going into the last level.
Meet the odds cash for 1.5 so far. On the final table of the $33 PLO 8. Nice. Good on you, good luck. While he's watching the stream. No wrong with that, let me tell you. Oh, not cashed. Oh, the 1.5 guaranteed. I thought you meant you locked up 1.5. Oh, that's me not knowing out about out, basically. Good lad, he's in the money.
So folds to Ben. With the Queen 9 here. I'd like to see Paul 3-bet this versus Ben's cut off open. He's just flatted here. Thing is, Ben going to open cut off here off 27 big blinds. I talk about his stack sizes. Good stack size to 3-bet against, because it's going to put Ben in a bit of a spot out of position off of that stack size. He's not really going to want to pill many hands, so just puts him in that area of fold or 4-bet rip. So obviously we'd fold to the 4-bet rip with the ace-10, but would be happy to just pick it up as Paul. But this time he has just taken the more cautious approach, just flats on the button, but does mean Ben's still going to have the betting lead in this spot. Over to Daniel in the big blind, who is working with 7 bigs here. He's going to flick in the call, getting that price with the suited connector, seeing if he can catch a piece. Go for the old stop and go. If we see a 7-6 or a sort of 4-5 or 2 heart flop, I think we're just going to see a lead jam here from Daniel.
Jack 5-3 rainbow.
Maybe not this flop. That 3 was a 4. Daniel would probably move all in here, but just gonna check it over to Ben. Got to be wary about the jack out there as Ben. What hands you expect Paul to be peeling on the button here? What type of jack X holdings he can have, and Ben aware of that. Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, Ace Jack. Didn't choose the 3-bet. All in there. So Ben's just going to check this one and give up from the looks of things, and gives Paul license to bet of 20k, and Daniel here just the gut shot. Just probably we're getting 5-1 on the call here, but probably just going to get out of the way, leave himself with 6 bigs. And Ben folds as well, and Paul did actually have the best hand, but nice little pick up from him.
Last level of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Finish the live stream around about 12:30. And then back tomorrow, don't forget, 8 till 12. The book will be open with the final players. You can have a gamble on who is going to be champion in Manchester. Grosvenor Sport will be running the book. It's open from 8 AM. So as soon as I got my mince pies at 5 past, I shall be checking the prices. I think did Kev want Rick Trigg? I think he wanted Rick Trigg, didn't he? Told him to remind me.
Well, I'm saying, unless we lose 10 players in the next 45 minutes, I think you're going to have 20 quid coming your way, Kev, if you're still tuned in.
Yeah.
I don't run very well at these bets. Or I just bet bad. It's probably the second one, actually.
Even money or better lump on Ben. Well, it certainly won't be even money, even if it's chip leader. At this current price, Ben would be about 12s. Be about 12. Lynn Beaumont just doubled, second shortest stack in the tournament. Was just doubled with queens. Back in the game.
And ace deuce here for Chung, blind on blind. We've got 17 bigs here. Cool. So nice little pick up for Chung. Ace, blind on blind. Sub 20 big blinds, just moves it in.
Razor Kev says value if he makes it will be Chris Maguire, but loads will lump on him. Grab the early value.
Lynn's got the boots, blind on blind here. Makes it 25k, and Paul with the Queen 6.
Yeah, don't even think she's going to get any action.
No, I don't think she is.
I really don't.
I don't think Paul's going to call here out of
There's
position.
nobody betting, she's saying. How is there nobody betting on my big blind? How do I get a walk with aces?
Paul is going to call with a Queen 6.
Where's called? Well,
might have something to do with the 10-4 hand that these two played not too long ago.
Jack 3.
That's the only reason I can think Paul's calling here when Lynn made a move, went in for a double barrel against him with 10-4. He's obviously been relayed that information now, and that's probably why Paul did choose to maybe make what looks like a slightly loose pill here, and a better 20k here from Lynn. And now Paul just going to have to get out of the way, and the aces of Lynn take that one. And she is up to 240k now. She had the double with the ladies, and she's won another one, chipping up.
When is the next GUKPT? Asked by Mark Thompson on YouTube. Coventry, 28th of August, which is 2 weeks today. It starts the festival until the 5th of September, when we'll be live streaming the main event. Starts on the Saturday with 5-seat guaranteed satellite.